and broadcast.
Where's my Discord?
Selfish love now.
Where's my Discord?
And I don't care about the
Sunshine?
sunshine, yeah. Cause Jordan has no screen. It's just showing me. Oh, it's because Jordan's got no screen. Copy that link. Copy that link.
Pick an actress. I can't type. Actress 2. Emma Stone and Lindsay Lohan.
I'm Lindsay Lohan. I'm Lindsay Lohan. We
Almost ready.
Sunshine?
Select all, copy, send it here, go to this one, share it here, go to this one, share it here, go to the last one.
How many chats are you sharing this to?
3 or 4.
Jeez Louise, it's taking forever.
There we go. What? Don't you don't want me to share it and try and get us more people to show up?
Louise, it's just taking forever.
Well, if I could have the link before we start, I would do this before we start.
Yeah, I tried that once and it didn't work. I had to retype the whole thing in over again. It's really annoying.
There we go.
It was very irritating.
I don't like this stand.
Ugh, I don't want to sign in.
Oh yeah,
Go
one
away.
last thing. Make you a co-host. There we go.
Fine, I'll sign in.
There we go. So, are we doing this?
Ooh, I said maybe I shouldn't sign in on. Yes, we are.
Okay.
Oops.
I got the chat open. I got my other stuff open.
We're just gonna have to put up with it saying sign in.
I am good to go.
It's annoying though that it says that.
Also, our border is like forever red.
Go away. That's because I changed the color to red. I could change
I
that.
mean, I know. I thought you did that just for the Marvel episode. I thought you were gonna like make it black again after, but I kind of dig the red, so I'm okay with it.
Set meeting wallpaper. I could also do. Ooh, yeah, I don't like that one.
I don't see
There we
it
go.
until it shows up on the video.
Pink for girls. We'll do pink today. Pink for the ladies.
Oh God, we're gonna have so many people making fun of us.
For the ladies. For the ladies. Also, it's really annoying. That won't go away unless I sign in. But I don't want to sign in while we're live. Anyway.
People are gonna be like, "Oh, gay."
And so they shall, and so they can. I don't care.
Pick an actress. You know, it's thematically it fits.
For the ladies. There's going to be a test as to whether or not I remember to switch it next week, which I probably won't.
And then it'll just be pink.
And it'll just be pink. And that'll draw attention because who cares? It's just a color. Who gives a rat's fucking ass? In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. That's artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Let's do this, Jordan.
Pick an actress.
Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I'm your host, Justin Spurr. Jordan's always too fast. He's always too fast with the intros.
Or are you too slow?
I am your host. I'm Justin Spurr, and I'm joined by my co-host, it's the incomparable Jordan. Everybody. On today's show, we got the news. As always, we got the news, including there's a new Lego Batman game. Will Margot Robbie be Harley Quinn again? Something about Knives Out. South Park. There's a new Halloween game. Spider-Man, Predator, and Millie Bobby Brown adopted a baby. And then later, as already noted, yes, it is the second Pick an Actress 2, Electric Boogaloo, Stone versus Lohan. Lohan versus Stone. We can talk about Lindsay Lohan and Emma Stone. That comes later. But first, the news. It's time for some news. Where should we start with the news? You know what? Nah, we'll lead up to that. We'll lead up to that story.
We'll lead up to the story that we have no business talking about.
We have no business talking about.
Share with the class.
So Knives Out 3 is coming. It's called Knives Out. Wake Up, Dead Man, and Knives Out Mystery. It's coming to Netflix. And so in each of these movies, he's kind of paired up with the character that's like the main character he works with. So in the first movie, it was like that Spanish girl. I don't remember who it was in the second movie. Well, in the third movie, apparently, he will be partnered with Josh O'Connor's father, Judd. Apparently, he ends up partnering with Blanc to solve this mystery, and it's very much Judd's journey. So I'm guessing he is the character that the big twist is about.
Matt LeBlanc?
No.
Oh.
Benoit LeBlanc?
I heard you say LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I don't remember the characters' names well enough to have gotten that. So
it's LeBlanc.
I hear LeBlanc and I think of that guy from Friends. So.
Oh, I mean, we were talking about Knives Out, so we're very much not talking about that guy from Friends.
I mean, for all I know, he's in this new one.
No,
don't give me that.
But he's not. Anyway.
I didn't know that.
Anyway. Should we do? Oh, the question, Jordan, is Margot Robbie going to do Harley Quinn again?
If she paid enough money, she will.
Jordan, what do you think?
Justin, the thing that I've learned on this show, I'm just gonna preach here for a second here. The thing that I've learned on this show is that very few actors and actresses care. If you pay them enough money, they will be in pretty much anything.
Okay, but the less cynical version of this is Jordan. It's time to play our favorite game. What do you think Margot Robbie said about playing Harley Quinn? Also, actors have been a lot more honest lately, so they've just straight up been like, no. But what do you think, Jordan? Answers on the board.
I think she said that it would be a lot of fun to come back and play the character again. And she would be excited to join James Gunn's new cinematic universe as Harley Quinn.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You pretty much nailed it. Yeah, she was like, never. You can't get sick of Harley. I love her so deeply. I always had high hopes for like Batman, a character that lives on. This says that loves on long after I've had a go at it, but I think it means lives on. She's
either
like,
lives on or is loved on, like loved forever.
Yeah, I guess.
One of the two.
This website's bad for formatting at times. And she said she'd be happy to come back to play the character, but she would also be supportive of whoever plays her next, which is the correct attitude, I think.
Yeah.
I also like her as that character, so I'd watch another movie with her. She's always the best part of the bad thing she's in.
This is true. This is true.
Speaking of a bad thing she was in, and you've never seen it, but I feel like I need to push you to watch it one time. And that's that bad Harley Quinn movie, the one I think is bad.
I was going to watch it, and then you actively, in the past, discouraged me from it because you said that it was really bad. And whenever you say something's really bad, that means that I probably won't like it.
I did not actively discourage you from it.
You did. You did at the time.
I just yes, but I've never discouraged it for the show. In real life, yes, I've definitely was like, you probably shouldn't waste your time. I definitely did say that because I was like, it was all right. But for this show, I mean, it's different now that
it's different now that we're doing this.
Yeah,
but
it's
you were
entertaining to watch bad movies for this show.
You were talking just generally for me.
Yes, no, generally, yeah, no, I didn't think it would be your thing, but I'd be interested to see what you thought about it. But anyway, the big thing about that movie is, I remember being like, Ian McGregor was definitely the Joker. Like, at one point in the writing process of that movie, he was the Joker, and when you find out, oh yeah, there was a Harley Quinn Joker movie that was supposed to happen, you're like, oh yeah, that definitely was what that was. But apparently, according to this, at one point, in the first draft of the Birds of Prey, the villain was actually going to be Penguin, and then this was at a press run for one of the movie they're doing together, and Farrell was shocked. He's like, no way, really? And
interesting.
Yeah, he went on to explain that it was actually Farrell's Penguin. Oh, that's interesting. It was the Farrell's Penguin that forced the writer to replace the Batman villain with another. That's so interesting. Matt Reeves said, don't use the Penguin, I'm going to use him in my thing. And so they swapped it to Black Mask, who ended up being the bad guy in that movie. Even though, like, the way that character is characterized, he is written exactly like very similar to Jared Leto's Joker. So, like, that's interesting to me. So that makes me wonder if it had to be Joker at first, and then they switched it to Penguin, and then they inevitably switched it to Black Mask.
Here's a fun question for you: if you could pick any actor to be Joker against Robert Pattinson's Batman, who would you pick?
Well,
any actor,
technically
living or dead.
Technically, he's already in that movie, but if I were to completely redo it, I would do.
I'm not saying in that movie. I'm just saying with that version of Batman.
David Howard Thornton. David Howard.
I don't actually know that name.
He's Art the Clown.
Oh, interesting.
He's interesting. He has I'll send them to you later.
I think you've shown me.
I'm pretty sure I've sent it to you of him doing his version of the Joker, and it's more or less Mark Hamill's Joker, but it's so good. It's genuinely really good. I would, yeah. He's campaigned for it. I think Terrifier 3 being as popular as it is has given him enough juice to do it. I think they should scrap whatever fucking terrible bullshit they were doing with the version of it they had in that movie. And if we must do the Joker, I mean, my stance is no Joker for at least 10 years. But if we must do Joker, yeah,
I think no Joker on his own.
No,
but
weird,
like
gross Joker.
But like if you did like a Batman Superman movie, where it was this new Superman and whoever they cast as a new Batman.
Of that episode of the animated series. Yeah. I'm never gonna say no to Joker outright, right? There's always gonna be room in my heart for a version of him because he's my favorite villain. But my stance generally, as of right now, is he's overused. He needs to go to sleep.
That's where I say, like, if
Batman's got other villains, man.
If it was just like if it's a Batman movie and it's just Joker, I agree. But it's like if it's a team up movie and he's there with another villain, like it's not about him and he just happens to be there, then I don't inherently have a problem with that.
I'm not. I definitely. I'm not against you on this. I'm just not full bore with you. If that makes sense.
I mean, I'm not full bore with me either. I want to see other Batman villains,
right.
But I'm just saying, like, if they did, I I don't want to say like a Justice League
Do the
because that's not
ventriloquist.
but like if they like if they had a Batman Superman team up movie
Whatever.
like in the vein of the comics where it's like Lex Luthor is teaming up with the Joker or something like that,
Yeah.
and it's more about Lex Luthor,
Yeah, I
but
don't know.
Joker happens to be there, I wouldn't take issue
I'm not
with it.
against that because I obviously I'm a fan of that movie and
That's-
episode. So George, funny. This happens. I guess we'll do our video game stuff now. But I saw a trailer for this thing I'm about to tell you.
The
And-
Batman one.
No, we're gonna do that next. But I want to do this one first because I've never had my heart broken so thoroughly. I've never got my hopes. That's not true. I've gotten my hopes up before, but recently, this is the most recent time I got my hopes way up, and they were immediately dashed. And that was when I opened up a trailer for that new Halloween video game. There's a new Halloween video game, and I'm watching the trailer. I'm like, oh, this looks fun, and then it starts to say what the gameplay is, and I'm like, no.
Is it one of those arena ones?
Yeah, it's one of those isomorphic arena ones.
Dead
Son
by
of a
Daylight.
bitch!
Yeah, yeah,
It's
of
just
course
gonna
it is.
be Friday the 13th over again and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Or
Like,
Dead by
no!
Daylight or any of those ones. Yeah.
No, I was so my hopes were so immediately dashed. I love how you knew instantly. You're like, it's one of those isomorphic horror games, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah,
son
yeah.
of a bitch.
Because they all are, and it's disappointing because it's like I understand there's a place for them. They're
Hopes were
obviously
immediately
popular.
dashed.
There's a reason why there's so many of them is because a lot of people love them, but I think you can have those as well as single player games. Like you can have both. There's room for both in my life.
Right. Let's do both. We'll do both.
Let's do both. You can have your cake and eat it
I
too.
think Dead by Daylight is like the best one of those, and it's the one that you could put literally any character in. So like, why do like? I'm pretty sure I'm probably wrong, but I'm pretty sure Michael Myers was in Dead by Daylight at some point. Like it's just that's kind of the perfect one. Why do other weird? It just becomes unless you're gonna do something different with them, which you're not, because that's not the point of these.
I know that
Frustrating.
I don't know about which ones are currently in it, but like I know the pig costume from Saw that was in there as one for the longest time.
I know that Chucky was in Dead by Daylight at one point.
I know they have the William Afton and the Five Nights at Freddy's suit.
Yeah, it's just like why do any other one of those when you can just put any character you want in the one?
Yeah. It just when
they're all ostensibly
again,
the same fucking game.
Okay, you want to, that's fine, but you can also make the single player games. That's all I'm saying.
That's right. Okay,
that's,
fine.
That's all I'm saying.
I fully concede there is an audience for these games, and yeah, they're fun. Like they are fun. I won't say they're not fun. They're hilarious when they're bad and they fail. Like my favorite one of them, because of how bad it was the Dragon Ball Z one, which was objectively terrible. Like I've watched a few people play it, and it's broken.
It's so broken.
It's broken because the whole point of those games is the chaser's supposed to be overpowered. You shouldn't.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to be able to fight back.
No, and that's kind of the point in that game is you're supposed to collect points so you can turn into Goku and fight the Cell. And it's like, well, that's not the point of these games.
No,
the point is to escape. But they obviously need it to feel like Dragon Ball. Yeah, that game tanked so hard because it was just like I respected it. Because at least it wasn't another fighting game. But it very much was in the same engine as Xenoverse, and they were trying to sell it in Xenoverse too. And like, yeah, it just like I respected it for trying to do something different.
It tried something different. It didn't work.
It did not work. It did not work at all. That game was hysterically bad. And then they announced a Lego Batman game, which is
just Lego Arkham.
It's just like Lego Arkham. It's Lego Arkham Asylum, but also like. I like Arkham Asylum, and I've seen a lot of really funny clips of them promoting it, of like them being like, which Batmobile is going to be in the game, and the designer being like, all of the Batmobiles, and then the guy reviewing them doing, all of the Batmobiles? All of the Batmobiles. How are you going to have all of the Batmobiles? Because it's Lego, and we can just do that. I mean, you could do that in the other game as well. It's just a skin, but all right, whatever, cool, that's fine.
Yeah, right. Like that's the thing where it's like, yeah, you can be any of the so it's like all of the Lego games,
right? So
all
like
of them.
All of the
it just kind of looks like this is going to be
or the
Batman
games where you can just skin the just looks like whatever you wanted.
It just looks like this is the Batman equivalent of the Skywalker saga, like in terms of the Lego games.
Sort of, except for I don't. Apparently, you only play as Batman. You don't play as other characters in it.
I more mean where they're going through like all of the stories.
They're doing all of the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I understood all of the movies plus some of the comics and stuff too.
I hadn't heard comics. I just heard that they were definitely. I've seen clips of it. They're definitely doing the Burton movies, and I'm pretty sure they're doing the obviously they're going to do the Chris Nolan movies. But I hadn't heard anything about comics. I mean, I like those Lego games. I would play it. I mean, I'm probably
when it goes on sale and it gets cheap and yeah, I'll probably get it.
Right. Lego Batman. We did.
It looks inoffensive and it looks like fun. The Arkham looks like a watered down version of the Arkham games. Although apparently, allegedly, the city that you can wander around in this game is apparently bigger than the the last Arkham game, the third one.
Interesting.
Apparently, that's what I've heard.
Interesting. That's very interesting. What to do next, Jordan? What to do next? Oh yeah, here's a good one. So okay, Jordan, okay.
Okay.
Every once in a while when we do the website I use, I don't use a myriad of websites. I use like one website. If anyone has a better movie news website, I use comingsoon.net. But if you have a better movie news website, feel free to let me know in the comments. But sometimes the headlines of these movies are wildly misleading, and so sometimes I'll just pick them based on their headlines, and then I'm like, we'll figure out what the actual story is live on the show because I think it'll be funnier. So this is an example of that. So Jordan, the headline is Archie, Riverdale character scores new movie and TV show, first details revealed. Now, Jordan, I'm going to ask you a bunch of setup questions while you speculate I read the article. Do you, based on this headline, think that this is indicating that they're going to do a spin-off of Riverdale with one of the characters? Because that's how that reads to me. Or is it that an actor who was on Riverdale has gotten cast in a movie?
It could be either. I suspect it's going to be that like a new movie, a new Archie movie or show. A new Archie movie is coming. Oh,
I see what you're saying. It's saying Archie, the character, is having a new thing, and he's from Riverdale. That's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. So let's find this out. So it says Archie's returning for not one but two different projects. Oh yeah, okay. So it is just new shit about Archie. And okay. this article is saying that
it's talking about the character.
Yeah,
the character is going to be in a movie and a show.
It's just saying that he was previously in Riverdale.
Got it.
Interesting. So apparently one of the things is they're going to do a movie, and it's going to be based on, in part, the comic book Archie: The Married Life, which presents Archie with two alternate futures, one in which he marries Betty and one in which he marries Veronica. I've read some of the Betty one. Oh, interesting. Okay. And then apparently also they with Disney, in combination with Disney, they're working on an adaptation of Afterlife with Archie, which is the it's Archie and zombies. Jughead's dog dies and he contacts Sabrina to bring him back to life, and it's zombies. And it's really bloody and really gory and really violent, and that's sort of what Riverdale is loosely based on. So the question is, very loosely, do you think it's going to be live action? Probably. Or do you think it's going to be animated? I don't know. Probably live action, because the whole appeal of Afterlife with Archie is that the art style is realistic, so they look like real people. That's the appeal to it. They don't look like the Archie characters. Maybe that one will be live action, and the other one, the Future Betty. The Future Betty one, that is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, done in the original Archie art style. But I could be wrong about. But that movie would be kind of fun. You've never heard of this movie, but I have friends who love this movie, and I think they made a TV show on it. But there's it's a movie called Sliding Doors, which it's like two different timelines of if events turned out different like ways. So to me, the most fun way to do a version of that story is to show both, show each scene is like a different, like this is the universe where he's with Veronica, and then it swaps back and forth the perspectives. that would be kind of fun, and then you kind of intermingle the two stories, because the comic book it's two separate comics that are adapted. So the movie, I think you just swap back and forth. You do both of the comics and then you swap back and forth. Although this article says it's going to be inspired by that, so I don't know. But yeah, that's quite a well done comic book. It's quite a popular one in terms of Archie. So like, hey, it can't be any worse.
I mean, the fun way to me is you have it where it's like it's this thing where it's like idyllic, side by side, and then it gets to the end of and this would never happen, but it gets to the end of the movie and a third Archie shows up and he's like, in order to save the universe, the world will end if you pick either one of them. In order to save the universe, you have to pick neither.
That's funny, but that's not how that story works.
I know. That's why I said it would never happen, but I think it would be hilarious.
So, okay, it's really funny in Hollywood. When you could tell that something has been a success and it changes everything. So, initially, when James Gunn went into making Superman, he was like, we're just going to kind of do the one movie and it's going to like branch out from that. We're not really going to do like his initial slate, which is just as an aside, companies, Warner Brothers, stop announcing 10 movie slates that you're probably not going to do half of, so that only to have it 3 years later when you haven't begun production on any of them, and the internet is just like, hey, you said you were going to make a Wonder Woman show that was supposed to be out already. What's the deal?
Where is it?
Maybe work on like one project at a time, or like if you can muster it 2 to 3 projects at a time, and like figure it out that way. But you can tell that Superman has been a success because James Gunn all of a sudden is now talking about how he has what he has dubbed the Superman saga, and he has said that he has at least he has at least 2 more movies, but potentially 4 movies involving Superman. But apparently the next Superman thing, which might be coming sooner than we think, apparently has Superman in it, but isn't a specific Superman movie. Which, like, hey, I'm not against. I'm I'm okay with having.
I mean, if it's done well,
I'm okay with. But that's to me. I've always like, especially with Superman, the costume's so easy for him to slip on and show up for a day and do a day's worth of work. Like, yeah, he should just be showing up randomly, a scene at a time for cameos in different DC things. You know, have a Blue Beetle movie where he has a scene where he stops the crime and Superman like flies by and is like, hey, I'm watching you. Like, that shit is fun. Like, that's fun.
Yes, I agree, but I also think that there are times where like a name drop is enough.
Oh, for sure. But I'm just saying,
like you can have a scene where like they're fighting against the big bad or whatever, and the whoever, I'm trying to think of like a low stakes character, Green Lantern or whatever. Low stakes.
Yeah.
Green Arrow or whatever is like, man, where's Superman when you need him?
Yeah,
like just a simple comment.
But
like
what I'm
that
saying is
enough.
like, you also should have him show up in person way more. Like, I'm saying his costume isn't CGI. It's cloth. You can get him to throw it on for an afternoon. Have him show up for like James Gunn was like. What's funny about James Gunn's version of this universe is
I agree. Sorry, I'll let you finish. I agree, but my only thing is I don't want it done too much or it oversaturates.
Oh, I don't think it does. I think. Oh no, but that's. I'm not saying like. I'm talking like. I think maybe you're thinking like. Extended cameo. I'm talking like one scene. It's a walking cameo. Maybe he like flies by and does a little wave. Like basically.
I think it depends on the context.
I think he should be the Stan Lee of this universe, is what I'm saying. Like, I think
it depends on the context.
This is a universe where I fully believe you could have Batman and Superman doing a how it should have ended coffee post-credit scene where it's just them having coffee. Like this universe can do that, and I think they should do that. I think he should. Yeah, I think he should be a secondary character in a few movies. Like, yeah, this is one where you could now do him in a Justice League, have him show up in a Batman movie in a cameo, and then you do a Justice League. Like, yeah, work up to the shit. Work up to it.
I agree. Mostly.
I pulled so many stories today, and can't decide which ones I want to do. Let's do them. Oh yeah, okay. Apparently, Mark Hamill. This was an interesting story that kind of apparently Mark Hamill had the opportunity to be in. You'll never guess it, Jordan. The Human Centipede 2.
Under what context? As himself? As a character? Like,
we're gonna find out together. It says. In a recent interview, the veteran actor revealed that he was offered a role in the sequel to Tom Six's Human Centipede movie, but decided to turn it down due to personal reasons.
are the personal reasons because it was a weird movie?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. He said that. Oh yeah, because he's in a movie. He's in that new Stephen King movie, The Long Walk, and he said he opted to stay as far away from it as he possibly could because he felt that the first movie made him feel disgusted. Oh, here it is. Here's the quote. He says, somebody said they want you to be in the Human Centipede Part 2. Mark Hamill noted before adding, I said, what's the Human Centipede? They explained the premise to me, and I went, oh my God, thank you for putting those images in my head, and I'll never forgive you for doing so. It's like, no, that's disgusting. I would be interested to know what the context would be.
Nah, brah, I'm good.
like is he? Especially because the second one, I'm like, was he going to be the main guy? Because I absolutely would have turned that down. Or is he going to be part of the Centipede? Is he going to be the famous celebrity? Because that whole thing with that one was meta. So the main guy was like an obsessive fan of the first movie, and he kidnaps the girl who's in it. That's the whole premise of it.
Okay. I don't think I've ever actually seen the second one. I think you forced me to watch the first one.
The first one's the only one that's good.
Because it was disgusting.
And even the first one.
I just remember not being happy with you that you forced me to watch it.
We watched it in the context of drinking liquor, but the first one is not okay. They're all disgusting. Okay.
Yes.
Flat out.
Yes,
they're
they
all
are
disgusting. But the first one doesn't really show you anything, and nothing.
It doesn't need to. It's the very idea of it.
That's the idea, and it's more the idea of it. And the main bad guy, German scientist character, is so over the top that it's almost cartoonishly over the top. The second and third one aim to be realistic, and they add actual violence into it. And at that point, it ceases to be fun, and it's just appalling. The third one is appalling. I've read about it. It's one of them. I will never. And I liked the first one. I think I watched part of the second one, and I was like, no. It's in black and white, and it's really disgusting. Yeah, he does some awful shit. So
it's black and white and red all over?
Oh no, no, not even that. You know what? Let's do this. So there's this trailer for this movie that's come out. It's called Good Boy. I didn't send you to the trailer because there wasn't really anything all that like interesting in the trailer itself. But the movie is basically
about dogs.
Yeah, it's a horror movie, but as told by the perspective of a dog.
Oh, that's interesting.
So one of the taglines is he's one of the most emotive actor of any species, and I thought that was really funny. And my hope is that he gets nominated for an Oscar. And he maybe even wins, and we have to talk about the fact that it's an Air Bud rule with a literal dog. There's nothing in the rules that say a dog can't win an Oscar, to my knowledge.
So I'm calling it right now. When we inevitably do Halloween, I will probably watch this one.
Well, it comes out. We might go watch it. Well, I don't know. It depends. We may go watch it in theaters because it goes to theaters. I would definitely.
I thought you said it just came out. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, the trailer came out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying it just came out in theaters, and I was okay, then it'll be perfect. It'll be on streaming by the time Halloween comes around.
It was initially going to get a small release, but the trailer was so popular that it's now getting a wide release. So we might actually get it.
Interesting.
And I'm torn on it because the premise does sound fun. I just don't know that it's gonna really sustain my interest for an hour and a half. But
that's why I would be more one to put it on in the background at home.
I would fail the phone test so hard. If it's anything like that one movie about that cat where it was all cat, it'll lose my attention so hard.
Oh, they're not even anthropomorphic animals.
No, it's just a She's a regular dog.
Oh, okay. I see. I understand.
Yeah.
I get what you're putting down.
Um.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So Jordan, there's a. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
Yes.
on.
I'm
Hold on.
holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on to the edge of my seat here. In this instance, the edge of my bed.
So
Go on.
okay.
I'm ready. My body is ready. Tell me whatever you were gonna say.
Oh, interesting. So okay, you know how in Superman, spoiler alert for Superman, it's been out for weeks. You've had your opportunity, but it turns out Jor-El and Laura suck actually, and they're all like,
Yeah, I remember that.
Be fruitful and multiply, and everyone got real mad at that. And then
Go breed with the humans.
and then create a harem of the beautifulest humans. And then James Gunn was like, "Nah, it's real. It's real." And then he quadrupled down on it, even though everyone hates it. Apparently, in the digital version of the movie, there is an interview where they're interviewing Maxwell Lord. He's calling out Lex Luthor. Apparently, the news headline reads in that interview, the Daily Planet shows Luthor was behind false images of Superman's parents claiming that ... So it seems to suggest that Lex Luthor did in fact alter the image of Superman's parents. So they weren't evil at all.
So they didn't want him to just breed and breed and breed.
I'm guessing the reason why James Gunn doubled down was probably because he knew it would ruin the movie if he didn't, like, because they were promoting the movie and that was a big part of it and it got out, or maybe they're misunderstanding. I suspect that will be something that'll be retconned in a future movie. I think it'll probably turn out, I saw someone say that's probably Brainiac. I think it'll turn out to have been Brainiac or something, or maybe that is it and it was Lex Luthor the whole time. Who's to say?
Or his parents just wanted him to breed.
His parents just suck. I'm perfect. See, I was not one of those people that bothered. I was like, yeah, he sucks. Like that was his whole thing in Smallville, was he sucked. Like, I guess maybe it's because I watched Smallville.
He thinks he's better than humans. Like, that's
Right.
kind of just a Kryptonian thing.
That's just kind of their thing.
I mean, I guess maybe the reason why people would take more issue with it is because Invincible came out, and at that point, the Kryptons just become Viltrumites.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say because they're a bunch of whiny bitches.
I mean, call a spade a spade.
Calling a spade a spade. Jordan, apparently Gandalf and Frodo are gonna be in that new, which doesn't make any sense. But apparently, Ian McKellen confirmed that Gandalf and Frodo are going to be in that new Lord of the Rings movie. Lord of the Rings, The Hunt for Gollum, directed by Andy Serkis.
Wait. Sorry. Like, the actual actors?
Yeah. Yeah.
And in what context? I don't really know. When is that movie supposed to take place in terms of the Lord of the Rings chronology?
I think it takes place some point during between the second and third one, or I think, because it's so far as I know, it's based on a random passage in, I think it's the Silmarillion, where it's or maybe it's,
okay,
but it's basically Aragorn goes to look for Gollum for some reason. So the movie involves, and it's been confirmed that the guy who plays Aragorn is going to be in it.
I mean, that's cool. It's going to look weird because they're going to look really old compared to where it is chronologically.
I mean, unless you do a really good job with makeup, which, I mean, you could, theoretically.
I guess.
Ian McKellen, it's a bit easier. He's always, he already looks old in those movies, but the other ones,
true.
Yeah. I'm like, so what is it going to take place like during the Lord of the Rings? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's confusing.
More than anything, this feels like a real cash grab, trying to make a story out of nothing and just making money. But hey,
I mean, it feels like something that I don't know how feels like one that should be a video game, not a movie.
Yeah, well, it was a video game.
Like
it was a
game. You have it be a video. No, but I mean, like, you have it be a video game, and you have them all come in and voice the characters.
Sure
Like
seems that way. I
it
don't
just
get it.
feels like
But also,
that's
I'm not
what
a
it,
Lord of the Rings guy, so I feel nothing towards this.
not really. I mean, I don't mind some of the games, but I've never been like, and I've listened to the books, but I've never been like a ride or die Gandalf's my
Nah,
boy kind of like
not really.
super fan.
Not really.
It's
No,
more like a passive fan. Like they're fine.
they're fine. They're fine.
They're better than fucking um. Oh my God, I'm blanking on the name. Game of Thrones. They're better than Game
Yeah,
of Thrones.
but I mean, to be fair, Game of Thrones is just Lord of the Rings with boobs. It's not. It's not just Lord of the Rings with boobs.
No, that's not even remotely true.
And then apparently, another. You know, we'll do one more story. That
One more thing.
I technically cut this. We've got two more stories, but I cut this. But I thought it was interesting. They said that the next season of that Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man show is going to be darker, which like that show's already pretty dark. I mean, in like the second to last episode, Scorpion straight up impales Spider-Man, and Spider-Man goes into a spiral. Like, not to say like, I guess it could be darker. Characters could die, I suppose, but like that was already pretty brutal.
I suspect when they say it's going to be darker, that's their code for saying that the symbiote suit's going to be coming.
Probably because they do introduce the symbiote in that. I'm just impressed they're getting a second season. To be honest with you.
I mean, yeah, I like that show, so I'm pretty stoked.
I quite like that show.
But that's my theory.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I suspect we're probably also going to see Green Goblin or some variation thereof.
Probably. Question is it going to be Suit Goblin or is it going to be Monster Goblin?
I think it'll be.
And is it going to be Harry?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be Norman?
I think it'll be Harry. I think they're going to do a thing. They're going to do a reverse of what they did on the Spectacular Spider-Man, and you're going to think it's Norman, and they're going to do a thing because Norman, the big twist at the end of that season.
Isn't he a good guy in this one?
He is, but the big twist is that he sucks, and he's been like manipulating Peter, and he's just like a scrupulous businessman. But like he's not like out, from what I recall. It's been a minute since I watched that season, but from what I recall, he's not like an out and out bad guy. Or villain, specifically evil.
From what I remember, he's more like a Tony Stark before Tony Stark goes through his Iron Man.
He's just a shady business. So like I think that they're gonna make you think that
it's him.
They're gonna do that, and they're gonna trust the audience's expectation that Norman Osborn is always the Green Goblin, and I think it's gonna be Harry. But I don't think they're gonna do that cackly, laughy version of Goblin. I think they're gonna do like a different version of the Goblin, like maybe a more like anti-hero kind of deal.
Do you think they'll do like the monster? They transforms into the monster and he has no idea, like a Jekyll Hyde scenario.
I think they're gonna do a Goblin suit, and he's gonna be and he's not gonna be like the Green Goblin. They're just gonna call him the Goblin, and it's gonna be kind of a variation of what he was in Spider-Man 3, but like an actual Goblin.
The thing is even if he's in the suit, you can still very much have the Jekyll Hyde scenario where he has no idea that he's doing it and it's a split personality.
I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to do a scenario where Harry, jealous of Peter and Spider-Man, wants to become a Spider-Man, and so he like injects himself with Goblin serum, and maybe they do a Jekyll and Hyde thing. It would be a believable turn, but I don't know. I don't know.
I just really hope they don't do the thing where they give Harry the fucking.
Or they're gonna do that, or they're gonna make Harry Venom, and they're gonna do it.
I really, really hope they don't do that.
He's gonna show up as Black Suit Spider-Man. No, don't do that. It's
I
bad.
Don't like that.
I never liked that. The only time it was any good was in Spider-Man 2, the game, and even then, I
didn't love it, but it worked.
I did. I love it. I love it in context for what it is in that. But like as a fan of that character, no, I don't like it.
Yeah, exactly. It works in that game. They make it work, but it doesn't. It's not what I wanted.
No, it's absolutely not what I wanted. And then Jordan, I don't know if you've been watching South Park, Jordan. This new season has been kind of wild.
Only what shows up on my TikTok.
What's really funny is
Poor Towley.
I didn't think that it's really funny. Like, I didn't really consider this news, but it was on the website, and I wasn't intending on talking about this, but it pops up as a news item, and that's Jordan, Integrity Farms is gone, and South Park fans couldn't be happier.
Woo!
Big twist at the end of, spoiler alert for the end of the most recent episode of South Park. But yes, it ends with Towelie getting what I would describe as sexually assaulted, but that's just me. It's a really quite upsetting scene of him, Satan being like, help me, and Satan being like, none of us can escape from this place, and then like walking away. He's like, no. It's really quite upsetting.
It's a real metaphor for what's happening to America.
It's just but I'm just like, yes, it is. I mean, that whole show's a metaphor for what's happening in America. But that sequence is really
but I mean that one in particular is really on the nose.
That sequence is really, it's really quite harrowing. We're like, oh man, this is a beloved character, and he's really in distress. Like, ooh, this is not okay.
Yeah.
And then it ends with Randy selling the farm and ending Integrity Farms for, I don't who's to say whether or not it'll be forever, but the thing about Integrity Farms is South Park has to know that people hate it. They have to know it.
I mean,
they hate it.
Yeah, they have to.
I'm not one. That's what's so funny is I'm not one of those people who hates it. I hate it in the sense that it does partition those characters in a way that doesn't make any sense. Like, it's never really explained how far away they are, and it did sort of feel like they were keeping that element of the story around out of spite. Like, they knew how much people hated it, and they just kept it in there because they knew they saw how much people would bitch about it, and they kept it in there because they saw how much people were bitching about it. That's what it started to feel like towards the end, especially in the more recent specials.
You know what's funny about the whole Integrity Farm thing? It's been around for I think I read 7 years.
Yeah, 7 years.
And this was not so much like an active I'm protesting the show thing. It was more just I didn't have access to the show. But it was pretty much pre-Integrity Farm was the last time I like actively watched the show.
I only watch it because it's on things that I have Paramount Plus, so it's on. I can watch
it. That's where I say for me it was mostly just because I didn't have access to it. But it's just funny to me that I lost access to it before Integrity Farm.
That's pretty much around the time it started to go to streaming. And to be fair, I didn't watch the last season because I thought it was terrible. I watched part of a few episodes and it was garbage.
The only thing that I really watched since then, other than what's shown up on TikTok, was that one where it was them in the future and it was the post-COVID or whatever.
I stand by it.
Or the COVID or whatever.
That should have been the series finale because honestly, that would have been the best way to end that show. But all of those specials were bad. Like, none of them were good. Like.
Part of your Brodway World podcast says, what's funny is Justin and I had a whole conversation about them doing that on purpose, and my response was, so they're being petty bitches, right?
I mean, I cannot confirm as to whether or not they are or not. They might have just genuinely loved Integrity Farms. My theory is that I'm pretty sure they had their own brand. Integrity Farms was like a brand that they were trying to push, but they loved it. Maybe, I mean, to be fair, there's like that concert movie special or whatever where Trey's getting on stage. I think he just loves saying "tegrity." Tegrity.
The world has no tegrity anymore.
No tegrity anymore. So truly, they could just be that far up their own ass that they don't know that people fucking hated it, or they kept it around. To me, it felt like they were keeping it around purely because people hated it. Like, that's what it felt like. But yeah,
I mean, that's on brand for them.
It is. That is. It's exactly within their character to do that. So it's believable.
Like that, they would find it funny that that it so upset people. Yeah, it's absolutely.
So much that they would find it funny. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly who they are. So like, I could believe it. I was shocked that they ended it. I was shocked. I was like, wow, they're ending Integrity Farms, like, definitively. Not like it just has such an ending to it. Like, it's not like, oh, they just...
Yeah, I mean, it would have been very easy for them to be like, oh yeah, he made enough money where he bought their house back and they kept the farm.
Right.
And like they have their cake and eat it too, where they're like, oh, we've rented out the farm, so now the farm is there, but like we're not gonna necessarily do it. But like, it would have been very easy for them to leave it in a box and both have it and not have it.
Right, yeah, yeah.
Like
It's very
like to
surprising
sell
me.
Integrity Farms to like Jimbo or like one of the side characters that they know kind of
The thing
thing.
about South Park, me and Jake talked about this when I went on his show and we talked about South Park. But the thing that's funnier about South Park than the show or the episode itself is people's reaction to it. So like the fact that this is in my list of news is funny. That's
Yeah.
funny. Or the fact that I saw at least 6 or 7 different people making fan videos about how happy they were that this ended. I saw so many videos like, "Oh my god, Integrity Farms is finally done." That's funny.
Yay!
That's funny. I mean, ultimately, the thing about South Park that's funny right now is how nobody understands South Park. Like, they're like, why do they keep making fun of Trump? They make fun of Trump before.
Because he makes it easy.
Because they're
He's
because they're fence sitting, middle of the road libertarians. It's what they do. They make fun of both people. Like, yeah, I think Matt Stone is quoted as saying he hates the conservatives, but he hates liberals even more. So like, yeah, they hate both of them. Um,
I mean, yeah, but as for why he's doing again, they like an easy target, and Trump has made himself an easy target.
Look, I'm
So
not gonna be one. I'm not gonna be one of those guys who's like a smug left whatever. But I am gonna be like, yeah, I will give them this. It is a bit shitty that they just skipped over Biden, just completely didn't make fun of him one bit, didn't give him 1 ounce of shit. Like at least Barack Obama got a little shit from the South Park guys, but Joe Biden, rickety ass Joe Biden, like the senior citizen in chief, doesn't get a little bit of grief.
it kind of just feels like, and maybe this is me reading more than there is, but it kind of just feels to me like they were like, the amount of shit that he got from Donald Trump, he's had enough. He doesn't need to be taken down a peg.
No, they would never ever think that way. Well, okay, I don't know them well enough, but just based on history, they would never be like, this guy's had enough. I don't
based
think
on the fact that they haven't done anything to him. That's just what it comes across.
I think they wanted to avoid making my theory has always been that they went soft on Trump. I always felt they went soft on Trump. That's why they made him a beloved character. Instead of having him be this. And I think that they didn't want to make fun of Trump. And I think not making fun of Biden was a consequence of that. I think they wanted to avoid him. And I think they expected, once again, Kamala to probably win. And yeah, they thought that they could avoid the whole thing and not have to. And then Trump went overboard and they were like, I don't think that they felt they'd have to. I think he just pissed them off that bad.
Yeah, I think that's more what it is.
They were really pissed off by the Stephen Colbert CBS thing, and I think that's what this is resulted like. Because otherwise, I'm convinced one of them voted for Trump.
I also just think that they did the whole they were gonna make fun of Clinton, and had to pivot to Donald Trump, and I think. I think after that, they were kind of just like, maybe we just stay away from the whole political circus and like.
I think you're right. Definitely. Definitely.
Until
very
this
embarrassing
happened,
for them.
Until this happened and Donald Trump and the whole canceling Colbert and this and that pissed them off.
That pissed them off. Yeah, because you're not wrong. Because they that was very embarrassing. That was very embarrassing. People still make fun of that. Like they were like, if you listen to the commentary, I said this on Jay. I listened to the commentaries because that's the best place to get inside the headspace of how they write and where their comedy comes from. And they were very embarrassed by that. If you listen to the commentaries on that, they get to the back half, they're so deflated. They're just like, we had all these plans, we had all these ideas, and just gone.
Couldn't do them. Had to completely pivot.
It was like the one time we decided to put some thought into shit, and then, like every time, like anytime we try to put some thought into shit, but also like it was really funny watching Dan Harmon get jealous, being like, no, we can't do the kind of stuff they do because we do our stuff months in advance, and we have to be more timeless than that, and we're not reactionary. We're not about being. How did he put it? We're not about being controversial. And I never ended up making a video about it. I wanted to be like, dude, you made a video where Summer and Morty make a incest gigantic space baby and they ride sperm. So like
But you
your
don't want to
house,
be
your house
controversial
is
or
just too glass for that, my friend. Your house is just entirely too glass. And then Jordan, finally, yeah, we don't do this, okay? We don't do this thing. We don't talk about celebrities. We don't gossip about celebrities. That's not what this is. But ComingSoon.net felt this was a news story, so we're gonna talk about it because it made me go, oh, all right then. So and just because the headline was so like, wait, what? So the headline is Millie Bobby Brown reveals she's a mother in surprise statement. And I went, wait, Millie Bobby Brown was pregnant? When did that happen? How old is Millie Bobby Brown now? Like, I feel like I missed a whole season of her being pregnant.
I think she's like, what, 21?
I Googled it. She's 21.
Yeah, okay.
And so it turns out, Jordan, that her...
Which, okay, so
hold on.
did...
Let me finish this. So I went, wait, is she pregnant? Did I miss a whole season of 21-year-old Millie Bobby Brown being pregnant? Turns out, Jordan, she adopted a child. She announced it on, I think, Instagram, it says, with a thing that says, welcome, sweet baby girl, via adoption.
Justin, they adopted a child.
They
are a pair. She did not individually go like, you know what? I want a child and my husband is just going to have to go along with it. No, Justin, this was a joint decision of what I would argue is irresponsibility, but I have no business talking about this. So what do I know?
I have... Okay. I don't really know. This made me feel weird. I guess it's just what I'm going to say flat out. And I could not figure out why. I'm pro-adoption. Adoption is good. We should be adopting children. You know?
Yes.
I'm pro parenthood. If you want to be a parent and you feel you're responsible to do so, you should do that. But, and like, I don't know. I think, I don't want to be like, you're over the age of 18, 19, 20. You're an adult. What you do is not my business. Okay? This is not me saying that this is my business. But I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe you shouldn't have children until you're over 25.
Okay.
It just feels irresponsible, and just more to the point.
This is where I have to preface. This is where the internet and the age of the internet gets weird because, and this did exist like when I was a kid to a degree, but it wasn't nearly as prevalent. Where you have this weird paranormal dynamic where it's like
parasocial.
we parasocial, yeah,
not paranormal.
Not paranormal. We're not talking about ghosts.
She's very much alive.
Weird parasocial dynamics where it's like, it's none of my business. My thoughts, my opinions, what I think doesn't matter. It holds no relevance over her life, her choices, their life, their choices, and I should. But I hold the personal opinion that, and it feels weird saying this, you only live once. You shouldn't rush to be older than you are, and it feels like she is.
It really does.
They are. I keep individualizing.
Well,
they are.
I think he's older. I'm pretty sure he's older than her. But
I have no idea.
I mean, you said it best the other day, where and I maybe I also saw this on the internet, and I might be conflating. But somebody said, and it was the absolute truth, that in the time that she's been making Stranger Things, she got married and now has a child, and she's only 21. It just feels like she like ran through these milestones of life, especially and like the big thing for me is like yes if I saw a 21-year-old who had adopted
you're right, part of your Brodway world, Haley. People do have kids in their 20s and it does end up working for the best, but that's not
different.
A sure thing. Well, it's not even just that. It's not a sure thing, and it's different when it's I don't know. It's and there's no tactful way for me to say this, so I'm not going to, because I don't want to get myself in trouble.
I'm looking to get canceled today.
But it's different. It comes across differently to me in this circumstance is how I will choose to word it.
I would say even in real life, if a 21-year-old came to me and said, "Hey, I'm thinking of adopting a child," as someone who used to be 21 and knew where I was in my life at that point, I would be like, "Are you sure you're ready for that? Like, this isn't like a dog.
It's not like one of her. It's not like one of her 21 dogs that she can afford to have other people look after.
Right. Yeah, and if you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna have one naturally," I'd still be like, at 21, I'd be like, "Are you sure?" But that's because I'm 35 and I have lived life, and I know that at 21, 21 is like teenagerdom part 2.
But there's
still...
a difference between her mom having her at 21 in like the 80s when it was a very, very different world, very different time, and now.
Yeah.
And again, this is why I'm gonna get myself in trouble, but it comes across differently in this circumstance. It doesn't come across.
I'm gonna get to that. So.
Oh, so you're going to get yourself in trouble. Okay,
I'm going to get myself in trouble on your behalf, yeah. But, well, yeah. In the 80s, very different time. And even in the 80s, I would be like, yeah, because I think my mom had me when she was like 25, I think. I can't remember how old she said but she was in her mid-20s.
No, I think she said she was in her 30s.
Ooh, Mom, no.
Pretty sure. Well, we can ask her later.
It was definitely in her 20s. Regardless, and at 21, your early 20s is very much teenagerdom part 2. You still kind of have the mindset of a teenager. You're like, "Oh, I'm still kind of a teenager, but I now have the power and ability to do adult things." And you're doing those.
It's true.
You're doing those adult things that you now can do, discovering that you shouldn't do them. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I hit my 20s and I drank way too much sugary drinks, and I'm now in my 30s facing the consequences of that.
Exactly. Or like that's when you drink as much as you possibly can because you can. No one can stop you. And then you hit your late 20s and you realize you shouldn't do that. Like, that's where... So, like, throwing in a child in there makes things messy. Now...
It just feels to me like she was a child star and she wants to distance herself in any way possible.
Hold on. Now we're going to get to the Millie Bobby Brown part of this. Because, yes, there is a very, very important part. She's rich. She's rich and she's famous. And that does change things. Because it just kind of makes it look like she bought a baby. And like it just kind of looks like she went, "Oh, here's all the steps I need to hit to look like I'm an adult." And every childhood star goes through that transition phase. It's so funny because this dovetails beautifully into talking about Lindsay Lohan later. But every child star goes through that phase of needing the Hollywood and the world to respect her as an adult. And she's having troubles with that. She's come out publicly multiple times being like, "I'm an adult now. You talking about me as if I'm still a child is weird." And her deciding to seemingly out of nowhere adopt a baby has the vibe of the nanny's gonna raise her. And I'm not saying that is what it is. I'm just saying that's what the vibe is with this. It feels strange. It feels like out of nowhere she got married and has a kid now, but she didn't go through the having a kid part of having a kid. She didn't go through... And again, I am very much pro-adoption. Like, I am not anti-adoption at all. But it's just when you're rich and you can just pay someone to get you a baby... And I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but it gives me that icky vibe. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. I'm gonna get canceled for that.
Yeah, it's
different.
Like I said,
that's what Angelina. It's giving me Angelina Jolie because that's what she did. Like, she adopted a lot of kids, and some from like Africa and whatever. I can't remember where specifically. I'm pretty sure it was from Africa, and there were like rumors that she didn't even know some of their names. Like, there was rumors like she never spoke to some of them. Like, that's kind of the vibe this kind of get.
And
I'm
that's
gonna get in so
where
much trouble.
to kind of put a final thought on it. That's where I say that the nature of the internet and parasocial relationships and this and that, it changes things, and it changes how we see people, because yeah, it makes it look like she wants to distance herself from her child star phase. She went out, she got herself a husband.
Yeah.
She changed her style. Like, she's doing everything she can, short of going out and partying every day and doing a bunch of drugs.
This is to me is the conservative traditional wife equivalent of her going out and partying and doing drugs. That's what
Yeah.
this feels like. This feels like in another universe we're talking about Millie Bobby Brown, who did a bunch of drugs. Like, she feels like, in a way,
She
the
feels like
Lindsay Lohan.
I was gonna say she feels like an alternate universe version of Lindsay Lohan,
Yeah.
which, I mean, I'm not saying she won't be a good mother.
No,
She could
no.
be.
And I'm not
Like,
saying
we're not.
That's
I'm not.
what this is. We're just saying that's what, from a
That's the
PR
optics.
perspective, that's what it looks like.
That's the optics.
That's the optics. The fact that she just came out of nowhere and it was like, oh, by the way, I adopted a child, is weird. It's weird. I don't know how.
Especially
because
she's
feels weird.
she's 21, and when I think of, again, yeah, where I was at 21, I just finished college. I didn't have a career. Like, it's just, when you compare your own life and look at the life of someone who's rich and it can afford everything, it doesn't look good to me.
Right.
To me. But who the hell am I, and who the hell cares what I think?
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. Like, hey, man, maybe she will be a good mom, but it's just, I don't know.
Ultimately, I guess my final summation is, this isn't news that should be on a news site. It's none of anyone's business
No.
but her and her husband's.
I mean, I always feel weird about celebrity children generally, because it's just, yeah, they've been co-opted into a world that
They didn't sign up for.
and it's not the real world. Like, and I think that, to be fair, I think Millie Bobby Brown is a nepo baby. I think she's got famous parents. I'm pretty sure.
I don't
Which
know.
is probably why she thinks this is normal, because it just doesn't feel
Part of your
normal.
Broadway World says she did say too that she wants to be like her mom and support her daughter like her parents supported her in her acting if she wants to act. And then she said, all of this to say, good for her having a baby. Babies aren't for me.
I mean, again, but she didn't have a baby. Like, I don't want to
She
she paid for one. I don't want to be reductive and reduce adoption to that.
That sounds bad.
But
But
that's what.
that's what one could say happened. We are not necessarily saying that.
According to this post, it is a baby. It is a baby girl. So it's not like she went into an adoption agency and like was like, ooh, here's a 5-year-old child who I'm really jiving with and I think deserves a good family. She, whether through surrogacy or some means, got a baby. And I think that's the part of this that makes me feel, look, it feels icky. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Whether it is or not, it feels icky. And I'm sure more information will come out and it will either not be icky or will be more icky. But as it stands right now, the way that this was presented to me, please tell me I'm not wrong in feeling that it feels icky. Then we'll move on, because it feels icky. The situation feels icky.
Part of your Broadway World podcast says, choose different words, Justin. She adopted she adopted one.
Right, but the context.
It's different when you're rich.
It's different when you're rich, is all I would say. It's different when you're rich.
That's the final kind of words that I have to say. It's different when you're rich. It's different when you can have anything you want, and it's different when, and again, this is a consequence of getting, and I hate calling myself old, but older, is you realize, you look at 21, she's still a kid.
Yeah,
21 years old.
Still a kid.
That's still a kid.
That's still a kid.
And that's words that no younger person likes to hear, but you're still a kid. Your brain is still developing.
Yeah.
You're not. It feels icky to me.
Her adopting the kid. I will use the curse. That me is buying a baby is a bit far, but her adopting a child at 21, it would be different if she came out and went, whoopsie. That'd be different. It'd be different. It'd be a different
Yeah.
conversation. The fact that her brain's not fully developed yet, and she in her I'm rich and I can get whatever I want with all the millions of dollars I have based off of my Stranger Things money. I've now decided it's a good idea to adopt a baby. And what I'm saying is at 21, you should pause to consider whether or not it is. Because
to me, it just
at 24
comes across...
or 25, she might be like, I regret this, and the kid's going to suffer for that. That's why this feels icky to me. That's why this feels icky to me.
Yeah, to me, to add on to that, it feels icky to me because, when I was 21, I had a lot of whims. I had a lot of things that I wanted, but I didn't have the money to go out and make it happen.
Right.
She did.
And again, I'm sure there's more context and more details and more information to be had.
This is just
a
an
outsider opinion on this young woman who has been forced to grow up really quickly, where I wasn't. That's
Ultimately, it's none of my business, and I wish her the best.
Hopefully at 25 she doesn't regret it. That's all I will say.
Wish them the best.
Yeah. Hopefully,
hopefully her mom doesn't end up looking after her baby.
Yeah, because that's just kind of, I don't know. That's Hollywood, man. That's Hollywood.
Or the nanny.
Or the nanny. Because it's Hollywood. That can happen. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing. Haley has. You got to kind of keep in mind, Haley. She's not a normal person. Like me, you, Jordan, Jake, Virus.
Very, very, very different.
We are all regular people. We are normal people. She's a millionaire. She doesn't have this. Millionaires don't have the same brain as you do. Their brains are fucked up and cooked. Like, they don't think the same way you do.
Because when you can have anything you want,
right,
at any point, you can have anything you want at any point.
Right. And and that's not me being disparaging. It's not. It's just
a reality.
It's just a reality. It's just her brain. It's like Elon Musk. Elon Musk's brain is just different than yours.
That's why when those politicians, the rich politicians, are like, "Oh yeah, no, I relate to you," they don't relate to you. They can't relate to you. They will never relate to you.
Since this is we talked about South Park. Yeah, Donald Trump can't relate to you, ever. He can't relate to you. It's impossible because he's rich. He will never relate to you, a regular person.
And neither will his children.
And that's not necessarily their fault. I wouldn't fault them for that.
It's just a reality.
It's just a reality. Right? Money change. I think there's a science that, or some sort of scientific study that has shown that, having too much money, it fucks with your brain chemistry.
Yeah, because, it would absolutely fuck with your dopamine receptors because, you have the ability to give yourself anything you want. You can feed those you can feed those dopamine receptors at any point. It will absolutely, of course, it's going to fuck with your brain chemistry.
Yeah, and that's usually why they end up doing drugs. It's because the only way they can get dopamine. In this case, her dopamine is clearly coming from family and a family life, and she can just buy it. And I'm not saying that's what she did, but I'm just saying she can.
I'm implying it, but I'm not saying it.
I'm not saying it. I'm just saying she can do that. She has the ability to do it. I'm not saying she did do it.
Her and her husband, her husband is absolutely, you want to talk nepo babies, her husband's a nepo baby.
Isn't her husband like John
Bon Jovi's
son?
Bon Jovi's son.
Yeah. And he's ridiculously good looking.
I can't speak to that.
He's got like the John Bon Jovi hair.
He's John Bon Jovi's son, so I have to imagine he inherited his father's good looks. Yes,
you got to assume. But
that's none of his. As far as I know, because you only ever hear about her. You don't hear about anything the husband ever does. So
no. But anyway,
just kind of comes across like he's a rich nepo baby. Anyway,
we do nothing. But support.
It is ultimately none of my business.
We support Millie
Bobby
Brown.
That's the important thing here.
And if Millie Bobby Brown,
if for some reason sees this, takes offense and wants to come on and defend herself, she can.
Not that I would ever ask her to, but yes.
No, but she could.
She could. Theoretically, she could if she wanted to, or she chose to. That's it for the news. That went on for way too long.
If she saw our little podunk little podcast and took offense to it, she could come on.
Look, Don't take so much offense as to sue me for suggesting that you bought a baby. Please
No,
don't do that.
because we didn't say it. We implied
I
it.
also don't want to go viral and become famous as the guy who said that Millie Bobby Brown bought a
Bought a
baby.
baby.
I don't want to be that guy.
I I am not in alignment on him with that. That is all him. He can get canceled.
Hey,
We do
hey,
not.
you passively, you passively.
Let the record show. I will throw him under the bus if it saves my own ass.
Jordan, the question is, do I take that little chat, if it's long enough, longer than 10 minutes, and turn it into a video called "Did Billy Bobby Brown buy a baby?"
No, Justin. You name it. Millie Bobby Brown wanted her baby back, ribs, baby back.
Baby back ribs. Did Millie Bobby Brown buy a baby? Oh, I'm gonna get canceled.
No, you can't. You can't call it that.
I think
you want to put you want to put that video part up. Then you have to at the very least be tactful. That's my one condition.
Jordan, I am never tactful.
No rage baiting on this one because we will get canceled for that. We will get canceled for that.
I'm gonna have to see what the online consensus is first.
We will get canceled for that. Party of Brodway World says, "Hey, if he's going down, you're going with him."
That's what I'm saying. I'm dragging you down with me. No, if the internet is making fun of her for it, and I think I can get away with it, I might rage bait a little bit. Not too much. It's gonna depend on how much people dislike Millie Bobby Brown, which like is a bit. Also, she's an adult. It's not like I'm picking on a child.
I mean,
also from my perspective,
I
it's
guess,
punching up. It's not like I'm punching down.
I suppose legally speaking, she's an adult.
Yep.
I don't consider 21 to be an adult, but I suppose legally speaking, she is.
She's a legal adult. She's a legal adult in all countries because that's the legal age of majority in most countries.
Anyways,
hey, speaking of Haley, today's episode, because I was like, hey, we're talking about the ladies, pink for the ladies. Jordan, you're not pinking for the Jordan. Together now, come on, pink
for the ladies.
I figured, why not let the one lady on the network sponsor the episode where I said that. I'm so sorry, Haley. This episode is brought to you by the Party Brodway World podcast. I'm on that show every once in a while. She talks to people who are actual professionals and famous people. She actually talks to famous people. We don't talk to famous people.
She talked to Goofy.
And he was pretty neat. I've been on her show a few times. We had a fun one where we made the theme park with Brodway rides. It was pretty cool. That was pretty fun. Jake dressed up as a lawyer and he prosecuted Hamilton, and I was the judge. I wore a silly hat.
Wicked would be a roller coaster because of the defying gravity.
I think I said that. Yeah, I think I said like they should do like a Splash Mountain style thing where when you're going up the big hill, it's the big note where it's like a "No one's gonna bring me down." When you drop off the.
Haley says I'm better in that sense. I assume she means in the having Goofy on.
Yes, it's true. Yes, by that metric, I cannot disagree that you had Goofy on, and that just automatically makes you better than us.
That makes you the winner.
That makes you the winner. Yeah, she as of yet is currently the 2025 winner of Best Guest of the Year.
I mean, she had Goofy. She has to be.
She has to. Jake has pretty much agreed. She is the 2025 winner of Best Guest of the Year.
Unless someone like one of us on the network somehow manages to get someone more impressive than Goofy, motherfucking Goofy, which I just don't see happening.
I don't see it happening. I really don't. Unless the only ones who stand a chance are the Goosebumps crew. And the
No,
only
they're not
way,
getting someone more impressive than Goofy.
the only way is if they got Jack Black. That's where I would be like, you know what? If they get Jack Black,
Okay, maybe then the argument, then the discussion could happen.
no, see,
But
I don't know.
Goofy is more impressive. To me, Goofy is more impressive than Jack Black.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Also, I don't know. I'd say there'd be a discussion if they managed to get R.L. Stine, because that's like the godfather, granddaddy of their whole bit. So like that's like
still not more impressive than
I
Goofy.
don't think it is either. I think it's pretty solidly Goofy. I'm just saying the discussion could begin if
Maybe.
at that point. At that point, it could begin.
Maybe.
But no, it's Goofy. It's Goofy all the way. It's Goofy all the way.
Goofy.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna take a lot to beat Goofy. So 2025 winner of Best Guest of the RD Awards. That's happening.
Part of your Broadway World podcast.
Yes, I can't.
She says, "Not if I get Jack Black first."
Oh, snap!
She's throwing the gauntlet down.
Snap! Oh, snap!
Get him and talk about School of Rock, Tenacious D, some of his other music
Yeah,
stuff.
you could get him on, talk about School of Rock. It'd be fun to get him on. I'd be wondering if he'd be willing to be. Hey, are you interested in talking about the musical, the School of Rock musical? That'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of weird. But now Haley, I'm gonna say it's weekly Wednesdays. Your show normally goes up, but it might be bi-weekly. So she's gonna correct me in a moment there. But I linked to her channel in the description. You go check out part of your Broadway World podcast. It's a fun podcast. I have fun whenever I go on there. It's always a good time. Jordan hasn't gone on yet, but he's gonna go on sometime, maybe in the future.
One of these days.
One of these days, he'll go on and he'll talk about a musical. Maybe one time when we finally do that, we talk about the Tim Hortons musical. We'll talk about that Tim Hortons musical.
I feel like I'm gonna upset Haley with my opinions of La La Land.
Probably every other Wednesday. Yes, okay. No, every other Wednesday. Yes, every other Wednesday. So bi-weekly, new part of your Broadway World podcast. Check them out in the description below.
She says, "I don't know how you keep messing that up."
Because our show's weekly, and I think in my brain every other one is weekly as well.
Not
Also,
everyone can be us, Justin.
Also,
Jeez.
like I think my brain
some people have lives.
I think my brain also turns off the fact that we record yours ahead of time. In my brain, it's always live. I'm always live at all times.
I understand.
Any one of those excuses. Anyway, Pink.
All of those excuses.
Let's start the second half of the show, Jordan.
Time for girl movies.
We must say
that have
Pink
a girl
for the ladies.
For the ladies.
As we pick an actress, part 2. This time it's Stone versus Lohan. Lohan versus Stone. Jordan, I noticed his movies don't really feature Emma Stone always in like the leading role, because I think in the poster, in the thumbnail, she's in like one of the posters. No, that's not true. She is in the Zombieland one, so she's in 2.
So
Lindsay Lohan is in all of the posters.
Yeah, of the movies that I picked, and it was kind of a thing that I noticed with I guess we'll start this off with the rapid fires, but it was kind of a thing that I noticed when it came to Emma Stone is a lot of the times, or in a lot of the movies that I watched anyways, she's more of like a secondary actress. She doesn't necessarily lead, and again, from the ones that I picked, a lot of them. So the first one that I watched was Superbad, where she slides into the role of, she's the cute hot girl that Jonah Hill wants to get with.
Yes. That movie's funny because it's supposed to be about Seth Rogen, and if it's supposed to be about Seth Rogen, it sure makes him look like an asshole.
It really does.
He's like an absolute prick of a teenager.
The funny thing was as I was watching this movie, and I'm pretty sure this came first, so I suppose it was an homage to this, maybe. But you remember that movie Project X?
Yes.
Where it's about the 3 friends or whatever, and it even has fucking McLovin in it.
Yeah, this one is that
This is like the tame version of that.
this what's the word I'm looking? Not inspired, but yeah, basically this is the granddaddy of that.
Yeah,
Basically,
that's where I was gonna
this
say.
is the first one where it's like, I know I watched it for the show, and I just remember I didn't think it aged very well. I definitely remember that.
I mean, it aged as well as any of those kinds of movies does, which is to say, like, it's like if you go
Not very
now
well.
in 2025 and go and watch American Pie, and it's like, oh yeah, this is
Oh
definitely a
yeah, this came
movie.
out in 2007.
This is definitely a movie of its time. Um, it Michael Cera, uh, um, Seth Rogen, the rest.
The
Um,
rest. Yeah,
Emma
Seth Rogen
Stone,
is the cop. Bill Hader is the cop. Emma Stone, yeah,
yeah,
he's Seth Rogen or Jonah Hill's love interest.
yeah. And she doesn't get to do a lot in this.
No, she's really more of a secondary
Um,
character.
and that's where I say that's kind of what I noticed is in a lot of the movie, again, maybe some of the other ones that she's in, she's more of a main character, but a lot of the ones that I watched with her, she kind of gets relegated to the movie's detriment because she's a really good actress.
Yeah.
She kind of gets sidelined a lot, and that's kind of I guess you could say that's a consequence of Hollywood where,
Consequence of my actions.
men make $1, women make 75 cents
Something like that.
kind of scenario
75 cents on the
where
dollar.
where talent sometimes gets overlooked.
Sometimes that talent gets overlooked.
But it's really funny when you look up Superbad on Wikipedia. It says at the beginning, it's about the 2007 film or whatever. McLovin redirects here. So if you go into Wikipedia and type in McLovin, it redirects to this.
So yeah, why it was either between this or Muhammad? Why would it be between this and Muhammad?
Who are you? Are you Cher or whatever? You have one name, McLovin.
McLovin. Between McLovin
It made
and
me laugh. Like I had a good time with this movie, but
there's so many bits. I will say bits that I love. Like I think we talked about before, but yeah, the Christopher Mintz-Plasse who plays McLovin was 17 when he made that movie. I think.
Oh, was he?
Something like that. He was underage, and so
because when I looked it up, it said that Emma Stone was 21.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the McLovin. I'm pretty sure he was 17. He was
Interesting.
underage. I don't know. It might have been younger, but it was definitely underage. Because the fun bit of trivia about that movie, one of the fun bits of trivia about that movie is when they filmed his sex scene, his mother or his parents had. I don't know if it was both of his parents or just his mother, but one of his parents at least had to be on set while he was filming it because he was a minor.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm just learning this now. Apparently, this was Emma Stone's film debut.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I think she had been on TV and stuff before,
Interesting.
but this was her film debut.
Interesting.
I don't have much more to say about that one, but
yeah, Seth Rogen and his writing partner, who went on to write a bunch of shit with him, they've been writing that movie since high school, which is why. So the Michael Cera character is the one writer, and then Seth Rogen is Jonah Hill.
Interesting.
It's about them as teenagers.
So yeah, that's super bad.
Super bad.
It wasn't a super bad movie.
Okay. So, the impetus for this episode was I went on, once again, part of your Brodway World podcast, and I talked about Freaky Friday because they made a new one called Freakier Friday, which came out, and I will watch and probably talk about it on this show in the future. But it did not hit digital in time to do this episode.
And you didn't want to go to the movie for it?
No, I did not. And so I
Shocker.
I wanted to go and watch as much of Lindsay Lohan's filmography as I could, which turns out not very long. And she very much has a trajectory. Now, I'm going to say some mean things about Lindsay Lohan. I'm going to make fun of her a bit. I'm going to talk about where I was in her sort of career in terms of my age. this story has a happy ending. She has like a husband and a child. They live in Saudi Arabia. She's very much healthy. I think she's been sober for years. She's doing a standout job. Lindsay Lohan was a child star when I was a child. So I've been watching Lindsay Lohan since I first saw her in Freaky Friday. Not Freaky Friday.
Parent Trap.
Parent Trap, which was, I think, her first ever movie. And so...
One of them, anyway.
She very much, throughout her... I was there when she was going through this. I remember the controversies. I remember the fact that she was majorly on drugs. I remember all of that.
Definitely. I remember watching her in the movies and having the biggest crush on her, and then ultimately being disappointed when she went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, and so she very much has that childhood trajectory of she starts off on Disney shit and she moves her way into more adult shit. So I have attempted,
falls off the rails,
and then before she completely falls off the rails, and then gets back on the rails later when she comes back and makes a comeback. So I have adjusted my films in that sort of trajectory. So we're not starting off at like the beginning of her Disney, but we're gonna start off with the Disney stuff. We're gonna move into some of the adult stuff, and then we're gonna get to the bad shit, because there is some bad shit in this list. So that was my very long intro to talk about the movie Herbie Fully Loaded. Play the trailer. I don't know if we're gonna actually do this into a video, but Herbie Fully Loaded. First of all, before we get into this movie itself, Jordan, do you know who Herbie the Love Bug is?
He's a punch buggy,
and he's
a white punch buggy, and he races.
And what else is special about him?
He's magic. He's alive.
There you go. So, I thought this was a reboot. Like, I thought this was a reboot of the franchise. I didn't realize it was a full-bore sequel. So it's technically a sequel. I don't know what it's a sequel to. Because there are, I think, 5 Herbie movies. There's the Love Bug, Herbie Rides Again, Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, and then there's one more, the name of which is escaping me. And yeah, the car's alive. That's the bit. The plot of this is Lindsay Lohan is she's a college student, and her family are all NASCAR race drivers. She wants to be a NASCAR racer, but her dad won't let her. Her dad's played by Michael Keaton, because she got into a crash, and she doesn't want her to die like the mom did, because it's a cliche, the mom's dead, is one of those movies. And her brother is Breckin Meyer, and Breckin Meyer is Breckin Meyer, if you don't know him by name, he was John in Garfield. That's for Jordan.
Live action John?
Yeah, live action John.
Okay.
He was also in Rat Race.
Yes, he was.
I
feel like there's another one, but those are the two prevalent ones.
He's also done a ton of Robot Chicken as well. But anyway, he's a NASCAR driver, and he's really bad. And for her 18th birthday, whatever birthday, for her birthday, I don't think they say her age. She's in college. So anyway, the dad buys her
Herbie.
And turns out Herbie's alive, and Herbie's got kind of a personality. And Herbie helps her win a race against a big-time race car driver. And he wants to know what the deal is with Herbie. And so he tricks her into racing for pinks, and then Herbie gets mad and throws the race. And they wind up doing the big NASCAR race at the end of the movie. Oh, and sorry, the whole thing is she's in
a punch buggy, and people are all like, she can't win.
She's racing, and they find, and I couldn't figure this out, but they find a jumpsuit in Herbie that has the name Max on it, and I couldn't figure out if that was a character from one of the previous movies. I tried to look it up, but I just couldn't figure it out.
Must have been.
But so she winds up with the helmet on, and so everyone thinks that Herbie is being driven by this guy Max, and so all his last moment is they find out the truth that Max is actually the girl, Lindsay Lohan, the whole time. And yes, they wind up racing in the big race, and there's a really funny moment where they literally have to be like, yeah, I'm this is not what they say, but this is basically what they say. We're like, yeah, for some reason this punch buggy is allowed to join the NASCAR, Bob. Yeah, Jim, it's a real Airbud situation. Yeah, but an Airbud situation is where you didn't think you had to come up for a rule for this, but here we are in a situation where there is technically no rule for this. Yeah, that's right, Jim. I know what an Airbud situation is, Jim. Stop treating me like I'm a moron, Jim. Bob, I'm with your wife, Bob.
So, on a side note, I just real quick I typed in Herbie Max, and Google says Herbie, like we refers to Max and Quincy, the jewel thieves who pursued Herbie in 1977 film Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo.
I tried to Google that, but that wouldn't make any sense because it's like a racing jumpsuit, not like a theft jumpsuit. So and it's also spelled differently.
Interesting.
Maxx. So I don't think that's the character, but it could be. I did do the same thing, and yeah. So they're in this big final race, and this is kind of where the movie, like, you're not really meant to think about it. Herbie's alive. There's no real explanation given to how he works or how he's alive.
He's just a magic car.
He seems no. That's the thing is you Google it, and no, it's not magic. It depending on the movie, it says it's implied that it's like the girl's like desires brings him to life. So, but it's not like he's like a sentient. It's very confusing. Again, according to Google, there isn't any specific, and that's fine. It's not that kind of movie. But like, you are a little like, wait, there's no universe in which a Volkswagen Beetle would keep up with a NASCAR. Like they just arbitrarily the punch buggy goes from being able to keep up with the NASCARs to not being able to keep up with the NASCARs. It doesn't really make any sense. Like
the only way it makes sense is if it's a magic car,
right? But it's not that kind of movie. It's not that kind of movie where it really matters or you really question it all that much. It's a heartfelt movie. Like, obviously he wins and everyone hugs, and you're like, okay, this is fine until the final scene of the movie. And that's where it all fell apart for me, Jordan. That's where it all fell apart, because at the end of so in the big climax of the movie, the evil race car driver like crashes Herbie, and one of his pieces of whatever breaks, and there's a joke that's not remotely. It's the punchline to a joke that they never do earlier in the movie. So there's a character who is basically like is the sponsor. The only sponsor left for Michael Keaton's racing team, and she's played by some celebrity, it doesn't matter. She's been following them around the whole movie, and Justin Long is the love interest, and she's racing and this piece of equipment's not working, and he turns to the girl and he's like, "Did you drive here today?" And she's like, "Yeah." And then it cuts and she's driving a Volkswagen. Like a newer one, like not like an old school one, like not like a punch buggy, but a newer Volkswagen. And so they take the thing out of her car and put it in Herbie, so then Herbie can win the race. So the final scene is Michael Keaton standing being like, "Okay, you kids, behave. I want her home by a proper time. I want you guys to get to, obey the rules and keep things safe." And then it pulls back. And he's like, "I mean it, Herbie." And it's Herbie and the punch buggy, and they're on a date. Or the Volkswagen, and they're on a date.
So Herbie is alive.
So then Herbie drives off, and then the little thing follows behind it. Now she's also alive. So when you took the thing out of Herbie and put it back into her, is his oil magic? Did he bring her to life? How does this work? Like,
this makes me have so many more questions.
Right, like this was unnecessary. I get this was supposed to be a joke, but now I have thousands of questions, and I realize this is a Disney movie, and I'm questioning this. Don't question it, but I'm questioning it, Jordan. The other fun bit of trivia about this movie, and this is where this sort of is at the tail end of Lindsay Lohan's she's doing Disney movies. This is the end of that.
Of her stable career.
Yeah, of her tenure with Disney. And, okay. The big thing with Lindsay Lohan is she randomly became a chesty woman in her teenage years, okay?
Oh, you're gonna go there.
I am gonna go there because it's kind of a big part of this movie. But the rumor with this movie was that they dressed her down to hide because they were afraid that she was going to
to hide assets.
she was too hot, so they made her wear really loose clothing and like made her wear button-up shirts, and it's really obvious. It's really noticeable that they're trying to do that. And allegedly they digitally altered it on the poster. Allegedly. That's the tactful version of that. And I remember that being a thing because I was very much a teenage boy when that movie came out, and it's the only reason I watched that. It's the only reason why I've seen this movie. Like legit, it's the only reason why I've seen this movie.
Justin, you're not supposed to admit that.
I had a huge crush on Lindsay Lohan when I was a teenager. I was a teenager. It was okay. I'm an adult now. She's also an adult woman. Okay.
It's different.
It's different. It was different back then. It was different. But yeah, it's all right. It's okay. It wasn't terrible. That was gonna be my bit. That was the bit I'm gonna wrap on. So all of these Lindsay Lohan Disney movies, I want to ask the question: how many of them could you do? But Lindsay Lohan, like do a soft sequel / reboot, but Lindsay Lohan is now the adult. So
I feel like most of them.
For this one, yeah, you could do it where this is my pitch for it. Lindsay Lohan is a retired. Because this movie ends with she's now a NASCAR racer. She's racing with Herbie. So you do it where she's retired, and she's led a fulfilled life. She's retired, and she's got a kid now, whether it be a daughter or a son, probably a daughter, and the daughter finds Herbie in the garage, and she starts racing, and Lindsay Lohan doesn't want her to race because it's dangerous. And that's the whole conflict. Like Lindsay Lohan's like, I don't want you to race, and she's like, but I want to be a racer. And the daughter or whatever, hides that Herbie is alive.
So, okay, that would work. That'd be the real simple, basic paint by numbers version. I also see a world where, and don't ask me why, but in her old age, she owns like a car junkyard or a recycling yard or whatever. And she has you could make it a male, you could make it a female, it doesn't really matter. But she has a young person. She has a young person who worked for her there, who discovers the bones of Herbie and is looking for his first car, and it's kind of like Transformers, where he takes it home, fixes it up, and then boom shakalaka, Herbie's still living, and he goes off and starts racing.
So you're like small cameo. I'm like major role.
Well, I'm like, she's not a parent, she's a mentor.
All right. Okay.
Like she's the mentor, and she's like, oh, that's Herbie. I forgot all about Herbie. And then it causes her to remember her love of racing. She trains him how to drive and race.
Right.
Like she's the mentor.
Right. That's it. That's Herbie Fully Loaded.
So my next one, more heavily features Emma Stone, is The Croods. She's Eep, and she's like one of the main characters. Now this movie starts the trend of, if I had a quarter for every time Emma Stone had to act with an actor who was older than her and be in a romantic style one, I'd have at least 2, arguably 3.
That's weird that arguably might have happened 3 times.
And yeah. So The Croods, you have got Nick Cage, you got Emma Stone, you have the rest of them. Ryan Reynolds is there as Guy. And this one's a lot of fun. And clearly it was popular enough that it not only got a sequel, but I think it got like 2 TV shows.
Yeah.
Which the TV shows didn't have the original actors and actresses come back, but the characters were obviously popular enough that they got those made. So there's that. Also, there's a video game, which was for like Wii,
okay.
and
so it's
those.
barely a video game.
Oh, from what I read, it's like sounds like it's like a Mario Party clone.
Oh, that's funny.
Where it's like you do mini games to keep yourself going along the trip, kind of thing.
Oh, okay. All right then.
But
All right then. I don't.
It,
This is a nothing of a movie to me. Like it's just like it's like the bottom rung, bottom tier of DreamWorks. Where like, I know it exists and I know it's a DreamWorks movie, but when you were like the Croods, I was like, oh yeah, that exists. But you're right, it has a sequel and a television show, so I feel like I should know more. Like I should feel more about it. I just don't. I just remember it being like
it
in
it to me is the
like,
DreamWorks equivalent of the Minions movie, where
yeah.
it's like it exists and kids clearly enjoy it, but I don't think there's really much substance.
See, I would have said the DreamWorks version of the Cars movies.
Mm,
It exists, but there isn't much substance.
Cars 2, specifically.
I just think the Cars franchise. I'm talking the franchise
No,
generally.
but Cars 1 and Cars 3 are like actually decent movies, which have decent character growth. Cars 2 is like a nothing of a movie where what happens to Mater doesn't matter. It doesn't impact or come back in the next one at all. It is like nothing.
Yeah, but I more mean like that whole franchise is kind of nothing. Like there's no substance to it really, generally, and it's.
I don't agree with that for the whole franchise. I agree with that for the second one.
I mean, again, it's the.
I would take. I'll compromise with you. This is like the Planes franchise.
Yeah, but that's what I mean when I say car. I mean like the Cars franchise as a whole. I don't just mean the individual. Where it's like you're like, oh yeah, maybe not because that is fairly memorable.
Yeah, that's where I say I don't. I agree with the second one, but not necessarily the whole
It's the
franchise.
franchise that you're like, oh, right, that's a Pixar movie.
That's a thing that exists.
I guess any of the new ones like Luca, where you're like, oh yeah, right, that exists, or like Soul, where you're like, oh yeah,
I kind of attribute it to Minions and the not just Minions, the entire all of those ones.
I think Minions is good, but it just feels way more corporately shallow than this. This is just
it feels as corporately shallow as this.
I don't know. It's just one of those ones where constantly I'm like, oh yeah, the Croods exist, but like again, clearly there's an audience for them. Like clearly.
Oh no! I've got it. I know what this is the equivalent of. This is the equivalent of The Good Dinosaur.
Ooh, yeah. There's a reason it's not called The Great.
There's
Dinosaur.
a reason it's not called The Great Dinosaur.
That I'm not gonna steal. I'm not gonna steal credit for that. That comes from Brental Floss. That was. I
love that joke.
I use it all the time. It's a funny joke. I never take credit for it. That's not my joke. There's a reason it's not called The Great Dinosaur. Which is true. I remember. I don't think I've ever actually watched the whole thing. I think I fell asleep midway through. Woke up at the end and I was just like, I got this.
But I couldn't tell you what happens in it really.
I'm gonna have to watch that for the show.
Or this one also makes me think of Ice Age. Not in terms of like quality, just
yeah. You know,
like
say that.
Where it's like
although this is probably better than Ice Age.
In a lot of ways, I would say it is. Or the other one that this makes me think of, and in fact it's probably closer to what I would attribute it to if you wanted to compare it to a franchise, is this is Coco. This is DreamWorks Coco.
No,
where it's like where it's like no, it just like
it's disrespectful to Coco. Coco's actually a good movie.
It checks, yeah, but Coco is very.
That's one that people remember.
Coco is very. It's trying to check certain boxes, and it's trying to do like, and this just. I don't know how to articulate it.
I guess the question is, does anybody care about the Croods? Like, that would be my question. Like, I don't, but like, surely there's an audience out there who gives a shit about these. I'm pretty sure they're gonna make a third one. Like, the
reason why I attribute it to the reason why I attribute it to Coco is because like Coco had all of the animal companion friends that like show up. So does this.
I suppose.
Like there's a lot of similarities.
They are making a third one.
A third. Croods?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, coming out in July. Coming out this year apparently.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I guess clearly there's an audience. I mean, yeah, it didn't. I don't do this for rapid fires, but to make the point, It had a budget of 135 to 175 million, and it made a box office of
So it's gonna
587.3
be
million.
it's gonna be a bunch of Croods
So
fans who are gonna come into the comics like, I love the Croods.
I
Okay.
didn't dislike it. Like I have a good time with it.
I do not recall
Um,
feeling one way or the other.
and that comes down to I like Nicolas Cage, I like Ryan Reynolds, and I like Emma Stone.
I
And this
do
has all three of them.
I do like all three. Jordan.
But it's just weird to me that yeah, Emma Stone, who is like I mean now currently she's 36 and Ryan Reynolds is like 48.
It's
And
weird.
in this movie they're
It's different
supposed to
when it's
be
animated. It's slightly less weird
it's less weird, but
because technically speaking, the character's not an adult.
yeah, it's more weird in some of the other movies. Anyways, that's the Croods.
That's the Croods. So yeah. So okay, my next couple of these, I think the last one was the last one was a theatrical movie. So these next two movies are. It was really funny because when I was looking through her filmography, I'm like, what? There's a ton of Disney movies. Why are these Disney movies not in her filmography? And that's because the Disney movies got shoved to the television part of her filmography.
Because they were TV
'Cause they're
movies.
So some of the logic in these next ones are going to become Disney Channel original movie logic. So you're just going to have to go with it. And the next part of this is when I watched the Barbie movie, I was like, this movie is suspiciously similar to a Disney movie called Life Sized, starring Lindsay Lohan and Tyra Banks, where
I've never heard of it.
I I don't. It's from that period. You might have seen it.
You said this was a Disney Channel original movie. How did this not end up on our Disney Channel original movie lists?
Because I didn't choose it. I just didn't end up choosing it.
I don't remember seeing it.
Um, but
Anyways, go on.
Yeah, when I watched Barbie, I was like, I've seen this movie. It's got Lindsay Lohan and Tyra Banks, and it's called Life Size. And yeah, it's from that period of time. It came out like we were 9 and 8, so there's a chance we might have seen it. I remember watching it at my grandma's house, but Lindsay Lohan plays a girl, and this is right around in terms of its time placement in her life. I think it's before or after, directly before or directly after The Parent Trap. So it's in that kind of era of Lindsay Lohan, and she is
Oh, so she's still a kid.
yeah, she's still a kid. She
Okay.
is a football player. She plays on a football team, which is full tackle. So it's really funny. I guess I'll start with that. The whole question of like women and men playing sports together. Lindsay Lohan in this movie is playing football on the football team with boys, and the boy full bore tackles her to the ground, and she gets up and takes off off of her football helmet, and it's one of those like, oh, she's a girl moments, and she starts like trash talking him, and then at the end of the movie, once again, she gets full bore tackled, like they're playing full tackle football. She gets taken down to the ground, and I'm like, you know what? I respect it. And the movie's never about her ability to play football. Like, there's not a moment where like you can't play football because you're a girl. Like that never comes into question. Like that's not what the movie's about. I was really impressed by that. I was like, oh,
I mean,
this is the '90s. This is impressive.
when there are little kids like that, like
She's like 12. She's like, it's not
yeah,
little.
but no, but like I don't know how to tactfully say this. Before puberty, they're all essentially the same build.
I mean, sure, but still, I was still impressed by it. But so Lindsay Lohan's mom is dead because that's how all of these movies work. She's got a dead mom, and she buys a magic. No, she discovers a magic spell book, which has a spell that can bring a person to life, but it can only be used once. And it can never be used again. And the dad is still distraught about the wife being dead and doesn't want to date, but there's his coworker really wants to date him and constantly like invites herself over for dinner, and like she's trying to be friends with Lindsay Lohan and trying to like develop a relationship with her, even though Lindsay Lohan has no desire to. And so she goes to this bookstore, which I think the plot point is that it's 18 plus. Although I must have missed that because I don't recall them saying it. But she is not allowed to just buy the book, so she steals it, and she does the spell, and the woman comes in, and she like brushes the Tyra. But so in this world, Barbie, I don't remember what the actual character's name is, but Tyra Banks is basically Barbie, and she has all the things that Barbie has, where she's got all the accessories and all the whatever and all the whatevers.
For all intents and purposes, she's Barbie.
She's Barbie, and so the woman tries to give the Lindsay Lohan the Barbie, but Lindsay Lohan is a tomboy, so she has no interest in it. But she, to be polite, takes it, and so the woman comes in while she's trying to cast the spell, and she goes to use the mom's hairbrush to bring her to life. But the woman, without Lindsay Lohan's consent or like permission or like anything like that, brushes the Barbie's hair. So then when Lindsay Lohan does the spell, oops, big surprise, she brings Tyra Banks to life. And it's pretty much from that point on, it's Barbie. It's a fish out of water story. She's like insufferably perfect, and the dad starts to like fall in love with her, and she saves Lindsay Lohan from getting hit by a bus. And so, not knowing her at all, and mostly just because she's super hot, because Tyra Banks is super hot, especially at that point, invites her to live with them. And then the movie stops being about Lindsay Lohan, like just full stop. Lindsay Lohan just, despite being the main character for the first like 30 to 20 minutes of the movie, just disappears. And now it's just Tyra Banks. The movie is just Tyra Banks, and it's her. She's at the work, and everyone like all she's at the dad's work, and all of the guys love her because she's hot. The one guy keeps asking her out.
Yeah, Justin, because if you're paying to have Tyra Banks in this movie, you think they're not getting adequate screen time for her?
Right. And so like, yeah, so turns out she's also really, really nice and whatever, and her and Lindsay Lohan sort of eventually become friends. Like they become friends, and Lindsay Lohan initially is like, "Oh, I'm going to turn you back." So she discovers that there's a second part of the spell which will turn her back into a doll, but she has to wait a week for it to come into the store. So Lindsay Lohan, the Tyra Banks, hangs around, and everyone loves her, whatever. And eventually Lindsay Lohan develops a friendship with her. And the dad's got this whole thing where he's a bad dad. He doesn't come to her games because he wants to be he's a lawyer, so he wants to be a partner. So the big climax of this movie is I'm gonna call her, I think it's Wendy, but Barbie sees that Barbie is no longer popular. The little girls don't want to play with Barbie, and she's upset by this, and she's like, "Oh, they're gonna cancel my toy line, so I need to go back." And it's like, wait, what? So she decides that she needs to turn back into a doll arbitrarily for no reason. It's just like, yeah, it just seems like you could probably advocate for little girls more easily and better as a human person, and you could probably advocate for your toy line as well if you were an actual person. Okay, no, that's fine. I'll turn you back into a... And so she decides that, yeah, she's going to turn to a human. And so there's a big action-filled chase sequence of Lindsay Lohan and the dad. The dad's like... Because Lindsay Lohan earlier in the movie tries to convince the dad that she's a doll. She's like, yeah, have you noticed how she can't do any of the things she says she can do and is insufferably perfect, and her town is fictional? Have you ever noticed that? And the dad's like, no, it would be impossible for her to be a doll. And so, yeah, so they chase after her. She's like, yeah, she's going to try to turn herself back into a doll. And the dad's like, what? And so they go, and then, yeah, you find there's a big sad scene of Lindsay Lohan be like, I don't want you to turn back into being a doll. And it's like, but why does she have to turn back into a doll? It's not like she's the only one of these dolls. There's a bunch of them. Like, and so then, yeah, obviously the movie ends with, there's a big sad ending where they say goodbye, they give her a hug, and she turns back into a doll. And then the movie ends with her doll line becoming popular again, and all the little girls like playing with her, and the Lindsay Lohan and the dad have like worked out their issues or whatever. And yeah, that's how the movie ends. And it's like, wait, but, and so you find out that
kind of a downer ending.
Right. So I found out that the original ending was that she stayed human and the dad and her got married. And they changed it.
Sounds like a much better ending.
Yeah. Apparently there's a sequel to this too. I have no idea how or why or for what possible reason they would do a sequel. I don't think it has Lindsay Lohan in it. I know it has Tyra Banks in it. But yeah, it was very strange.
Tyra Banks becomes a human again and wants revenge and goes on a murder spree.
No.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's a Disney movie. You're not allowed to say murder.
Not the sequel.
The sequel was also a Disney movie.
Well, then it was a bad sequel.
Apparently, they talked at one point they were going to do a third one. And yeah, from what I was reading, like, this is like a cult classic amongst little girls. Like, this, sorry, there's a bug. This was a cult classic amongst girls. A lot of people consider this to be like the seminal girl or Barbie doll comes to life movie, basically. Like, this is what inspired, this is what basically led to Barbie. Like, this is the reason why Barbie exists, is because of this movie. And it's a real big deal to like a lot of kids, like a lot of little girls. I remember watching this as a movie. I don't remember having a strong affection for it, but I definitely remember watching it as a kid.
I don't. Doesn't sound familiar. Doesn't sound familiar at all.
Interesting. Yeah. Maybe you weren't there, but I definitely remember. Yeah, I definitely watched this as a kid. Anyway, that is Life Size.
Well, all right then. My next one is a movie called The Rocker. It has that dude Dwight from The Office.
Oh yeah. When they thought he was gonna be a big comedy star, and then this movie bombed horribly, and then he really did. Yeah.
Rainn Wilson. This was like literally in the peak Office period.
This was like Steve Carell went off and became famous, and they thought he was gonna too, and he went off and he made this, and it bombed horribly, and that's why he went back to The Office, and that's why they gave his character more shit to do.
It's also got Josh Gad.
Really?
Yep.
I've never actually seen it. This was I've seen parts of it. This was
Josh Gad is Rainn Wilson's nephew. And it's got Emma Stone, of course, and the rest.
Yeah, isn't she the love interest? No, she's his daughter.
No, she's just in the band.
She's in the band?
She's in the band.
Oh shit! Okay, never mind. Yeah,
I've
clearly never seen this movie. I only remember the.
I believe she's the bass guitarist.
Isn't this movie basically like the same plot, more or less, as School of Rock, where he's like a washed-out rocker who like.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I remember the trailer for it because I remember them like hitting him with the thing as he wakes up and he rolls over, and it's basically just School of Rock.
It's basically School of Rock, except it's less creepy because they're older. And
not like children. They're like teenagers.
They're not. Yeah, they're high school seniors.
Yeah, I do recall this. I do remember this movie.
And so basically he was a member of the band Vesuvius, which has a bunch of people, but it has Lego Batman.
Will Arnett.
Yeah, he's one of the main guys. And they end up going, and the studio or whatever is like, we want to sign you guys, but not him. Not get rid of him. Fuck him. Fuck that guy. And they're all like, we're a family, we stay together, and he's like, well, all right, well, I'll just go tell the studio that you don't want it. I mean, luck always strikes, lightning strikes twice, right? Like, you'll definitely get another shot. It's fine, I'll go tell them. And so they're like, no, okay, fine, we'll tell them, and they get rid of him, and then time jumps forward, and he's Dwight has been working as a steady job, normal adult, but he's not happy, and then he gets fired, and then he goes and lives with his sister, who is what's her name from Glee, Sue from Glee.
Nope.
She was also in Wreck-It Ralph.
Jane Lynch. There we go.
That was it. That's his sister, and you see them beside each other, and I'm like, I'm not normally one for being like, this casting makes no sense, but Rainn Wilson looks nothing like Jane Lynch, and it's not remotely believable that they're brother and sister.
I mean, maybe one of them's adopted.
Sure, we'll go with that. So Josh Gad and his band, his high school friends, are supposed to be doing the school prom or dance
Battle of
or
the
whatever.
Bands?
No, dance. Like they're supposed to be the band.
It's usually a battle of the bands.
And their drummer can't make it or has to pay, or I think he got in trouble and he ends up grounded or something. And so then Josh Gad goes to his uncle and he's like, "Hey, you used to be a drummer for a rock band. You want to just
wait. Rainn Wilson is Josh Gad's uncle?
yeah."
How much
And
younger?
Jane
Okay, now I need to know.
and Jane Lynch's sister. So Jane Lynch is supposed to be
Josh Gad's mom? There's
yeah.
no way. There's no way. There's no way. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Now I need to know. That doesn't sound right.
Well, that's what it is.
No, I know. Okay, hold on.
And so he's like, yeah, you used to be a rock star. Can you fill in and be the drummer for us for the school prom thing? And so he does, and he makes an ass of himself, and yada yada yada, and then they end up doing some more stuff, and then a record person ends up discovering them because they do a practice.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. So I looked up Josh Gad's 44, Jane Lynch is 65, so she would have had to be 21 when she had him. So it's believable.
Okay, so it's possible.
I think she just looks young. I think it's probably.
Or he looks old.
Or he looks old. Yeah.
I
needed to know because those numbers did not add.
They end up doing a practice session like online or whatever, and it ends up on, I don't remember if it was actually YouTube or just the movie's equivalent of YouTube, but and then the record people they go viral because Rainn Wilson was naked when they did their practice session, so the internet saw his ass. So they become like they go viral and become famous because he's like the ass drummer.
The ass drummer.
Or something like that, something to that effect, that equivalent anyway. And so then the record company ends up signing them, and they go famous, and the movie happens. They go on tour, yada yada yada,
so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera.
And the record company that signed them is the same one that signed his old band Vesuvius, and they want them. They have been asked to open for Vesuvius.
Oh snap!
And Rainn Wilson's all like, no, fuck no, and I don't remember if he actually swears, but he's like, no, I'm not opening for them. And then
fudge that.
Long story short, they end up opening for them, and Vesuvius starts playing, and then it comes out that they lip sync.
Oh snap!
And so then the audience is all angry at them, and so then. Rainn Wilson and them are like, well, they're calling for us out there, like the equivalent of the School of Rock. The crowd is asking for the encore kind of scenario.
Yes.
It's that setup, and so they go out and they play again, and then I think it's a happy ending. Yeah. So the audience chants an encore for ADD, performing for the crowd once again, and that's how it ends.
Oh, it's a happy ending. Everyone gets a happy ending. Jordan, is that it for The Rocker?
Yeah, so it's funny because this one didn't do well.
No, it didn't. No, that's why he doesn't have a career.
Really didn't do well.
Legit, this was going to be like his big movie, and then it bombed horribly.
I don't get, because I thought it was fun.
He was going to be like the next Steve Carell. That was the whole deal. I remember. I remember when that movie came out.
I enjoyed this movie. Now, that could be because it was basically School of Rock, and I enjoyed School of Rock, but still, I enjoyed this movie. Although it's funny because there's the all is lost moment when he's throwing his bitch fit.
Lost moment.
When he's throwing his bitch fit, because the important thing is during all that period in the beginning of the movie when he was working the soul crushing job, he never cut his rock and roll hair. And so he still had his long hair and everything. But he hits the all is lost moment, and he cuts his hair, and he just becomes Dwight. He just looks like Dwight from The Office.
That's funny.
No, yeah, I enjoyed this movie. In fact, I enjoyed this movie so much, I'm tempted to add it to the list and make you watch it.
Ooh, snap! Yeah, we're not quite up to 9 things each yet.
I'm tempted. I'm gonna think on that.
When we get up to 9 things each, then it's just gonna be called "You Don't Get a Choice." That's what the episode's gonna be called. It's gonna be called "You Don't Get a Choice," and that I think will be slightly freeing.
I do feel like you would enjoy this one.
I have more than you do.
Emma Stone in this one though. she does play kind of a side character, but also not kind of. It's more of an ensemble piece because
Yeah,
it's
sure sounds
band,
that way.
right?
Well, this I
So
mean
it's
again,
like,
this was a Rainn Wilson vehicle. That's what this was. She,
yeah. So he is kind of the main character, but it's like again, they're all part of the same band. So it's more of an ensemble piece.
so she's part of the good band, not the evil band.
She's part of the good band.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
She's one of the high school teenagers who
Oh,
gets banned.
that explains a lot because she would have been a that makes sense. Is that it for
This
the
came
rocker?
this came out in 2008, so I think she would have been like 21, 22, 23, something like that. Hold on, 2000,
Still playing those high school kids.
2008, 2009, I would have been 18 or 17. So she's like 4 years older. So yeah, she would have been like 24, something.
Okay, Jordan, is that it?
That is it.
My next one is once again it's a Disney Channel one, and the thing about the Lindsay Lohan and the Disney Channel ones is some of these Disney Channel stars like I think they may have grown into other things, but she when I'm watching this feels too famous for these Disney Channel original movies, but they happen first, so my brain is just scrambled. But this is Get a Clue.
Okay.
It stars Lindsay Lohan and Brenda Song is in it, and I can't think of if anyone else famous is in it, but those were definitely the two.
Brenda Song.
Yeah.
She's that one person who was in that show that was on Disney Channel.
It's a pre-Sweet Life Brenda Song. I looked it up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pre-Sweet Life Brenda, and it's weird because she's still kind of doesn't really have. I noticed when I was watching it that London kind of has an accent. That
Does
she
she?
didn't, yeah, kinda, or a particular cadence in her voice that like when she speaks as a regular person you don't really hear. And the plot of this is that Lindsay Lohan is a she is, I don't want to say works, but she's part of the school newspaper, and she has submitted a story, or her dad is a famous reporter, and she wants to be a reporter, so she submitted, but everyone treats her like she's more of a gossip columnist, and so she submitted a paper to a gossip rag that showed the two of his teachers together, and the one teacher just disappears, and everyone thinks he's been murdered. And the thing about this that was kind of impressive was that they kept saying the word murder. I was like, this is a Disney movie. I can't believe they can get away with that. But then I kept going. It's one of those things, though, where you're like, but also it's a Disney movie, so he's definitely not dead. And then, so the spoiler alert, yeah, no, it turns out he's not dead. And look, I'm going to spoil this movie. There's a pretty solid mystery. It gets kind of ridiculous in the end. That's all I'll say. That's the non-spoiler version. But it's her investigating what happened to the teacher. So it turns out that the teacher isn't dead, but in fact has faked his death because he was framed for embezzling a bunch of money by his boss.
Oh snap!
And so the big final climax of the movie is
climax
that they're at this so the for the large part of it, you think the whole deal is like the teacher is dating one of the other teachers and he breaks up with her. So you think, as the audience, you think that it's the other teacher that killed him, and he's also being followed around by someone who claims to be an FBI agent. And the whole thing with Lindsay Lohan's character is she's like rich, so she can tell that he's not actually a cop because he's wearing rich people clothes, and that's how she can tell he's not a cop. And so the big
okay
and they run into, when looking for the teacher, there's a homeless man who is wearing the teacher's jacket. And so the big climax of the movie is the teacher is being blackmailed and is told to meet the person who's blackmailing them, presumably the person who actually embezzled the money, at this hotel. And so all of the kids, so Lindsay Lohan, Brenda Song, there's an Indian kid,
the rest,
there's a love interest. They are all helping the teacher basically clear his name. And so they show up, and so yeah, the three of the teachers are there for some reason. The love interest teacher of the main teacher who's being framed, two other teachers, and so you think it's the one girl teacher who's the one who's blackmailing him, and you're like, oh yeah, he's gonna meet me here, and you're like, well, there's no way this guy would meet you here. He'd have to be the dumbest criminal alive. And then sure enough, he meets him there, and it turns out that the guy who framed him was his boss. His boss framed him.
As bosses are known to do.
And also turns out that two of the teachers were jealous that the other two teachers had a thing going, so they were actually also secretly meeting at this hotel. That's all one big coincidence.
This sounds very stereotypically Disney.
Oh, right. It's pretty much a Disney Channel original movie. But what I kind of noticed with these Disney movies is, and that's the thing I'm going to seed this here. Lindsay Lohan was I cannot say as to now, but she was more talented than what she was put in. I certainly early on she was quite talented, and they were putting her in this kind of slop. Later on, I don't know, it gets questionable, but early on it's like she's in this Disney Channel movie, and I'm like, she's too good for this. Like, she's too talented for this. What is she doing?
You go back and you go back and you look at her in The Parent Trap. Anyone who can act against themselves like that has talent.
Well,
have you ever tried to act against yourself in a scene? It is remarkably difficult to do the timing.
I have, yeah, it is difficult. But like just I don't know, all of the rest of the cast were so Disney Channel actor. Like the parents, the adults, all of them were like, yo, yeah, this feels like a Disney Channel original movie. And then Lindsay Lohan walks in with the confidence, and I'm like, yeah, she feels like she's in a completely different movie.
Yeah, well, that's where I was just gonna say, you gotta keep in mind, it's the difference between I can't speak to the actors. I don't know what they had or had not been on at that point, but it's the difference between someone who has only been in a TV movie versus someone who has been on an actual movie set.
I think like this is definitely post Parent Trap, definitely that. Yeah, I think you're right.
So she has been on a movie set.
I think that sort of, I noticed that when we did our Disney Channel original movies, that happens in those movies, where you do occasionally get like, oh yeah, he's done actual stuff. Like, oh yeah, there's Wayne Brady, or there's Dave Coulier. He's the best one in this because he's been in actual stuff. Like,
which I hate to put it like that, but that's
kind of what this felt like, where you're like, oh my god, the climax of this is so contrived and it's so silly. But like, yeah, it's a Disney Channel original movie. You kind of have to take it for what it is.
She's a quote unquote real actress.
Right. Anyway, that's Clueless. That is, as an aside, not the worst movie I saw this week.
Oh, don't ask me to say which one was the worst. Is
it La La Land, Jordan? Feels like it's probably La La Land.
I can't say that that's the worst. That's my least favorite, probably, but I can't say that it's the worst.
See, for me, some of these are straight up bad.
From a technical standpoint, the worst is probably either the one I'm about to talk about or The Rocker. Probably The Rocker because it didn't do well, but in terms of which ones I liked the least, yeah, it was probably
this is a sliding scale of like, no, that's not true. Actually, I was gonna say these get worse as they go on. They get worse as the ones I hadn't seen, because a lot of the rest of my rap fires I hadn't seen prior to this. All of the movies I hadn't seen this week are a sliding scale of crap. The have seens are like a bright fuzzy spot in the middle where these get kind of okay again. And then it's like a crap sandwich, like a reverse crap sandwich where the buns are turds.
See, what's funny? A funny thing that I noticed is a lot of the movies that I picked this week came out in 2007 to 2009.
Interesting.
Like that time range. So this one, House Bunny, 2008. And so
I've seen parts of that movie. That's
So what's funny is, as I was watching this movie, I kept having the thought, this movie makes me think of another movie. And I just the entire time I was watching it, I was struggling to think of what that other movie that like what it was, and it just came to me. Um, and what this movie makes me think of, or what it reminds me of, is do you remember the Amanda Bynes movie,
I was gonna,
Sydney
I was gonna say,
Sydney White?
I was gonna say she. Oh yeah, no, yeah, not. I was gonna say she's the man, but no, I'm thinking of Sydney White. Yes, yes,
Sydney
that's
White,
absolutely what it
where
makes me
she's
think of.
the college girl who comes to the nerdy household and helps the nerdy household win over the popular household sorority household.
Y'all are not hot enough. You gotta be hotter.
Except the big difference between that and this is, in this one, it's a house full of girls. That's the only real difference. Otherwise, it is essentially the same movie.
Okay.
Um, because yeah, so House Bunny, okay, I mean, largely the same movie. There's obviously beats and differences, but um, House Bunny, you have Ferris, who is that's not actually the character's name. I can't remember the character's name. Um, but Anna Faris plays a Playboy bunny who turns 27 and then wakes up to have this nose note from Hugh Hefner, who, as an aside, Hugh Hefner is actually in this movie and he is played by himself.
Hugh Hefner. Man, Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner is such a complicated person because, like, I used to admire that guy, and then in retrospect, it was like, yeah, I know he's kind of icky.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're not going to touch on that. But
That's what she said.
um, but so she wakes up with a note from Hugh, quote unquote, which is basically like, yeah, you've turned 27. Get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Like
you're old.
you're too old. Leave.
You're too old to be hot.
And so she leaves and so what was that movie that I watched, the stoner one, where she just goes to a place and like goes from place to place. She's basically the same kind of character in this one, where she ends up at this college and she goes into the really nice sorority house, and they're like, yeah, no, go away, basically. And so then she ends up at the loser one, and she had already previously heard about den mother or house mother or whatever, and so she's like, I could be your guys' house mother, and I could help make you guys like more popular, so that you know you can get the recruits that you need, so your house won't be taken
It's
away
gonna
from you.
kind of be Revenge of the Nerds also because it's all these movies are also just kind of basically Revenge of the Nerds.
I don't know about that, but
It's loser that
it
he needs to beat the mean jocks.
yeah. And so, you know, Anna Faris's character essentially teaches them how to have confidence.
Wink, wink, nudge,
Let's put it
nudge.
that way and not say that she bimbifies them. Um, but
Bimbifies them. Hey man, it's about who you are on the inside.
she ultimately gives them the self-confidence to be confident in the beautiful people that they already were, because and this is my one sticking point with this movie is like it portrays like the Emma Stone and the hold on, I'm gonna say some of the names, but it portrays these girls as being like these ugly unattractive women, and it's like they're not, and I just don't see it as believable for someone. I guess with Emma Stone, it's less that they portray her as like ugly and they more portray her as like socially awkward is supposed to be the point. But still, like you have Emma Stone, Kat Dennings, pardon me, um, and a few other ones who are they're attractive, but yeah, it's fun. It's fun movie.
It's fun movie.
Huh. Interesting. So I didn't realize this. I knew that obviously that Hugh Hefner was playing himself, but um some of the girls that are at the mansion It's interesting. There's a number of people in this movie who are just playing themselves.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hugh Hefner was not ashamed to be Hugh Hefner.
No, so you have Holly Madison is as herself, Hugh's fifth partner, Kendra Wilkinson as herself, Hugh's sixth partner, Bridget I can't pronounce the name, Hugh's eighth partner, and then like you have Shaquille O'Neal as himself, Sarah Jean Underwood as herself,
Really?
Haley
Wait,
Fisher
Sarah
as
Underwood's in it? That's
herself,
funny. I didn't realize she was in this movie.
as herself.
I know who Sarah Underwood is.
Um, Interesting. Apparently, it was Anna Faris who originally pitched the idea of this movie,
That makes sense.
which doesn't surprise
Yeah,
me.
that doesn't surprise me.
In the
I want to play a movie where I'm super hot and I'm a
in
model.
her initial
All right.
pitch, the story had a darker tone and revolved around a Playboy model returning to the Midwest and falling into drugs.
Oh, all right then. Jordan, is that
A
that's
few
funny?
a few months later, the screenwriters combined it with an idea they had about a mismatched sorority house and house mother.
All right. All right, Jordan, is that it?
Oh yeah, it was made by Happy Madison Productions or something, I think it says. Yeah, no, that's it.
That makes sense. Jordan, this next thing is a thing. Jordan, King Shark is a shark. You see.
King Shark is a shark.
No. So remarkably, even though she's quite good and okay, not good. This movie is not a performance. Next movie, my issues with this are not performance based, but I was surprised to see that she did not do more romantic comedies. So this next movie is one of Lindsay Lohan's romantic comedies. Now this is post Disney, but pre it goes off the rails, and this is where the slide of crap starts. So, this movie is about Lindsay Lohan. She works for a PR ad exec group. I'm not exactly 100% sure what she does, but the whole bit is... Oh, sorry. This movie's called Just My Luck. That's what it's called. Just My Luck. And stars Lindsay Lohan and Chris Pine. And a bunch of other people whose names don't matter. Chris Pine was the most remarkable because they paint him as a nerd. Like, he's a nerd. And Chris Pine is Captain Kirk Jordan.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So you're like, he's handsome. And the fact that this movie's like, nah, he's a nerd or a dork or whatever was really quite strange. And I think
it's not believable.
No, well, I mean this is I think before he was really known as like a handsome dude. Like I think this was when he was still kind of new. But sorry. So the premise of this is Lindsay Lohan has really good luck, and Chris Pine has really bad luck. And the movie wants to pretend that she's just kind of vaguely lucky. Her friends are like, "Oh yeah, no, you're like the luckiest person on the planet." And she's like, "No, I'm not that lucky." Except for, and here's the wrinkle. She has how to describe it. You remember Deadpool 2?
Yes.
Remember Domino?
Yes.
That's the kind of luck she has. So like the movie opens with she walks outside and it literally stops raining and like 3 cabs pull up. Like there's jokes later on in the movie where she's on a ladder. And so the premise is, sorry, I should get to the premise. Chris Pine, through various misadventure shenanigans, whatever, Chris Pine and her kiss at a party and their luck swaps. So he winds up with all the good luck, and she winds up with all the bad luck. And again, it's not like regular good luck. It's like supernatural levels of like good luck. So early on in the movie, they're supposed to be meeting with this music executive, and she takes the stairs, and the rest of her coworkers get stuck in the elevator. Or like later on, the 3 cabs pull up. Like as she walks out of her building, or like that kind of shit, where like like the Rube Goldberg stuff, or like he goes to go outside in the scene afterwards when we're introduced to Chris Pine, and it starts to piss with rain, like that kind of like supernatural levels.
Yeah, like it just can't be.
Yeah, and so he is managing a band called, I don't remember the name. It doesn't matter, but they're a real band. They're like
Faith,
a,
faith, faith plus one.
yeah, Faith Plus One. They're like a British. They're kind of like the Beatles, kind of like the Killers, kind of that kind of music. And so he's trying to get to this executive, but he can't because of his bad luck. And he keeps like various good luck charms, whatever. And he's got a niece who he is like his little sidekick or whatever. So yeah, so they have, because Lindsay Lohan winds up in this meeting with this guy, very luckily, she convinces him to have this masquerade party. So Chris Pine and Lindsay Lohan kiss at this party, and they don't know that who they are. And so she becomes incredibly unlucky. She, it turns out that her neighbor, who she sets up with her boss, turns out he's an escort. And so the boss and her and Lindsay Lohan all get arrested, and they wind up in jail. And so she gets fired, and he, now having her good luck, saves the music guy from getting hit by a car. So now the music guy is helping the band become successful, and all this good luck stuff is happening to him. And so he happens to run into Lindsay Lohan. So there's a whole long montage of Lindsay Lohan realizes, because at this masquerade party, Lindsay Lohan runs into a fortune teller who warns her that she's about to lose her luck. And yeah, it's the kind of luck where like she runs into like a really hot guy, or like the barometer, how they test is they just have her just like scratch. She's like, I'm really good at scratch and win tickets, is what she says. So, and they're like, that you can't be really good at. No, I'm just really good at them. No, that's not how scratch and win tickets work. So they just have her scratch like 5 of them, and she wins every single one. Like that kind of supernatural good luck powers. And so yeah, so how she tests that her luck is gone is she scratches the tickets and she's losing them. So Chris Pine was dressed as one of the dancers or waiters or whatever, who are all played by actors. So she like goes down the list, and it's basically that scene from Ace Ventura where he's trying to check the rings. It's basically that scene, except for instead of checking for rings, she's trying to kiss these guys randomly to see if she gets her. And then every time she does, she scratches her tickets, and then she doesn't win, luck gone. And like it's the kind of stuff where like she eventually happens to run into Chris Pine. And Chris Pine gives her his old job, which is like a maintenance guy or janitor or whatever for this bowling alley. And there's this montage of all this bad shit happening to her, like her climbing up ladders and falling down, and shit falling on her, and her crashing into shit, and all this stuff that's stereotypical of having like supernaturally bad luck in a television show or a movie. She ends up basically she finds out in the climax of the movie, finds out that Chris Pine is the guy who she kissed who has her luck. So she kisses him and is like, well, I gotta go, and she walks off and finds out she has her luck back, and she happens to run into her boss again, who is getting married to the guy who she was with earlier, and he's like, yeah, you can have your job back. And as she walks out, like 4 or 5 cabs just pull up, or 3 cabs or something just pull up. And she, for like half a scene, has a moment, like the all is lost moment is like not even a full scene of her being like, oh, I shouldn't have the luck. He should have the luck because he's a good person. And like because one of her friends writes a song for the band and gives it to her. And because now she has the luck, the guy is like, oh, I don't want to use a song that's written by somebody else. That's bad luck, and doesn't want to use it. And she's like, oh, she's like, oh, that's terrible. She's like, well, no, it's just bad luck. And that makes her realize, oh no, that she wants to be with the Chris Pine character, and that he deserves the luck for the band. And so she does a big chase. They do a big chase through the city as like a bunch of bad luck happens to the band.
Sorry, wait. She wants to be with the Chris Pine character who is with her boss.
No, is the boss has offered her job back. That's how you can tell her luck is working again.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you said that the boss was going in to be with the dude.
Sorry, the boss is with the guy, the neighbor, who was the She's now like, oh, I'm actually in love with the neighbor. We're gonna get married, because the whole bit was, yeah. And so yeah, she goes through this big long chase where they're trying to get through the city to the because the band has obviously it's one of those kinds of movies where there's a big concert that they're gonna do, and now Chris Pine has the bad luck again, and the bad luck is passing on to all the bandmates. So the drummer, he gets trapped underneath the stage and he can't get out, and they're looking all around for him, and the record label guy is like, no, you can't do this song, and it's all falling apart. And so then Lindsay Lohan shows up and they do the big romantic, it's the end of the movie, they're gonna get together, kiss, and all of a sudden everything starts working out. The drummer, he like appears on stage, and they do like a really long, like I think they do 2 songs, and they do like the full songs, and Lindsay Lohan goes to like leave Chris Pine because Chris Pine is celebrating with the band, like, this has all gone very well, and the friend is like, what, you can't still believe in this bad luck stuff, do you? And it's like, yeah, she clearly has supernatural luck powers. Like, it's the kind of
she's clearly a superhero,
right? It's the kind of good luck that, again, you would notice. You'd be like, no human being has this level of bad or good luck.
You explain it away once, and then when it happens repeatedly, you're like, no, okay, you can't deny this. This is not a ignorable thing.
She clearly has magic luck powers that she's passed to Chris Pine. It's really obvious.
We need to take her to a scientist so they can perform experiments on why she's able to summon 15 cabs when I can't get one. Like,
so
it's noticeable.
The movie, they're like, well, we can't be together because every time we kiss, we're just gonna pass this good luck and bad luck back and forth. And so then they both, Chris Pine has a little niece character who's been around, and she has the bad luck curse as well, where all this weird, unnaturally bad luck happens to her, supernatural bad luck. And so they kiss her on the cheek, and she gets the good luck powers, and now she has the good luck powers, and they both have.
And they're cursed to a life of horrible bad luck.
This movie's frustrating because it acts as though they have normal amounts of bad luck, and I don't know if it's a case of like you're just supposed to interpret it as, but the way it's being shown in the movie is like she has this supernatural. It's just, my God, this movie was horrible. It was so bad. I was like, this is terrible. The romance isn't even all that endearing, and it's like it's not even all that. I was like, this is just a crap, generic mid-2000s like romantic comedy that was just bad. It was bad. That's just my luck. Next.
So, my last rapid fire.
It only gets worse from here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. So this one's called Paperman. It's also known as an unlikely hero. But
Jordan, the implication.
What?
In this movie, the implication.
This movie is uncomfortable.
Because of the implication.
Okay, so let's break this one down. Jeff Daniels is a struggling writer who has an imaginary childhood friend who he relies on to help him make life decisions because...
Wait, so the superhero wasn't like a character he invented for like a book?
No, it's supposed to be like a childhood imaginary friend that he has engaged with up until his adult life that we see him as. Like, that's where in the beginning... So Lisa Kudrow is his wife, his estranged wife that he's struggling with.
His estranged wife.
And Emma Stone is a 17-year-old high school student who he becomes friends with, and it's weird.
Yep.
It's weird.
Every time I saw you watching it, I was like, this is weird.
So Ryan Reynolds plays his imaginary friend, Captain Excellent, who has been his imaginary friend since he was a kid.
Yeah, blonde Ryan Reynolds can't hurt you.
And
blonde Ryan Reynolds isn't real.
And so Jeff Daniels' character is very definitely mentally not well because he's seeing an imaginary friend and engaging with him as a fully grown adult. Not only engaging with him, but getting him to help him make life decisions, to the point where it's definitely supposed to be that he's mentally unwell because he has medication that he's supposed to be taking to help him not see his imaginary friend. Also, in the beginning of the movie, he's at this cabin or this house or something he moves into, um which it's described as a Long Island beach community for the winter season to get over his writer's block. Um and when he first shows up, she's like, "You didn't bring him with you this time, did you?" So like the wife is aware that he has an imaginary friend that he talks to.
Wait, really?
That's what I understand, which I'm guessing is part of why they're having relationship problems.
Because she just sees him standing there talking to Ryan Reynolds.
Presumably. I mean, he very much tries not to do it when there's anyone else around, but yeah, presumably. She seems to be aware of it. And then, yeah, he meets Emma Stone's character when she's like in the city or whatever. He's riding his bike around and she's in the city and she sets this garbage can on fire. And then he hires her to be a babysitter, but he has no children. So the grown man is paying a 17-year-old high school student
Like, red
essentially to just hang out with him.
Red flag, red flag,
Red flag, red flag, red flag.
flag.
And then as he like the friendship develops, there's a certain point where he throws a party with alcohol for high schoolers, and like he's talking to these two girls at the party, and he's like, it's 17. I remember when I was 17. You're not quite an adult, but you're not quite a kid. And they're like, we're 15.
Yeah,
and
yeah, pretty
I'm like,
much, yeah.
And I'm like, not okay.
Not
Red
okay.
Flag.
Flag on play. Call him the flag on the play right now.
And so all this to say, if I had a quarter for every time I watched a movie where Lisa Kudrow got angry at Emma Stone for potentially wrecking her marriage, I'd have 2 quarters, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice this week.
She technically ruined her own marriage in the other one.
I mean, she also technically ruined it in this one. They were
also,
already
like,
struggling.
This is like the 3rd Lisa Kudrow movie where she's just seems sad and tired. Like there's another
unpleasant.
one. There's another one called I can't remember what it's called, but it's got the kid from I'm gonna have to look this up. But it's got the girl, the Ally Michaela, and she plays the main kid's mom, and yeah, she's just sad.
That sounds familiar.
I wish I could remember what it was called. I'm gonna have to look it up later.
But so okay, it is weird and red flag and creepy, but like it's supposed to be implied and played that like it's a father-daughter relationship.
Yeah. Okay. You said that.
Let me finish because I'm gonna get to it. The movie implies that, and it wants you to feel that way, and it sets it up that way.
As a person who was not watching the whole thing, the vibe was not that.
And then, well, so that's where it gets weird.
I saw like 3 scenes, and none of them implied that.
I agree, and I'm just saying that's what the Wikipedia and that's what like the movie wants you to think, but it doesn't read that way to me. It reads weird.
As a person who didn't watch it, it didn't read that way. So I imagine as a person who did watch it.
After the whole party scenario, Abby, who is Emma Stone's character, breaks up the party and gets all the other kids to leave, and she and the fully grown adult fall asleep together on the couch.
Don't like it.
And then Claire finds them, the wife, Lisa Kudrow, finds them the next morning, and thinks that they slept together.
Nope.
And he's very much like, no, like, no, it's not about, like, it's not like that.
It's not
yada
about
yada
sex.
And Emma Stone's character is like, it's not, no, like, absolutely not. And so like they very much, but then it gets to this point in the final kind of points in the movie where he basically goes to Emma Stone's character and is like, I'm gonna keep trying to patch things up with my wife, I'm moving like he's going back to his old home or whatever, and he kind of says his goodbyes to her, and then she kisses him on the lips,
Weird. Don't like it.
thus making the entire movie infinitely more creepy, because it's like, okay, so there were hidden feelings there. There was an underlying thing there. And it's weird. She's 17, man. No, you stop
Nah,
that.
dog.
You don't let her do that. Like I don't hold in this imaginary scene. I don't hold the 17-year-old who maybe got confused and has confusing feelings
Right? No,
responsible.
I hold a very grown
I hold the
adult.
fully grown adult responsible who is bad. He's bad and
Bad.
psychotic and had an imaginary friend.
Bad.
Like if this movie was weird, and maybe this explains it all. It was a independent comedy drama.
Comedy? I don't know that. I
That's what it defines it as.
It
Independent.
looked weird, man.
Independent was more my point.
I saw him
See,
watching
the
it.
thing
It
that's
looked
weird to me, the thing that's weird to me is that the poster that they have on the Wikipedia has Ryan Reynolds, and then like in the center of it, it has what I think is Jeff Daniels. So it kind of makes it feel like it should be more about like the Ryan Reynolds
Absolutely,
imaginary
I
friend
guarantee you
character,
that's how they marketed it to get people to go and watch it.
but it's not.
That's where you gotta learn that the people who market movies and the people who make movies are two different people.
Especially independent
And by that I mean
films.
like two entirely different departments.
Especially independent films.
God, you picked an excellent movie to I need you all to know that we don't coordinate anything here on the Spur of the Moment podcast, and sometimes things just work out. Was that it for?
Oh, that's it. That's all I can say about that. Came
Cool.
out in 2009, so it falls right in that window I told you about.
Are you all ready to get uncomfortable?
Also, that was my last rapid fire.
Yeah, this is my last one. Are you all ready to get uncomfortable?
I'm already uncomfortable, so
Excellent. So, this next movie is a movie called Georgia Rule. Now, background to this. Haley said this movie made her deeply uncomfortable, number one. And I remember when I was a teenager and it came out, I think I was working at the movie theater at the time. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was, because a friend of my mother's walked out of this movie and demanded her money back about halfway through. And just and I remember my mom being like, she wants to know if you can get her money back. I remember my mom asking me about that.
I don't.
I very specifically remember her friend.
When-
I know
when-
which
when
friend it
we're-
is too.
When we're off stream, I want you to tell me, because
I'm pretty sure I know which I doubt my mom would remember, but yeah, I very much remember her saying that she walked out of this, and she didn't say why. She just said that this movie was awful, and Haley said this movie makes her uncomfortable. So this movie, Lindsay Lohan is a party girl who has been essentially banished to live with her grandma before she goes off to college, because her mom just can't handle her, and she's a wild child from LA, and she's gone to live in like Idaho, because it's the place where the potatoes come from. She goes to live in like Idaho, in like a small butt fuck nowhere town, and the movie, for the first, I'd say half of it, is fish out of water. She's from LA, they're Midwestern, they don't understand each other. There's a boy character. She keeps making passes at this older doctor / veterinarian character, and she's got kind of a thing with a younger, kind of her age kind of character who lives in the town. The mom or the grandma is like,
how old is she supposed to be?
17.
Icky.
This is important. And the grandmother's a hyper religious, we're Bible believing, God fearing, Midwestern woman. We have dinner at this time. If you don't eat dinner at the time it's served, you don't eat till the next time the meal is served. Kind of person. And the first half of the movie is honestly not that bad. It's again a kind of sort of fish out of water story. There's always awkward moments between like the main guy she has a thing for is like a Mormon. So there's kind of some real fun, awkward moments with her, with the girls her age, and she keeps hitting on and flirting with and trying to get with this older male character, and you find out that the older male character's wife and child died, and he's not really ready to date or see anyone. He's still kind of getting over that, and at one point I can't remember what they're at some form of a celebration. The important part of it is they're in public, plain view of everybody. She says, for like, they're having some conversation about being a survivor or surviving or something, and she says, totally unprompted, totally unprovoked, for no real reason, she says, yeah, well, my stepdad started having sex with me when I was 12 years old.
Ooh. No.
And it just kind of makes the rest of the movie really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, really uncomfortable. So, like, she goes to go...
I'm just gonna leave now. No.
I can't remember exactly what happens, but she goes to so she ends up going back to him, and he's like, yeah, I told your grandma. And she's like, why would you do that? I was clearly lying. I was making it up just to make a point. And he's like, well, no, that's like a
that's a very serious
fucking thing. I obviously told your grandma, who then tells the mom, and the mom then asks the stepdad, who is played by Cary Elwes, and his like, he's basically Dr. Gordon in this movie. He's doing the Dr. Gordon accent, American accent. He's Dr. Gordon, and she says to him, the mom immediately they have like a very antagonistic relationship. So the mom doesn't believe her, and like, you're a liar, and the whole thing, like, with Lindsay Lohan, is she's like a party girl who does drugs, and
so Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, she pretty much is Lindsay Lohan. Yeah. And she, the stepdad, like, helped her out, and it's one of those, but he loves you, and he would never do that, and yada yada yada, and yeah,
uncomfortable.
Basically, so the mom goes back to the hometown or whatever with the grandma to essentially get the Lindsay Lohan to tell the truth, and Lindsay Lohan is like, I should have never said anything. And she's like, yeah, she's like, you're lying, right? You're lying. He's like, yeah, I lied about, and then she says a bunch of uncomfortable things I won't repeat. I lied about this, I lied about that, and I lied about that, and it's very, like, she's clearly not lying, kind of deals. And so then the movie stops being about Lindsay Lohan randomly and starts being about the mom. And the mom, to be fair, is on the poster with the grandma, who's played by Jane Fonda, and Lindsay Lohan. So maybe she's famous. I didn't recognize her, but maybe she's famous. And then then the movie kind of becomes about her. It becomes about her, where she starts to spiral. Like, she's an alcoholic, and she starts to spiral, and she starts having all these troubles. And the Lindsay Lohan character, like, starts staying with the doctor character while they try to get her through this, like, self-destructive behavior and get her back on the wagon. And there's all these weird, like, there's a joke where she's like, it's played for laughs, but because of the age that the stepdad is being accused of sleeping with Lindsay Lohan, it doesn't work. But there's a joke where,
I mean, any age would not be okay.
No. No, you're right. It wouldn't be okay, but it would be less uncomfortable. Like, there's a way you could fix this and still have it functionally work. I'm gonna get to it, but so there's a scene where she's like picking out knives to stab him with, and the mom, I should say, is picking out knives to be like, oh, I'm gonna get him, and then Jane Fonda is like, oh, here, you should use this knife, it's better. And it's played for laughs, but it's made weird by the fact that how old Lindsay Lohan is, so the joke doesn't work. It's weird. And you could do this where it's like, okay, her having a relationship with the stepdad could, and it being a point of contention between them, could be a thing if she was 18.
No.
It's no, okay. You make her 18, so it's still weird, right? Don't get me wrong, it's still weird. Or you make her 18, 19, that age. So then where it starts. So it's like, yeah, it's a adult, a quote unquote adult relationship that is still not technically an adult relationship. But then you can have it where he's grooming her when she's a teenager, but like then at that way it like those lighthearted attempts at lighthearted moments are less weird, because yeah, like there's but it's because
yes and no. I mean, at that point, she's still, when we're talking about this, at that point, Lindsay Lohan is culpable. She made the decision and the choice. The mom would have to also be angry at her.
right, but also if it's a thing of like he's been going after her since she was a kid, it's still the fundamental, like, he took advantage of her nature of the story. It doesn't require that character to be a minor. Just how it's played out in that movie. It's not required. You can make it where he's still going after her, and they don't actually have to do anything until she's a legal adult. Like,
so
no, but because the point,
icky.
no, but that's the point.
This movie is icky.
The point of the movie is it's meant to be icky, right?
But it's still icky.
But what I'm saying is it could be icky in a way that doesn't add a tone of weirdness.
That's less icky.
That's less icky. Yes, and still get the point across. Like, so, like, yeah, so. She is trying to get with this older guy, and eventually she full on tries to seduce him, and he's like, no. She's like, but I love you. No, you don't know how to love. Like, you don't know how to. You've only ever experienced this in a way that's negative. You don't, and that's kind of the point they're going for. That's why. But like, yeah, it ends really weirdly. Like, so Lindsay Lohan inevitably, like, when seeing how negatively it is affecting her mother, decides to be like, I lied about this whole thing. I made it up to get attention. I was pissed that you sent me here, and I just wanted attention. And so Lindsay Lohan goes to Cary Elwes and is like, I'm going to say that you didn't do this. I'm going to take it all back, but you have to, because my mom clearly is in love with you, you have to treat her nicely and give her a shit ton of money, basically. And if you don't, because she says that basically it started when she was 12, and then it stopped when she was 14 because a friend of hers threatened Cary Elwes with a gun and threatened to shoot him. And it started again recently.
Movie sounds fucked.
Because she wanted something from him, like money or some sort. She wanted something from him. And so it has started again. And she says, yeah, if you don't treat my mother nicely, and he's like, oh, I'll give you, because he's got a brand new car that he's bought. He's like, oh, if you keep quiet, I'll give you the car, basically. And yeah, she's like, yeah, so if you don't do this for me, I'm gonna I have video, basically, and I'm gonna send it to everybody. And so the mom, she takes it all back, and the mom is gonna go with her to back to LA or whatever. And Jane Fonda is like, no, you can't do this. He's awful. I know he did this thing. And she's like lying. Lindsay Lohan is lying about lying. And the big final climax of the movie is they're driving, and he's like, oh, she's like, oh, she's like, oh, you're gonna send for the car. He's like, no, I'm just gonna give it to Lindsay Lohan. And she's like, what? It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna give it to her to keep her quiet. And then she's like, holy shit, like, no, you did this. And like, he kicks her out of the car, like, you were nothing before me, blah blah blah. He's like, yeah, I did this, and she liked it, and it's really gross.
Oh.
And then he takes off, and he's like, you're gonna go to jail, you disgusting man. And then that's where the movie ends. They do a big hug, they cry in each other's arms, and it's meant to be really dramatic, but it's really weird, it's really awkward. There's a scene early in the movie where Lindsay Lohan, I don't know how else to describe it other than she sexually assaults a guy. Because, okay, so remember how I mentioned the love interest who's her own age? There's a point where she is fishing with him, and he is Mormon, and he reveals he has done nothing with a woman. And she's like, what? You've done nothing with a woman? And she goes to take off his pants and does the thing you can do that gets about as close. I don't want to get shadow banned again. Gets as close as you can to doing it without actually doing it.
Yeah.
She does that to him, and he's like, he's basically like trying to push her away. He's like, no, 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 and then he feels like horribly guilty about it, and she convinces him to like lie to the girl. And that scene is again played for laughs, but has this once you're like, yeah, man, she's been doing, violated in that way. Once you find that out, it no longer is funny because you're like, because she doesn't understand what this is. She doesn't have the tools to deal with this, and maybe she shouldn't be doing this. And it taints the whole back half of the movie. There's all these scenes that are supposed to be funny that aren't funny, and
that are tragic.
Fully understand why Mom's friend walked out of this, and why I knew what happened. I knew how this movie played out, because everyone always talks about how weird and uncomfortable this movie is, and I knew what happened. I knew what Carrie Elwes did, but it's so weirdly presented in this movie. It does, it's when you're like, oh, it's just Lindsay Lohan. So this is one of two. I'm gonna finish this with this. Trajectory of every child star. They do that movie where they want to be taken seriously as an adult. You know how they all do that? They all do that movie?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. This is one of two that came out.
You said that as a statement. It was not a question. Yes, I do. Yes, yeah. They do.
This was one of two of those that Lindsay Lohan did. There is another one. We're going to talk about it. And it came out the same year as this did. And yeah, this obviously, I think it bombed and it got trashed critically because everyone was like, it's got a weird tone problem, because it does have a weird tone problem. Lindsay Lohan is the best thing in this. The thing is, quite often, she's the best thing in an otherwise crap project. Like, she is honestly the best thing in this, but she acts very good, and like, I don't
well.
I don't think any of the performances in this are at fault. I truly think it's a writing thing, and I think if the point is he's a predator and that's what it's supposed to be about, you could do that without the weird detail that it was when she was 12. Like, that just was bridge too far. I don't like that kind of violence at the best of times.
Yeah.
But that was the bridge too far. Where I'm like, hey, you could a rewrite on this could have maybe made this less weird. Also, apparently Lindsay Lohan was I think this is the one where she's doing drugs at this point, so she's crazy rail thin, and like she was I think she was on. I'm pretty sure this was when she was on drugs. So like a lot of the backstory of this is like she was like to set and a difficult person to work with, and this was when she was like sort of at her most controversial as a figure. This is kind of at that. This was 2007, I believe.
Got it.
Also,
do you have any final thoughts on this uncomfortable movie?
It's probably I'll let you decide if here's going to be my question going forward for the have-not scenes. I think, it's going to be up to you to decide which next of, including this one, these next 3 movies are the most uncomfortable. I will ask you again at the end.
So far, this one takes the cake.
That's fair. That's it for Georgia Rules.
So
I don't think there's any fans of that movie.
Now we move on to have scenes. And this is much more fun than the last 2 ones we talked about. Yeah. I watched Zombieland. Yeah, it's funny. For the longest time, I don't know why. I think it's because she's just so like. I didn't realize that was Emma Stone for the longest time. Because, like, my brain, Emma Stone is, like, the next movie we're going to talk about, Emma Stone. Like, that's, like, sassy and, like, not hard-edged. Sassy, goofy, sarcastic.
Yeah. She's quite hard-edged in this movie.
She is in this. Like, she is still
but in
sassy.
a different way. She got a bit more of an edge to her. But that's the consequence of living in a world with zombies.
Exactly. I was just going to say, this is Emma Stone if she lived through the zombie apocalypse. See, what impresses me about this movie is how, really, in terms of characters... 5 if you count Bill Murray, but there's really only 4 characters in this movie.
That is true. Yeah, there really is only 5 if you count Bill Murray, and
I mean, again, 6 if you count the girl in the flashback of the start of the zombie apocalypse with what's his name's character, Jesse Eisenberg's character, his room or his one of his neighbors comes in or whatever, and she's technically a character, but
my question for Zombieland. Because they kept trying to make Zombieland a thing. like multiple times they've tried to make Zombieland a thing. Like there's a TV show. They made a
Wasn't there a
sequel.
game?
Huh?
I said, wasn't there a game?
I don't. There might have been a shitty mobile game. I do have a now that you said that.
I have a vague recollection of there being some sort of game.
I think it's a mobile game, but I think you're right. I do have a memory of being like, really? But no, there's a TV show that's based off of this that apparently is like 3 episodes long. It's terrible, yeah. And they made a sequel, which is apparently also not very good. I've never seen it.
I've seen the sequel. I believe I've seen the sequel, and it was fine. I'm not confident enough to say for sure.
But like,
it is funny though, because on this Wikipedia, there is a specific section which is the rules.
Yeah.
And what
are the rules, Jordan?
I mean, do you want me to read them all? There's 49.
Oh, that's too many rules. Read me the top 3.
I'll do the top 10. Number 1, cardio. Number 2, double tap. Number 3, beware of bathrooms. Number 4, seat belts. Number 5, no attachments. Number 6, cast iron skillet. Number 7, travel light. Number 8, get a kick-ass partner. Number 9, with your bare hands. Number 10, don't swing low.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of these. I still say double tap. In video games, I double tap.
And then there's my personal favorite, which is number 17, don't be a hero. Which Columbus later changes the rule to be a hero at the end of the amusement park.
Yeah, I seatbelts. I would go seatbelts and double tap. Every time I play a video game, I always double tap everything. You always double tap.
You got to double tap, especially in a horror game.
You always double tap because they're gonna leap up. They're gonna come back at you. They're not gonna be dead. That movie was very successful. Yeah, it's really one of those ones that feels like it should have been more of a cultural presence than it was. Like I quote it. I quote that movie. That movie I still remember it, but it just it never took off as a franchise. I think it's because by the time Zombieland came out, I think like the zombie genre had
were kind of played.
They become kind of played out. To be fair, I've never seen. Well, that's not true. I generally speaking don't care for zombies. Like in terms as a narrative device, I don't like them. Like I don't care for me.
It's very it's very hit or miss.
It's hit or miss. But like my friends tried to get me to watch like the first episode of The Walking Dead, and I was like, this is doing nothing for me.
Yeah, like so for
I
me,
quite liked Night of the Living Dead.
For me, it's very hit or miss. So like for example, I never really got into The Walking Dead, but I really like and of course I'm gonna look like a jackass and not be able to think of the name of it. But I like the zombie video game series where the first one you're at Willamette Mall, the second one you're in Las Vegas, and it's Capcom. I'm gonna look like a jackass and not be able to.
Not Left 4 Dead. Dead Rising.
Dead Rising, that was it. I also like Left 4 Dead.
I enjoy Left 4 Dead. But, that game's one of my favorites.
But so yeah, for me it's very hit or miss, where it's like it's gotta be done right. And I like this. I like this one.
Big team up doing Left 4 Dead 2. That was fun. I'd be like, said that was fun.
That one was fun because in I really love how in Left 4 Dead 2, how there's the map where you run into the people from Left 4 Dead 1.
Yeah, that was
always really fun for me.
That was really neat. There's DLC where you can play the guys from Left 4 Dead 1 in that scenario where you them. Yeah, that was one of the episodes.
Oh, interesting. But what I really liked about Zombieland, and I think part of why it holds a fondness in my heart, is because like a lot of zombie movies, they go for like the serious, like it's the scary, like kind of like like intense kind of thing, horror scenario. And this very much is a comedy.
Yeah.
Like this is played for laughs, like it's silly and goofy, That's one of the things that I most like about it. Now, I really like Emma Stone's character in this.
I do too.
And I think that she's genuinely a lot of fun. However, there's always got to be a but.
But
she's for someone who is so smart in this movie, like character-wise, she tricks Jesse Eisenberg and Woody Harrelson's characters like multiple
Yeah, maybe
times.
don't turn on the entire amusement park.
Maybe don't turn on the entire amusement park and like maybe turn on like one ride at a
Right.
time. And certainly maybe don't leave all your guns in the Hummer and then have the Hummer drive into the river.
I mean, at the very least, have a handgun. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, they did carry, I think they had like a gun on them, but um my point was more like if you're gonna get on like the pirate ride, you know, the zombies aren't gonna come along and steal your guns. Maybe instead of hiding the guns all in the vehicle, like hide some of them off to the side or something. You know, like
I'm just
like,
saying. I'm
like
just saying.
place them so there's options is kind of my point.
That's what I'm saying.
But I mean, yeah, what else can you say about this movie? Had a budget of $23.6 million, and the box office, Justin, you want to guess?
$100 bajillion.
Oh, that's way too much. It was 102.4 million.
That's a lot of
Justin.
that's a lot of millions.
So it did well, and there's a reason why it got a sequel. Is there anything
like a decade
else? Anything else interesting I can say about it?
Very successful franchise. They tried to make it a thing, and it just never.
Oh, I mean, there's the fact that the main characters never use each other's names, identify using like places that they're going or where they came from, Columbus, Tallahassee, Wichita, Little Rock, and casting. Harrelson accepted the role on 4 conditions, 2 of which were about casting and crew. Third condition required the film to have an environmentally conscious set, and the 4th condition required that the director will not eat dairy products for a week.
Huh. Well, all right then. Join us
Which
at
is
Zombieland.
random. Huh. Interesting. So the cameo role, which ended up being Bill Murray, was originally written for Patrick Swayze.
All right.
As a zombified dancing character.
All right.
Which is funny. Is there anything other interesting? No, not really. I like Zombieland. It's a lot of fun.
It is pretty fun. So, this next section...
So what bummer movie are you going to tell us about next, Justin? How are you going to bring the mood down from the fun, chaotic Zombieland energy that we had into some bummer movie that you're going to tell us about?
This is the good part of the crap sandwich we talked. Remember how we talked about the crap sandwich? It's a reverse crap sandwich. So the stuff in the middle is actually good. It's the outside of the crap sandwich that sucks, Jordan.
All right.
Are you getting the metaphor of the crap sandwich? So I'm dubbing this next section. I'm not a 16-year-old girl, and I never was. My first movie is a movie called Mean Girls. Jordan, perhaps you've heard of it.
I have memories of that movie.
The thing about a lot of these Lindsay Lohan movies is, they very much came out when I was in high school. So like. The number one thing I remember about watching this movie when I was in high school was being like, this is not what high school is like. Like, it's just but to be completely fair,
see, my teenage thoughts at the time were not even that sophisticated.
Well, I mean, yes, obviously they were awooga. I mean, come on.
My teenage thoughts were more along the lines of
Va-va-voom.
Man, she's pretty.
Yes, it was awooga, obviously, but I wasn't gonna say that, Jordan. I wasn't gonna say that. I wasn't gonna reduce it down to like a sound like awooga, Jordan. You did that, not me. You made it weird this time. That was all you.
I didn't make the awooga noise. I said
it was in your head though. It was in your head, the awooga noise.
I said that my teenage self thought she was pretty.
Yeah, you thought va-va-voom.
I mean, Jordan, I think a lot of teenage. It's okay. I think a lot of teenage boys.
We were teenage boys when that movie came out. It was okay back then, and I'm pretty sure she was fully an adult. At least I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna double check this. Pretty sure the original Mean Girls came out in 2004. Yeah, I was 14 when that movie came out. So number one thing is Now, to be fair, I'm Canadian. Perhaps Canadian high schools are just different than American high schools, but very much I just remember being like, this is not what high school is like.
I can't make that joke. Sorry, keep
No,
going.
that's too dark. That's too dark. That's too dark.
I can't make that
Not.
joke.
It's definitely not high American. I'm more meant in the social aspect, not in that aspect. I just remember that was
We're definitely not American.
now as an adult,
Oh, I'm a horrible person.
this movie is problematic. There's a lot of problematic shit in this movie that just
You don't say.
The number one being just how many times Regina George says the R word. Like, I'm not gonna say it. She says it a lot.
I'm not like a regular mom. I'm a cool mom.
Yeah,
okay?
like that character confuses me because I'm just like, at what point did you decide to become a sycophantic friend to your child? Like, when does that happen? Like, at what age do you're like, I'm going to be my friends with my child instead of an actual parent? Like, how does that transformation happen?
She probably always was.
Also,
I don't think Justin, it's bold of you to think that a transformation happened. I don't think a transformation happened. I think it was just always that way.
Katie coming from Africa is one of the most pointless things they could have done. It's just there to do like 3 racist jokes. It's there to do the initial racist joke when she shows up at the school and they're like, "Oh, Katie Heron," and then it cuts to the one African girl and she starts speaking to her, trying to speak to her in Swahili. She's like, that first race joke is when she first shows up to school. She sees the African girl, she starts to talk to her in Swahili or whatever, and she's like, "I'm from Michigan." And then it does the other joke where
about the watering hole.
The watering hole. It does the joke where it's the teacher thinks that Katie is the black chick, and that's it. Otherwise, the entire bit of her not knowing anything could be purely accomplished by her just being homeschooled. Like, there's a couple, and then there's a couple of jokes about them being animals that you could do, that they do. But there's 3 jokes about specifically them thinking she's a black girl.
3 jokes about them being animals, which I again feel like she could just make that joke or comparison, even if she was just normally homeschooled.
Those jokes I don't think are racist though. I'm talking specifically.
No. I'm just saying they're not necessary.
Yeah, no, yeah, you know exactly. They exist as a vehicle for those racist jokes, and those additional jokes also would go as a consequence, and they also don't need to be there. Yes, I agree with you on that. There's also a weird. Here's the thing, right? As an adult, I'm like the notion that 16-year-olds are having sex is weird to me. That's maybe me.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable.
I understand that it probably happens. They definitely probably do it. It makes me uncomfortable. So like, that's always going to be a part of this. That makes me uncomfortable. It just is. There's a lot of weird sex jokes that are weird to me. But the weirdest one is there's a joke where the coach is making out with 2 Asian girls who he's dating both of them. And so, and again, it's all in service of an exceptionally weird joke at the end of the movie, where Tina Fey is trying to push Lindsay, because Lindsay Lohan is pretending to I actually remember the character's name, is pretending to fail, so she can get with the boy, and Tina Fey's like, "I could tell you're faking it. You don't need to fake for guys to like you. You can just be yourself or whatever." And she's I'm a pusher, and she's like, she probably pushes drugs. And there's the really weird joke at the end of the movie where it's like, being that the coach actually was hooking up with a minor, we have to investigate the teacher selling drugs. And that's the only reason why the coach is with the minor. But once again, you could cut out that joke. Like, you could cut out that joke. It's not really necessary. It's not really, but that could just be because, again, this movie came out in 2004. It was a different time. It was just the sense of humor we had back then. Man, it's like, when you're like, oh, back then, 2004, it doesn't feel like that, but it is. That was 20 years ago. Like, times were just different back then.
It is the equivalent, joking aside, it is the equivalent for kids nowadays as if we watched movies from the 80s
when we were kids.
Or the 70s, like when we were kids.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, but they didn't have the concept of, oh, this aged poorly back then. But I
just mean in terms of time frame.
Oh, that's it. The weird dance they do, the weird inappropriate dance they do at the
talent fair,
at the talent show, where you're like, as a teenager, I'm like, this is awesome. As an adult, I'm like, somebody put a sweater on them.
Why?
Who okayed this?
Why are you allowing this?
This is so inappropriate.
This.
Right?
Like not the dance itself, but the outfits they're wearing.
Even
Why?
the dance itself is too sexual. But okay, yeah, I'm not a total prude. It's really just the outfits. Who okayed this?
Yeah, like if
Who
they were in
okayed
Christmas,
this?
if they were in Christmas sweaters and they did the dance, it
They
would
do
be
it
less.
every year, Jordan. It's weird.
I know.
It's weird. The other thing that it's funny because I don't know how I didn't miss it, but it's a joke I really kind of thought was, I appreciated it more, and I don't know if they do it in the musical. And I could see how some people might not like it, but I did think the subversion that, and maybe the bit is that maybe she's not that the best friend character, the one who you think is a lesbian the whole movie. In the end,
the fact that she's not.
She's not a lesbian. I thought that's kind of a clever twist, but also if you like identify with that character, I could see how that might be kind of a rug pull you don't enjoy.
Yeah. I'm largely indifferent in that front.
But I just thought it was kind of clever. Like, oh yeah, expecting her to no, she's the one who winds up in a relationship at the end. I thought that was clever. She doesn't even go here is also funny.
She doesn't even go here.
I mean, I'd be lying if I constantly didn't say stop making fetch happen in regards to things. People need to stop trying to make a thing. What else about Mean Girls?
Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's never going to be a thing.
It's never going to be a thing. I realized about
my favorite is the joke at the end where Regina gets hit by the bus and she's like, and that's how she died. No, I'm totally kidding.
I'm totally kidding. She lived somehow. Though she got hit full speed by a bus, she should be meat paste. It wasn't even going slow. She got hit at full speed. Like, she'd be paste.
Oh, she'd be. Certainly, every bone in her body would be broken. Right. She wouldn't just be wearing like a neck brace.
A neck brace. I also realized about midway through. Okay. I'll do it this way. Jordan, which character is Gretchen?
She's the friend of the main bad girl, not the one who does the boob weather thing.
Really? Oh, that's so okay. So you actually got it right. For the entire movie, I thought that Gretchen was the blonde one. I
don't remember. Ironically enough, I don't remember what her character name is.
What was her character? Shit, I don't remember. Either.
Gretchen is the one who falls into the crowd. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful because you hate me, or something like that, and falls into the crowd.
Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy now. Not Karen. Karen, not Karen. Karen. It's Karen. I'm pretty sure it's Karen. Yeah, it's Karen. Yeah. I thought that Karen was Gretchen and Gretchen was Karen, and it wasn't until about midway through the movie that I realized that I had them confused.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't like Tina. I don't necessarily like Tina Fey as a writer because a lot of the characters. I'm pretty sure she helped write. I'm pretty sure she wrote this. Oh, hold on, I might be wrong.
He might be wrong.
Yeah, it was. It was written by Tina Fey. I don't care for her. I don't care for her writing. Mostly, I don't like how she writes women. Ironically, she writes women to be really unrealistic and stupid. It's not so bad in this,
Vapid.
but not bad. No, just like no person talks like this. Kind of like it's hard to describe. Like it's way worse in Kimmy Schmidt. It's not so bad in this one, but just like this is not how people talk. Like this is not how people react to things. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to talk about Mean Girls. Yes.
Final thoughts.
I think it's aged badly. Really badly.
Did it age badly, or was it just always bad?
No, I guess just 2004 was a different time. That's the end.
Okay. All right. So, my next have seen is, if I'm being honest, the entire reason I picked Emma Stone because I wanted to watch this movie because I really like this movie. Came out in 2010. It's called Easy A.
I love Easy A. But I'm adopted. Who told you?
Who told you?
Guys, we were going to talk about this together.
God. It's
the best character in that movie is Stanley Tucci. Just hands down, it's Stanley Tucci. He has all the best lines.
Their entire family dynamic is the best part. Like when the gay character shows up to ask Olive to help lie or whatever, and the mom is like, he shows up and he's like, "Is Olive here?" And she's like, "I think we have an entire jar of them in the fridge." Or
No, I'm kidding. I know what you meant.
I know what you mean. You have a gentleman collar, and here I thought I was gonna have to spend my dowry on my widowing days. Gentleman collar.
My favorite from the Tooch. See, the Tooch is good in everything. Okay, even if the thing itself is not very good, the Tooch is phenomenal. We don't criticize the Tooch. The Tooch is amazing. And the Tooch has my favorite one of my favorite lines of all time, let alone in this movie, which is we all did it. That's cool. We did it in college.
I was gay once. I did it in college. We've all been there.
Like that.
No judgment.
No judgment. That if I ever have a son and he comes out as gay, I'm gonna be like all good. No judgment.
It's fine.
It's fine. We all did it.
This was written by I don't know who this is, but Burt V. Royal wrote it, and whoever they are wrote a fantastic movie.
That I saw that on that clip on TikTok once, where the bit of Stanley Tucci being like, "It's all good, we all did it." And there was like at least 2 or 3 angry comments like, "No, we didn't all do it." Dude, grow a sense of humor. Grow a sense of humor.
So, for those who don't know, who have not heard of this movie,
it's a very wait, hold on. I want to do it this way. It's a very loose adaptation of the Scarlet Letter.
I mean, it was partially.
Nobody in the audience knows what the Scarlet Letter is.
It was partially inspired by the Scarlet Letter. Basically, Emma Stone's character is harassed by Ali McCulka's character. Because she wanted her to go camping with her family, and Emma Stone didn't want to, so she lies about how she spent the weekend with this imaginary boy, college student.
When in reality, and Allie, she hung around all weekend singing "Pocket Full of Sunshine."
I got a pocket full of sunshine. And Ali McCulka is like, "Oh my God, you slept with him," and they're overheard by Amanda Bynes' character. As an aside note. You talk about people that went off the rails. I'm pretty sure this is one of the last movies before she went off the rails.
Oh, I don't want to talk about Amanda Bynes. I don't have nice things to say about her.
That was really my...
But then I feel bad for what happened to her. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about it. I already shit-talked enough female stars this week. That
was really my only comment. I'm
pretty sure, you're right. I'm pretty sure this is one of the last ones before she went,
Before she went off the rails.
No, that's not true. I think she might have... This is around the time she did Hairspray, so it's either this or Hairspray. But yes, this is one of the last ones. You know what?
She overhears and is like, you're a hussy, and then the rumor spreads that she slept with people or with the dude, and then she starts being a kind of Robin Hood, I guess, where she lies to make other people look better, and is like saying that she slept with them all when she didn't really, and it just spirals.
Technically speaking, what she's doing is very much prostitution. I'd like to point that out.
Not technically.
She's accepting payment. It is technically very much prostitution.
Well, it's not, because she's not doing anything. Technically,
no, it's I believe
prostitution. You have to actually do the act.
I don't want to say this wrong because I am wrong. I think all you have to do is have some form of contact and accept payment for it to count.
No, I believe technically.
I don't think any actual sexual.
I believe technically the thing that if she was to get charged for something, she would get charged for solicitation. Okay. She's soliciting.
Yeah, that is true. But yeah, I think in order for it to count as prostitution, I don't think you actually have to have sex. I'm pretty sure. But I could be wrong. I don't know enough.
Nearly well enough.
I don't know enough to be committed to it. But
to say for sure.
You're definitely right. It is solicitation. That I will agree with.
It's definitely solicitation.
Also, you're right. This was the last movie she did. Amanda Bynes. This was literally the last movie she did. She has not done a movie since.
That's what I thought.
She hasn't done anything since. Oh, that's not true. She did one episode of a podcast in 2023. That was the last thing.
But yeah, no, things go off the rails.
Poor Amanda Bynes.
She ends up taking the lie for the wife of her favorite teacher, and then she ends up,
Well, I mean, to be fair,
coming up
it's because
coming up with a plan to set the record straight, and also it's got Sandman in it, and he has about as much personality in this movie as he does in anything I've ever seen him in, which is to say, none.
Yeah, he really has no charisma. I've never. That's Thomas Hayden Church. He's in. I think he's in a Punisher movie where apparently he's quite good. But yeah, I've never seen him have any charisma in anything. You're right. He's always just kind of stoned.
He's just always dry and stoned.
But in this context, it's actually really funny. He's got these guys. His dry sense of humor is really funny. Also, you left out the bit where the reason why he lies for the teacher. It's not the teacher that he's lying for. It's the counselor. She's a counselor.
Whatever.
That's a big difference.
She's not. My point was more. No, she's not lying for the counselor's benefit.
No.
She doesn't like the counselor. She's lying for the teacher, her husband.
The reason why she's lying is because the counselor is sleeping with Amanda Bynes' boyfriend, who.
But my point was that if she wasn't the wife of her favorite teacher, she wouldn't have lied in that instance.
I'm saying you've left out the detail where the reason she's lying, or what she's lying about, is that the counselor gave Amanda
she gave Amanda Bynes' boyfriend characters chlamydia.
Chlamydia. I thought it was herpes for some reason. Chlamydia.
Nope, chlamydia.
And so in order for, so he claimed that he slept
that it was her.
Emma Stone.
With Olive.
Yeah, with Olive.
Yeah.
And so that's why that's what she's lying about. And that's
but my point was that she only did the lie because it was her favorite teacher's wife.
The reason why she agreed to it, the wife. I mean that does have one of my favorite lines.
No, the wife doesn't. The wife doesn't ask her to do it. The wife is like, I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to go confess, and then Olive is like, I could have chlamydia, which she would only have done that. Because
and then she double backs and she's like, "No, who would you believe?" And that's one of my favorite. Like, I think Lisa Kudrow is probably a good actress because that moment is quite good. Where she's like, "Who would you believe?
Who would you believe? Who would you believe? Who would you believe?"
That moment is like she's convincing herself more than she's convincing Olive. She's like, would you believe you? Would you believe you? No, you wouldn't believe you.
Who would you wouldn't believe you? Nobody would believe you. Have a nice day.
Right? Like, that movie's really good. And yes,
this movie is so good. It's got so many good movements.
Her doing the sexy dance is uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable.
I mean, because she's supposed to be a high school student. Yeah. She technically at this point, 2010. I don't know how old she would have been. Hold on, let's find out.
The ending. When I do have sex, it's none of your fucking business.
The most important thing is when I do it. It's nobody's goddamn business but my own.
Right.
Yeah, this had a budget of $8 million. You want to guess what it did at the box office?
20 million.
Ooh, it's higher than that.
All
you
right.
get one more guess.
30 million.
Nope, higher. 75 million.
Modest hit. Yeah,
75 million on an $8 million budget. That's pretty good.
The world needs more of these movies. Like, we need to bring these kinds of movies back where they're like, they're like low budget. They don't make a ton of money at the box office. Like, not every movie needs to make $100 million. I think we need to get over that. Like, I think we could do like a smaller budgeted $5 million. It makes, I think I've said this before, it makes $50 million at the box office, and that's fine. It makes its budget back and then some.
That makes sense. She was 21 in Easy A.
Yeah. So it's okay to think Emma Stone's hot. You're not allowed to think the character is hot.
You can't think the character is hot, but the actress was legal.
You're allowed to think that the actress is hot.
At the point in time when this came out, she was
She's an adult.
2 years older than me. 21, 2010. How old was I in 2010? 19? Yeah. I guess 2 years older than me.
She's only a year older than me? Really?
Well, yeah, hold on. I'll tell you what her birthday is.
I mean, we could just literally look up how old
she was born November 6th, 1988.
I mean, we could specifically find out how old she is just by typing...
She's 36 currently.
36 currently. So she's only a year older than me, really? I did not know that. I always thought she was older than me. By a lot.
No,
by at least 5 years. 6 years. Anyway.
So in all of those movies, when she was a teenager, she, was only a year older than you. So think about that. So yeah, that's Easy A. Definitely the favorite thing that I watched this week. Definitely the best thing I watched this week.
Oh,
In terms of this was her movie.
the
Like she's the
best.
star. She's the star in this movie. I can't say like, for example,
It's
I can't
tough.
say
Best is
Superbad.
tough.
I can't say Superbad was the best Emma Stone movie because she's
No.
just a tertiary character in that.
Probably Mean Girls. It's probably Mean Girls. I don't know.
I
That's
would,
tough.
for me, I would say this is
It's
the
either
best one that I
Mean
watched.
Girls or Herbie Fully Loaded because I don't the Disney Channel. Look, it's not fair, but the Disney Channel movies aren't really competing, and just My Luck and Georgia Rule were really bad, and the next two are even worse. Uh, this
So
one's
yeah,
alright.
that was my last have seen.
So this movie,
Is brought to you by the Arte Misfires.
it's called my next one. This is another one of our Disney ones. I don't think we're gonna ask the question. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask the question on the other ones. Could you redo that with adult Lindsay Lohan? And you totally could. This one I don't know if you could,
Uh,
but
Most
um,
of them, yes. The uncomfortable
no,
one
the uncomfortable ones no.
should never,
Um,
never, ever, ever be
but
done.
this movie is called Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen, and this is
I
another one.
I haven't watched that one in years.
I convinced myself that I like this movie, and
I don't really remember very much about it,
I
if I'm being
think I
honest.
just like the music video for the song.
I was gonna say that's the biggest thing I remember about the movie
I
is that
just
song.
really liked the music video for the song because I had a, as previously stated, massive crush on Lindsay Lohan. So I just watched that. So when I was watching this, I was like, I kind of hate this, but then it kind of picked it up. Initially
So
I hated it.
refresh me. What is it about again?
So
Like, what
Lindsay
is
Lohan is exactly what the title says, a drama queen who is
Right.
like a very theatrical kid who gets moved from New York City to New Jersey, and she's going to a new school, and she's really into this band. And she's really obsessed with being an actress and like with this band, and her whole thing is she is a compulsive liar. She's sort of like trying to think of a way to
Yes.
say this without saying who it actually is, but you'll know who I mean immediately. That guy we know.
the one who stole our GameCube?
That guy, yeah. She's like him, where she says just really obvious things that are obviously a lie, but she's a child, so she doesn't really know better. Kind of, yeah. So like, when she initially moves to town, she concocts this elaborate backstory where, like, her parents, her dad died in this like tragic motorcycle accident, and her mom and dad had like a whirlwind romance, and and she says like Megan Fox is also in this movie, and she's like the rival mean girl or whatever, and her dad is the lawyer for this band that they all like. And so Lindsay Lohan like, yeah, well, my one of my parents also works with the band and knows them personally, and those kind of lies. And so the band that they're into announce that they're breaking up, and he's he's kind of like, they're kind of like a, I don't know, like a boy band One Direction-y kind of thing, and they're
Like a Backstreet Boys?
kind of, but they're British, so it's more Beatles, but not really the Beatles. The main guy kind of reads a bit like Mick Jagger, but anyway, they break up. There's this big breakup, and it's announced that they're gonna have a final farewell concert, and after the concert, they are going to have an after party, and Lindsay Lohan says
Oh yeah,
to
it sounds familiar.
Megan Fox that, yeah, I will never refer to characters by their character names, only ever the actors, because I never remember their names. 9 movies, I'm never gonna remember characters'
Megan
names.
Fox. Oh, that I didn't.
Yeah, it's like one of her first movies, I think. But yeah, she convinces Megan Fox that they're gonna go to this concert and they're gonna be at this party. And so, with the help of this girl, this best friend, Lindsay Lohan's new best friend, who they bond over the mutual love of this band, and Lindsay Lohan convinces her of this backstory or whatever.
Doesn't she steal a dress from the drama club or
Yeah,
something?
yeah. So she, in the meantime, has auditioned for, and I learned this. I didn't know this. She, because I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure the big plot of this is they do My Fair Lady, and they're like, oh yeah, no, we're auditioning for Pygmalion, and I'm like, what the fuck is Pygmalion? I thought it was My Fair Lady because the big thing is it's Eliza Rocks, and that's why I found out Pygmalion is the name of the play. My Fair Lady is the name of the movie. So it's the same thing. Yeah. So I'm like, how could you possibly? Because the whole bit is Megan Fox goes to the drama teacher, who's the whole joke is she's super nice, but like when it comes to the play, she's like a horrible dictator, like just really mean and like neurotic,
very
and,
controlling,
like, very controlling. Yeah. And so Megan Fox convinces her to do an updated version of it, and I'm like, how do you do a modern version of Pygmalion? That whole thing is baked with sexism. Like, it doesn't, like, there's no way you can do a version of Pygmalion or My Fair Lady in the modern day, in my opinion. Like, me and Haley talked about how that is one of the most dated musicals of all time. Like, the whole bit is he treats her like shit. That's the whole bit. Why would you want to do that in high school? Anyway, so they all audition.
I can't help you there. I know nothing about that.
It's you know the rough story of it. It's the guy. The girl doesn't speak English. There's an episode of Family Guy where they make fun of it. But the girl doesn't speak English very well, and the guy says he's going to teach her how to speak well. On Family Guy, it's the wife of the knife is... yeah, that's making fun of My Fair Lady.
Got it.
I think she's got it. Yeah, it's actually the
wife of the life is
rain on the plains is
the rain on the plain is needed in Spain.
Yeah, the rain in Spain falls firmly on the plain, I think is what it is. Anyway,
something
so
like
she
that.
winds up playing Eliza, and what you're thinking of is, she steals the dress, or she attempts to steal the dress.
Borrow
the
dress
so they can go to the concert. And initially, like, she goes to the mom, it's like, we need to go to this concert. Initially they decide that they're just gonna sneak off and do it, and the friend freaks out. She's like, I can't lie, like I can't lie to my parents, like I can't do this, whatever. And so
this is gonna maybe make me sound like a bad person, but it's so weird to picture Megan Fox as like the goody two shoes character.
Oh no, she's not the good. She's basically Regina George. That's the character.
Oh. But you said that she's the one that doesn't want to lie and doesn't want to sneak off and doesn't want
to. Lindsay Lohan is a best friend character that's a blonde hair. Megan Fox is the bad guy. She's the villain. Okay. She's the villain. No.
That tracks.
Yeah. Lindsay Lohan has the like leather pants and everything. Like, yeah, Lindsay Lohan has another girl best friend who has blonde hair, and she's like her sidekick or whatever, basically.
Got it. Okay.
And she initially convinces her to sneak into town on their own. And she doesn't want to do that. She's freaking out. And she goes to the mom, and like, what if you drop us off at the train station, like in the broad daylight, and her parents pick us up and the thing, and they go to talk to the parents, and her parents are like, yeah, sure, all right, we'll drop you off at the concert, and you can meet us at the hotel afterwards. That's all cool. Why didn't you ask sooner? And you're like, yeah, the parents are being very reasonable. Like, initially the mom talks to the dad because Lindsay Lohan's like, I need to see this concert or my life will end, because her whole bit is she's highly dramatic, hence the teenage drama queen.
That's right.
The mom's like, okay, so the mom's turns out that the dad's not dead and that the parents are just divorced and the dad lives in the city. So she phones the dad and is like, yeah, your daughter.
Did I say he was dead? I meant he was dead to me.
No, that's the whole thing. Is they have a very good relationship. It's what's so funny. She's like, yeah, she has the dad on the phone. It's like, yeah, okay, so your dad's willing to take you to the concert if you want. It's like, no, I can't go with my dad. That would be mortifying. And so the only reason why that happens is to facilitate them not getting the ticket, so they don't get the tickets. And Lindsay Lohan's like, oh, it's fine. We'll just buy it from scalpers at the thing. It'll be fine. And then they wind up leaving the money for the scalpers on the train, And so they try to sneak into the concert. There's a really funny bit where they just try to, like, all you gotta do is just casually walk past the person at the ticket taker or whatever, and just act confident. You'll get in, no problem. And the blonde girl gets in, but Lindsay Lohan doesn't. And the blonde girl is obviously panicking because she doesn't want to lie. So instead of just letting her in the back door, which would have worked so much better, Lindsay Lohan tries again to sneak past the guy who's already rejected her by pretending that her friend who already got in was sick. She's like, I need to get in, she's sick. And then they both get kicked out. And so they decide that they're going to go to this party, that the after party. They're going to now try to get into the after party. And they're like walking to this after party. And this guy's following them with a dog. And you're like, well, that's obviously the dad. And it turns out, yeah, big shock, big twist. It's the dad. And the dad's been tasked with following her by the mom. Your mom didn't trust you, so I'm going to follow you. And she's like, Dad, you got to beat it. And
turns out that was the correct choice.
Right. Well, and so she's like, when she sees the guy, she's like, oh, she sees him and she kind of recognizes him. She's like, oh, I'll go talk to New York to him to get him to leave us alone. And so, yeah, that's when you find out that's her dad. It's like, Dad, you got to stop following us. It's so uncool. You're freaking my friend out. You're scaring her. And they wind up at the party, and they try to get in, but they can't get into they won't let him into the party, whatever. And they see the lead singer, the guy who they both absolutely love, get kicked out of the party. And the rest of the band's like, we're happy. We never have to fucking deal with you again. And they find him, and he's passed out, half passed out in like the alleyway, and he's drunk, like full bore drunk. And I was pretty impressed by that, because I was like, wow, this is a Disney movie. Interesting. And they take him to like a diner or whatever.
Disney movies back in the day were a different beast.
I know. This isn't even back in the day, though. This is like 2005, 2006 or whatever.
That's still the border...
2000. It must have been 2000 because it's pre-Beatles.
Yeah, that's still borderline of back in the
I
day.
guess that is true. But so they take him to a diner.
2000? That's like 25 years ago, man.
That's true. But they take him to a diner. They try to sober him up because they want to talk to him about his lyrics and his music and how his artistry.
Yeah, they want to, be fans.
Yeah. And, well, no, they're so much more than fans. They understand him on a spiritual level.
Sure.
And
okay.
He ends up tossing a burger or something at a cop's head, and they get arrested. And they wind up at the police station. And the lead singer recognizes the dad's dog. It turns out that the dog is famous, and the lead singer is a big fan. He's a big fan of this dog and the dad. And it's never explained. It's never brought up again. They never say why the parents are divorced. It seems like the dad's a writer of a famous series of dog books, and they never go into it. But the lead singer of this band is a big fan, and so he invites them back to the party. So they end up getting in the party anyway, with the dad being there. So everything they do is all on the up and up. Like, it's all perfectly allowed. The dad gives permission, like they're in the party. Initially, the dad comes to pick them up from the police station, and the friend's like, "Oh my God, it's the guy who's following us. He's a big creep." And Lindsay Lohan's like, "No, that's my dad." Oh, that's it. When they take him into the police station, they're asking for their information. And the girl who's freaking out, she gives all my parents are at this hotel, this is who I am, blah, 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 blah. And she's like freaking out. And then Lindsay Lohan's like, it's no big deal, whatever. And then she gives her dad, my dad lives here, and this is my dad's. And the friend's like, what? You said your dad was dead.
Your dad's like, no, dead. What are you talking about?
He lives in a rent-controlled apartment on such and such street. And I can see her leg. There you go. We don't want to flash any leg on this show.
Don't we?
No, we don't. And so, so they get into the party, and so on the way to the party, they get drenched. It starts to piss with rain, and they get drenched, and the dress gets wet and soaked and ruined. And so the singer has their clothes laundered and cleaned or whatever, and they wear his clothes, and they're hanging out in his bedroom and partying or playing around, jumping on his bed or whatever. And he eventually pulls the Lindsay Lohan character aside and is basically like, whatever you want, basically I'll do, because I owe you for saving me. And she's like, I want to talk about your music. And he drunk, and he can't really, he's not really all that coherent, he doesn't really say anything. And she's like, I want to talk to you about your music, but I realize that now I can't do it. And he's like, why? What do you mean? It's because you're filthy drunk. And then she walks away. And the acting's like solid between not only him but her. And there's another one of those moments where I'm like, yeah, she's too good for these movies. Like, she has a talent that we never tapped, which is such a shame, which is such a crying shame. She was better than I think the material she was in. So then, yeah, they party at this party and hang out with this singer or whatever. And the whole
there's an alternate reality where she adopted a baby and is a super strong actress.
Right. And so the whole thing is like, they're like, oh, we're gonna see you at this party and we're gonna take a picture with you, whatever. And they see Megan Fox, who's at this party, and they wave at her and she looks shocked. And they go back to school and prepare with the story. I'm like, okay, yeah, now's when you fully like. The best friend's like, we don't need to prove anything. We we know it happened and that's good enough. And I'm like, nah, dog, this is the time. This is the time where you embellish. Like, this is the time where you throw a little, oh yeah, my dad's friends with this guy and we hung out all night long because
in his room, on his bed.
Because it's like, it's technically true. And also they never say how old this singer is, but she says that she wants to look like she's 25. And she's 15. And she wants to, her whole thing, she's like, I'm future Mrs. whatever. And it's weird. And
it's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a
trap, boy. It's a trap. I don't think he's going to go with the minor. I don't think he's going to do it. And so anyway, so they go back to school and they triumphantly go up to Megan Fox like, yeah, we saw you at that party. And she's like, no, you didn't. And she's like, what? And irony of irony, the one time she's telling the truth, Megan Fox calls her a liar. And she's like, yeah, your dad's alive and all this shit. And you're just a big friggin' liar. You lied. You're a liar. And this causes Lindsay Lohan to have like a crisis of faith or in herself, where she's basically like, I give up. The one time I do tell the truth, nobody believes me. Yada 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 yada. And the girl is like, I basically convinces her. And then she goes off. And the last 15 minutes of this movie is a musical, randomly. It's just a musical. It's they show you full scenes from that Pygmalion musical that they were working on the whole show, and that it ends with her doing the. And it's funny because I don't remember the song actually being in the movie, but the drama queen song is the ending song of the musical. So the bit where she raps in the song, that's actually in the movie. I don't know why I'm doing that. That's the dance move. But yeah, I didn't remember it being in the movie.
Drama queen. That girl was me.
Yeah, that's the only thing I remember liking about that. But yeah, it was fair. So yeah, so after that happens, they're having a big after party at Megan Fox's house, and he shows up at her place now sober, and she's like, Megan Fox is like, holy shit, you're at my house, such and such, you're at my house, I can't believe you're at my house. And
holy hell, what the hell are you doing here?
And he's like, yeah, I'm here to see Lindsay Lohan. And he walks in basically, he's like, earlier she's like, why did I leave my necklace at his place? And he said he was gonna give it. He's friends with my dad now, like they're gonna work on a thing, like he's gonna bring me back my necklace. And so he or he's gonna ship me back my necklace, they're gonna send it in a limo or whatever. And so then at the end, he shows up personally delivering her necklace, and it's framed romantically. And he's like, "Oh man, I have this." He shows up and he's now sober. He's like, "Yeah, a girl said that I was a drunk, and I didn't like that, so I got sober again." And they have a weird romantic dance where she realizes she's into this guy that's been in the movie the whole time, who I didn't mention because he wasn't important. But the dance is framed as romantic, but so far as I can tell. I mean, he has to be an adult. If he's a drunk, that means he's definitely over 21. So he's too old. But the scene
unless his bandmates have been smuggling him alcohol, which is a crime.
Right. So he's definitely an adult, and she's definitely a child, and the scene's definitely framed as being romantic, and it was kind of weird. Other than that, though, yeah, I certainly was probably the most fun I had watching one of these. But
maybe the intention was supposed to be it's like a younger sister.
Maybe
thing.
I don't know. It read romantic, but yeah, I will say, I think I had the most fun. But I think it's because when I watched this when I was a kid, I was 12 or 13, so I just have a different a different sort of memory of it. Like, it's very much a nostalgia thing for me, but probably Mean Girls was the better movie. I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's fair.
But
Fair.
that's it.
I understand.
Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen. A hopped up everyday wannabe. That's the end of that.
Okay.
That's the end of the good parts of the shit sandwich.
Oh. Okay. So now we move on to the have-not scenes, and I'm gonna catch shit for this one. I watched the first have-not scene that I watched is La La Land.
La 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 la.
So
La
you know
la
how
la 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 la.
Are you done?
La 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 la.
Are you done?
La la.
All right.
La.
Are you good? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. La 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 la. I'm kidding.
You know how in the past we have discussed how certain movies just weren't made for you?
Yep.
I think this is one of those. Also, and this is, I guess, maybe an interesting question, which I'm going to phrase. When it comes to romantic relationships, how much of an age gap do you think is too big of an age gap before it becomes weird?
Oh. I don't know. I think it's kind of an individual basis thing.
Like
me.
5 years? 6 years?
7
7 years?
Maybe 10. I don't have a firm number on that answer.
So, because the reason why I asked is Emma Stone,
Just
as previously
be honest.
discussed, is like 36, right? I looked it up. Ryan Gosling, the person who she's supposed to have like a romantic interest in this movie, is 8 years older than her. Is that too? Is that too big? Is that weird? It felt weird to me.
I think I saw someone say if they were in elementary school when you were in high school, it's too weird. But I don't know. I wouldn't. The thing I hate about questions like this is it removes agency from women, and I hate doing that. So for me to be like, no, I don't think that you should date someone who's 18 when you're 28. That to me removes the option of asking the 18-year-old what they think, and I don't think that's right.
I agree. So here's my.
It depends on I guess it depends on the nature of their relationship beforehand.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. My addition to that statement would be, once both parties are older than whatever your age in question is. For me, it would be 25. 25, 26, somewhere in that range. Once both parties are past that age gap, I mean, unless they're like 20 to 30 years apart, that's always gonna be weird. But
my caveat to that, just real quick, not to interrupt, just my caveat to that, where there is kind of an inverse though, where like not like a 30-year-old dating a 70-year-old, to me feels, depending on the context, feels weird, because it feels like the 27-year-old may be taking advantage of the 70-year-old financially speaking. And that goes for men and women.
Yeah.
That goes for men and women. That's not a gold digging comment. I'm just saying.
That's where I say, for me, like when it's a 20-year gap, 20 to 30-year gap, that's when that kind of comes into play in both directions.
I think it's very context sensitive for me.
But anyways, so this movie I found incredibly boring. Musical. It's a musical.
Yeah, isn't it like an old school like homage to like 1950s musicals kind of musical?
I guess. I don't know.
Because that's like it's not a modern in terms of it's, because like I've seen clips from it and none of the music interested me, because it reminded me of like a real old school, like, I don't know how else to describe it. Not like a modern. It's got guitar in there and it's a little more
jazz.
More
jazz.
Yeah, more jazzy kind of. Yeah, like I've watched this movie before, like from the 1960s or 70s. It's one of those.
All I know is that ultimately it was one of those things where it was like I didn't love the music. Like there wasn't any bops that really brought me in or caught my interest.
So you're saying it doesn't deserve to win the Oscar?
I wouldn't give it one.
I don't know if it won. I'm pretty sure it got not. I think this is the one where Moonlight, they did the whole. No, we're wrong. Moonlight won. I'm pretty sure.
It's one of those movies where it's like I can see why people like it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I can
It's just not for me.
understand. I can understand what makes it successful and what makes people enjoy it. It's just not for me. Um, I personally found it dry.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's the with La La Land. It almost won and then it was like, no, it was Moonlight that actually won. It's very much. It's one of those movies where I've heard people say it's like about L.A. So like if you're from LA, you quite like it.
Yeah, like it's very much about like the point is like he's trying to be successful at jazz, she's trying to be successful as an actress.
Yeah, it's about
and
Hollywood.
Like
is what it's about.
they come across each other, they have a spark, they love each other, and ultimately they don't end up together. And there's like a time jump where I think from what I remember, she's like married and has a kid or whatever.
I like the fact that they don't wind up together.
She comes across his she comes across his jazz restaurant that he's opened, and like they see each other and they nod at each other and like acknowledge each other and smile at each other, and like it's like, but they don't end up together.
I like the fact that they don't wind up together. That's a fun subversion. That's interesting. That makes it interesting.
Yeah. To me. And it's one of those things. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where it's like I can see why it's like.
I see the appeal, but it's not for me.
It just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, no, it gave me that vibe. It's one of those ones that's on my list. I want to watch it one day.
It had a budget of $30 million, and it had a box office of $472 million.
Yeah, it was a shit ton of Oscars. Like, it was a very successful movie.
It was very successful, but it just didn't do it for me, and I don't.
I've seen clips from it, and like, okay, here's my question: is it a musical or is it a movie about music?
It's a musical. They sing. There's a musical.
They're straight up, but is it like they're singing songs that they okay, maybe I put this.
Wikipedia calls it a American musical romantic comedy drama.
Wikipedia is gonna call it a musical because it's got music in it. But what I mean is like are the musical numbers just songs that they're singing, or is it diegetic or non-diegetic?
I mean, they're singing to each other about stuff. I don't know. The songs didn't stick out in my mind well enough to be able to answer that question.
I might have to watch it then, because that's my question about that movie. That's what's prevented me from watching it. It just looks like it's a boring movie about jazz music. It doesn't look like it's a particularly interesting.
What I will say is there was a Broadway musical adaptation. So
it has been made into a musical, because maybe it is straight. Yeah, I'm gonna have to contrive a reason to watch it. Maybe when we do, because I'm pretty sure.
And there is a theatrical spin-off which is called So Long Boulder City.
I'm gonna have to find a way to Jordan, do you have anything else you'd like to say about La La Land?
Maybe I'll have to force you to watch this one, and you can tell me why it's actually a good musical.
Should I add it to the list?
I think you should add it to the list.
We're adding it to the list right now, live right now. We're adding it to the list
because you tend to like musicals more than I do.
I do enjoy musicals.
Like boring musicals, I mean.
Really?
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay. I can't think of anything specific.
I mean, you're the one who forced me to watch A Man Who Didn't Like Musicals. You're the guy who got me to watch that other one that
currently, Jordan,
Star People did.
We're actually I think it's because I've used more words to describe mine, but we are. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we each need to get 4 more, and I need to get 3 more.
Okay, it'll come.
It'll come slowly. And even then, I'm pretty sure there's more that need to be added to your list that I cannot think of.
I think so. I think there's somewhere I want you to watch.
There's at least one more.
But I can't think of it specifically off the top of my head.
I'm just gonna say it though. You're probably gonna have a way worse time than me.
That's not cool.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Also on your list, you get 1 Sex in the City.
Oh yeah, no, just the first one.
Only one.
No,
you get one.
Just the first one. We're not doing both. Just the first one.
Because I will not do both in one go.
You could pick. No, not in one go. We spread out the hatred. We spread it out. Even.
There's a third Sex in the City movie, right? Maybe I should make you watch that.
No, there's not. There's a television show that they made.
Okay, well I could make you watch the show.
No, absolutely fucking not.
I'm joking. I'm not gonna do that.
Jordan, is that it?
That is it for La La Land. Which,
Actually,
as an aside, I had to look up real quick. This is a fun. My brain has a weird way of looking at things sometimes. Anecdote. I had to look it up because I was like, is it supposed to be La La Land or is it supposed to be L.A. Land? Because they're in L.A.
I think it's probably one of those both things.
I mean, when I looked it up, Google says that it's supposed to be La La, like you're in love, like La La.
Yeah, but also, it's a movie
But
about
also,
L.A. It could
they're in
easily be
L.A.
it could be easily interpreted as both. I think.
I'm just saying, right? Like I'm not
Yeah.
crazy.
No, absolutely. Now that you said that, yeah, it does make a certain amount of sense. But that's what art does, man. It makes you think. That's what makes this fun. Okay, Jordan. So, Lindsay Lohan. Okay, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm too lazy to look this up. But she went through that era of being a child star where you do the adult thing, and she did
Yes,
two movies.
as previously discussed.
The other one was called which one should we do first? Yeah, we're gonna do it. So the other one she did same year as Georgia Rule. It's a movie called I Know Who Killed Me. And it honestly, okay, it's a noir horror thriller movie where Lindsay Lohan okay, how do I do this? She initially is an art student. She's a piano player. She's a writer, and she seemingly disappears. Oh, and the movie opens with shots of this stripper that looks like Lindsay Lohan. And so she is dating this gentleman who she refuses to do anything with. And she has a music teacher who she's quit, and the music teacher does not want her to quit because she's very talented, but she wants to focus on her writing. So she disappears. And who reappears seemingly missing. Oh, I should say also one of her friends has shown up dead, and several girls have gone missing, and they are thinking it's a serial killer. And so Lindsay Lohan shows up missing her hand. Her hand has been amputated, and her leg has been amputated. And she thinks that she is this other woman, and she is claiming she has had this entire life. She does not remember her prior life, and she's claiming to be a down on her luck stripper. And that she's saying she's insisting she is not this woman who is seemingly disappeared. She is another woman, and most of them, and she's hiding stuff from the cops. Like she won't tell the cops what's going on. She won't tell the cops who cut her because she's like, oh, it doesn't matter who cut you. You just got cut. And throughout the movie, it sort of shows flashbacks to this woman's life, but they're presented kind of like they're not real, like they're sort of fictitious. That's kind of that, like they're dramatized or whatever. Like they're not actually real. And so the movie is sort of implying that this is an alternate personality that she has created. Like she has multiple personality disorder, and this is why she is being like this. And that's when the movie's that, and it keeps showing like her being like there's like agonizingly long sequences showing her getting amputated, showing her hand getting cut off, that go on for a fucking eternity, that are awful and terrible. And so so the big thing for most of the movie, you think that it's a dissociative identity thing, and at that point it's kind of interesting. Like, okay, this is kind of an interesting twist. This is kind of a like, oh, she's gonna have to work with this alternative personality, whatever. Like this is kind of interesting. Then big twist, Jordan. Big twist.
There is actually another person.
Yes. So it turns out, Jordan, that so she starts claiming that she is a twin. That there are two Lindsay Lohans, and that when the because the mom is insisting that she was like this stillborn baby that just like lived randomly, and so the it turns out that the dad, and the stripper Lindsay Lohan, says that her mom was like this big crack addict, abandoned her, died of an overdose, and so, she confronts the dad and is like, oh, you bought your actual kid died in the incubator, and you went down to the crack addict who had an extra kid and bought the kid off of her and raised her as your own. And he's like, no, that's not true. That's not true. And the big twist is she has been, they call it stigmatic reaction or something. But the movie is like, oh, she's a twin and she is experiencing twin sympathy pains with her twin sister who has been kidnapped by the serial killer and is amputating her limbs and keeping her alive, amputating her limbs. And so she like keeps flashing back to scenes of her like existing in her life, and then just all of a sudden she's missing fingers. She's missing a finger, or she looks down and just all of a sudden she's missing a hand out of nowhere.
This movie sounds bad.
And so she's experiencing everything at the same time as the other Lindsay Lohan is. And so she starts having like visions of what's happening to the, so she is envisioning like the Lindsay Lohan being like buried or whatever, amputated, and she convinces the dad to help her, and she discovers, or she goes to the first girl's grave and has a vision of her sister, the twin sister, who is about to be killed and buried. And throughout the movie, it's done a decent job of like giving you different red herring you for different like people, and like initially because it's the leg. Early on in the movie, the boyfriend like touches her thigh, so you think, oh, maybe it might be him. There's a point where I thought it was maybe the dad, but she goes to the first girl's grave and she sees there's a ribbon or something from the music teacher from the beginning of the movie. It turns out, spoiler alert, it's the music teacher. He's the one doing it, and because early on there's a FBI task force that's also investigating throughout the movie, and they note that it seems like whoever's doing this, it's like a form of punishment. And so it turns out that the music teacher does this to girls who try to quit music. And they find the other Lindsay Lohan, and it turns out that there is two Lindsay Lohans, and that's where the movie ends. She ends up killing the piano teacher, the stripper Lindsay Lohan ends up killing. So I'd heard about this movie, right? And when this movie came out, it was sold as the Lindsay Lohan movie where she plays the one-legged stripper. And so I was expecting her, but that really kind of doesn't really articulate it all that well. She's a stripper who loses her leg and becomes one-legged. So she's not one-legged when she's a stripper. So she's not a one-legged stripper. She's a one-legged woman who happens to be a stripper.
She's a stripper who becomes one-legged.
Yeah. This movie is notable because I think it's the first movie Lindsay Lohan did a sex scene. So there's a really long, again, agonizingly long sex scene where she makes the mother listen to her bang the other sister's boyfriend. It's super weird.
It still sounds less uncomfortable than the other one.
So, okay, does it sound less uncomfortable? Interesting. Okay, fair enough.
Because she's an adult.
She is an adult. That is very much it. She is very much an adult in this movie. It is weird. It is strange.
No, it sounds weird and it sounds
up until
strange,
the point where,
but it sounds less uncomfortable than the 17-year-old or whatever
12.
Talking about how she had in the movie you said she's 17.
Fair. No, fair.
Talking about how she had sex when she's 12. It's less uncomfortable than that.
You're not wrong. It's
at least from what you're describing. Anyway.
I didn't think, and this is one of those movies that in retrospect has developed kind of a cult following to it, but I didn't think it was bad until they revealed the twin thing. And even then the twin thing wasn't all that it wasn't until she started magically losing fingers or a hand or a leg. There's one point in the movie where she wakes up and she's missing her leg, and it's bloody and gross, and you're like, this doesn't. It defies all sense and logic or make any sense.
Like it'd be one thing if it was like she was hallucinating and she was seeing it, and it like she thought she was seeing that her leg was missing. Then like she checked back into reality and it was like a twin thing where she's feeling the pain.
And the movie,
But like, to actually have her magically lose her limbs makes no sense.
the movie, to avoid having Lindsay Lohan have to hop around on crutches for the whole movie, gives her a super advanced prosthetic leg and prosthetic hand, which she can wear gloves so she can just use her regular hand. And although they do a pretty good job of the prosthetic hand, it always looks like a prosthetic hand. The foot on the other hand, not so much, but the leg not so much, but the hand very much they do it. And the guy who gives her the prosthetics is you know, My Name is Earl.
Yeah.
You know, Darnell.
Yeah.
It's him. But
that's weird.
I think it was during the time he was filming that show, because he's got the same hairstyle, but he's just wearing glasses, and it just looks like the character Darnell from My Name is Earl trying to be smart. It was very weird. It was very strange. Yeah.
Hey man, that could just be his natural hair.
That could just be, that's very, very, very plausible. But yeah, no, bad movie. Bad. This was sort of the tail end. I'm pretty sure. While you talk about yours, I'm going to open up her filmography. But this was pretty much like the tail end of she's doing like whatever.
The bad stuff.
This is not the depths. This is not rock bottom as far as I'm concerned.
So, do you have any final thoughts?
No, I
don't. Okay. We will move on to my last movie of the week, which, well, I mean, let's just say, Cruella. If she doesn't scare you, no evil thing will.
I recall this movie being bad. I don't remember it well enough, but I remember it being bad.
I mean, here's what I'll say, Justin. Bad is subjective, and on the sliding scale of things that I watched this week, it wasn't the most unenjoyable. You know, it bad. I mean, I don't know.
Isn't she evil because her mom got eaten by a Dalmatian?
Well, the implication is kind of that she was always crazy, but so okay, I guess
I don't remember. I remember I had specific beef with it, but I don't. You know what? Okay, we're gonna pretend that this is gonna be a YouTube video, and we're gonna put in what I said here. And then if I don't end up making it to a YouTube video, it's whatever. But then that way I have a breaking point to do that. And then we can remind myself what I said about it. Because I don't remember. I just remember thinking it was bad.
Sorry, pardon me. In the pantheon of like live action Disney style things, it's up there with Maleficent. Where it's like it's not, I don't think it's bad in the same way that I think Lion King is.
Oh, I think that now I remember. I think my beef was it's all weird until you remember that she goes off and tries to murder puppies. Where they're trying to make you sympathetic with a woman who will inevitably go on to attempt to murder puppies.
Yeah, that was kind of my thing. Except they do seed it. Like there's points in the movie where she's like she's looking at the Dalmatians and she's like, it would make a good coat though. So like they do seed it throughout the movie, but the idea is as far as from what I could interpret anyway, is it's supposed to be like she has split personality.
Interesting.
Where there's Estelle, which is the good side, right? Which is the side that
Estelle die at the end or something? That's the idea.
She dies, like she fakes her death, and she's like, Estelle died here, and she becomes Cruella. Yeah. And Cruella takes over. But yeah, like the idea, as far as I can tell, is like, yeah, they're playing it like she has split personality, basically.
The problem with this one is like, yeah, it does that thing where it tries to take a character that's reprehensible on all levels and never meant to be
redeemable
good or redeemable, and attempts to make her like relatable.
Yeah. So it kind of the way that they kind of try to play it is like it you know, the whole metaphor of like two wolves within you. Yeah. They kind of try to play it off like they're, so you find out later in the movie that the business the fashion lady that she's been working for, you end up finding out that that's her actual mom, like her birth mom.
Right.
And so the mom,
right.
The mom that she thinks has been her mom all this time wasn't her birth mom, but was her adoptive mom.
That's
like I do love you though, mom. Like she says to her grave at one point. But like, so the idea is supposed to be like she that mom represents like the Estelle part of her
Yeah.
personality, and the evil bad mom represents the Cruella side of her mom, or of her personality, and that's the side which ends up kind of winning out. Um, but it is kind of fun where at the end, like in the end credit scenes or whatever, there's literally a scene where it's the dude from the original movie, the guy who has Pongo or whatever, and he's doing the song, he's writing the song.
Right.
Um, but it's before he's met the girl, and before the events of the movie would happen. I will say that I didn't, and maybe this shows my lack of 101 Dalmatians lore, but I didn't realize. So in the movie, there's the friend of Estelle's from school who ends up working for the newspaper. I didn't, and she's portrayed by a black girl,
Yeah.
African American or whatever. I didn't realize that that was supposed to be the girl, the woman from the movie, like
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
the woman that has the girl Dalmatian that ends
Perdita,
up
I
with
believe
the
her name is.
yeah.
No,
I
that might be
didn't
the name
re
of the
I
dog.
I didn't realize that that was her
Oh.
until the ending scene where Cruella gifts her and gifts the dude both a Dalmatian puppy. So
Oh.
in this movie universe, it's because of Cruella that the two people that have the dogs that end up having the 101 Dalmatians that she wants to kidnap, she's the reason they have the dogs in this movie universe. Also, apparently they're working on a sequel.
Yes, yes, they are. That I knew. Yes, they are.
Um, Also for Easy A, I was reading in the Wikipedia. Apparently in 2017 or 2018,
Cool.
they had been in talks for a pseudo sequel where it's like it wasn't like a full, but like certain characters would come back and it would be focused on new girls and stuff like that.
Huh. Interesting.
Apparently that had been in talks at one point. But no, as for this movie, I don't know. I mean, I don't. It wasn't terrible. Had a budget of 100 million, had a box office of 233.5 million. Um, and yeah, I I I attribute it to Maleficent, where it's like one of those movies where they want to portray the villain as redeemable, even though they weren't in the original.
All right.
Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, not
Like,
really.
is that a fair like? Do you think that's
Yeah.
accurate that to say that it's like the Maleficent
I could see.
movies?
I could see why you would say that. I the problem is I don't
Um,
remember this movie well enough to. I just remember thinking it was crap. I think it's like not the worst one, but definitely not the.
crap is a very strong word.
Nope. No.
Mediocre.
Crap is not a strong word. Utter
Me-
dog shit is a strong word. Crap is
m-
like it's crap.
Mediocre. I'd call it mediocre.
Crap is like you know
Anyways,
low end of being bad. It's a bad
that's all
movie.
that's all that I have to say about
But to be
Cruella.
fair, all those Disney remakes are bad movies.
It's not
Um,
technically it's not a remake.
Whatever, same difference. So this one, okay, the final movie of the week, Jordan. This is technically speaking, sort of, until this year. Wow, really, 2020, 2024. This was really Lindsay Lohan's last movie. Like she did some stuff. Like she was kind of like background characters. Like usually she would be herself, but like this came out in 2013. She doesn't do another movie till like 2019, and then she's done a bunch of like Netflix kind of Hallmarkish kind of movies. Okay. I don't. How do I do this in a PG way? I'm gonna say some stuff, and I'm gonna need you to not ask me how I know this. So
Uh, I I will try.
this movie is called The Canyons. This is The Canyons, and The Canyons stars Lindsay Lohan, and it stars the male porn star James Dean as the lead role. It also features another male porn star, and the this movie is basically, like the 5 to 10 minutes of porn before they have sex. This
Yes.
movie is an hour and 45 minutes of that, with a couple of sex scenes, which aren't very good. So, this movie is
Okay.
Lindsay Lohan is the girlfriend of the porn star James Dean, who in this movie is just the porn star James Dean. I won't get into what he's done in real life. Suffice it to
Porn.
say, no,
Porn.
that's not.
You've said no, that's all
hold
you
on,
need
hold
to
on, hold on,
say.
let me finish. That's not porn. All the bad shit. I'm not gonna get into all the bad shit he's done. He's done a lot of bad shit. He's a bad guy. He's done a lot of bad shit to women. That's all you need to know. Similar shit to what he does in this movie to women, allegedly. Allegedly, we wouldn't want to get sued by porn star James Dean. And also, there's another porn star in this as well, male porn star, in a very weird scene. So,
What
Lindsay
is
Lohan,
this movie?
Lindsay Lohan is the girlfriend of James Dean. And James Dean is a movie producer whose assistant really wants to produce this movie with this particular actor. And this actor, spoiler alert, is the ex-girlfriend of, or ex-boyfriend, sorry, of Lindsay Lohan. And they are now currently sleeping together. And James Dean is like a rich playboy style. Like, he convinces Lindsay Lohan to like invite guys over via a dating app, and they have a bunch of group sex together. And the big thing with this movie is it is incredibly explicit. Like,
So
we see in Dom.
Are you sure this was a movie and not porn?
It's not porn because it's got Lindsay Lohan in it.
That
It is
doesn't mean it's
otherwise.
not. That doesn't mean it's not porn.
You never see anything fully at the no. It's only ever soft and floppy. But you do see a lot of dong in this movie. There's a great deal of penis in this movie. But yes, this movie's bad. Like, it's bad. The dialogue is horrendous. Like, there's a lot of moments where like, this is all right for the first 15 minutes of porn, but for an actual movie, this is horrendous. And so yeah, it turns out that Lindsay or the ex-boyfriend of Lindsay Lohan, who is not James Dean, discovers that James Dean is cheating on Lindsay Lohan with his ex-girlfriend, whom he goes to and convinces her to say that James Dean facilitated her assault. Which, the entire time I'm trying to make sense of this movie, which I often do, and I'm sure you do the same thing, read the Wikipedia article to make sense of what's happening. And the Wikipedia article,
I do that.
the Wikipedia article makes this movie sound way more violent than it. I don't know how it's like. The Wikipedia article says that James Dean did this stuff, but in the movie they say that the boyfriend said to the ex-girlfriend to say this stuff so that Lindsay Lohan would break up with James Dean, that he didn't actually do it. But the Wikipedia article paints it as though he did actually do it. Or like early on in the movie, James Dean convinces one of the guys working on the movie who's gay to say to the boyfriend, we're gonna fire you if you don't, with the gay guy. And the gay guy's like, I'm like best friends with his girlfriend, I don't feel comfortable doing that. And he's like, come on, do it. You see if he says yes, and like if he says no, you just say it was my idea and it was a practical joke. And several scenes pass in between this conversation, and then the guy invites the boyfriend to his office, and he's like, close the door. He's like, why close the door? We're the only ones here. And he's like, because, and then he makes a pass at him, and the boyfriend's like, all right, and he gets up and he's like, do it then. And then the scene just ends, and he gets into the car and he calls the ex-girlfriend. And it doesn't really indicate as to whether or not he said no or not, or whether or not he actually did it, or if he stopped it, or if they went all the way. And it never comes back. Ever. They don't bring it up again. They don't mention it again.
Did you want it to?
Well, just the way that the scene is referenced, kinda, yeah, because it's a bit that they spend 5 to 10 minutes setting up. Like, yeah, you at least want him to be like, nah, I didn't do it, or nah, I did it, or something, some resolution to the scene. I don't want to see them actually doing it, but I want a scene later where he says he did it or not, or show him saying no if he said no. There's no, nothing comes of it. It's really bizarre.
Like a scene of him crying in the shower, being like, I feel dirty.
Or, well, no, because him getting up and be like doing it is framed as though he's calling this guy's bluff. But they never actually see him be like, oh, I'm just kidding, I'm just messing around, or oh, I'm just whatever. It seems to be framed as though he did it, and he doesn't seem ashamed of it, or not that he has to be, but like he cheated on his girlfriend. Like it's weird that later on in the movie he's like, oh no, I'm sleeping with Lindsay Lohan, but they never anyway. And so, the girlfriend says this to Lindsay Lohan. And Lindsay Lohan instigates orgy without the F, and encourages James Dean to do a bunch of gay stuff, and they show it to you, and
not gay if it's in a 3-way.
Technically, it was a 4-way, but still. And so the entire movie, he's been going to these therapy sessions off screen, and Lindsay Lohan is pushing him to find out why he's going to these therapy sessions. So they finally show the therapy session. Oh, and so he finds out the whole bit is he's rich and connected and whatever, and he finds out that Lindsay Lohan is cheating with this guy who he suspected she was the whole time, and she's like a bored, like she just dates rich guys and gets bored kind of woman. That's her whole deal. So and her performance in this is sluggish. Like the dialogue is bad. The acting is just not good. And you can tell she's very much on
phoning
drugs, or she's coming off of drugs, or. But anyway, according to what I read about it, she didn't promote this because she thought she was afraid she was gonna relapse. So he finds out, that she's cheating on him, whatever. He assaults her, but just sort of pushes her to the ground and screams at her. But the movie does that thing where it pretends like he's done kind of more than he has. Like, not that I'm saying pushing her to the ground and screaming in her face is not bad. It is, but it's like the Wikipedia article made it sound like he assaulted her, and I was like, that's not really how I would describe that scene.
Technically, that is assault.
It is, but I
understand.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
He beat the crap out of her, or he entered her, and so
just say technically it is assault.
He goes. You finally see him at this therapist, and his therapist is like a famous movie director. I don't mean like in the movie. I mean like he's played by this randomly famous. You wouldn't know his name, but he's a famous movie director. And it's revealed that he's like, oh yeah, no, when we were doing the thing with the guy and she made me do all that gay stuff, I didn't like that because I felt like I was out of control, and I don't like it when I'm out of control. And you find out that he's only going to therapy because if he doesn't go to therapy, he loses his trust fund. So he's only going to it because his dad is making him go to it. And so the Wikipedia article says he goes and he confronts the ex-girlfriend who said that he facilitated a gang assault on her. He goes to her place, and the Wikipedia article says he stabs her in a fit of rage. And that's not what happens. Like, it makes it sound like he did this emotionally. And in the actual movie, he shows up wearing like a sweater, a hoodie, long pants, gloves, and a knife. And it's like, no, this is not done enough. And he does it very calmly. And it's like, no, this is a premeditated murder. He murdered this woman. And he goes back home, and Lindsay Lohan is there, packed, and she's like, yeah, I'm leaving you. And she's like, you have to let me leave you. I have to let me leave you. And he's like, I'll let you leave on 2 conditions. 1, you never see, I'm going to call him Mark. You never see Mark ever again. You never talk to him, you never see him, you never interact with him. And B, you give me an alibi. She's like, for what? Like, it doesn't matter. And she starts freaking out. Like, doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I've been here the whole time. I went to the therapist, and then I came here, and then
Oh, so Mark is dead.
so she's like, fine, fine. Always, and if you see Mark or whatever, I will kill him. Basically, I will murder him, and I will get away with it because I'm rich. And then it hard cuts, and she's now dating someone else, and she's at lunch with another couple, and she's like, "Oh, are you with Christian?" He really reminded me of a fucked up version of 50 Shades. Well, not to say it reminded me of 50 Shades of Grey. That's what it reminded me of. He reminded me of Christian Grey from 50 Shades of Grey, and his name is Christian. But he's like, she's like, "Oh, have you seen Christian?" He's like, "Oh no, I mean I talk to him every once in a while, but we broke up and we are no longer together." And yada yada yada. And earlier in the movie, Christian had sent his assistant to check on to basically interrogate Lindsay Lohan. And so the scene set up so you'd think it's Christian checking in on her. And the girl walks in and she picks up the phone and she's talking to this person like, yeah, she's very clearly miserable, but she's faking it and she seems to be all right and she's not seeing Christian anymore. And it cuts to the other side of the phone call and it's Mark. And Mark is sitting there alone and he's trying to get back in contact with her, and that's where the movie ends. And yeah, this movie is porn. It's like again, and I'm not talking like cheap. I'm talking like expensive, like old school. These have a plot. Like it's all the sex scenes between like a high budgeted porn. Like it's the only reasonable explanation as I could think as to why you would have a guy. You would hire a guy who's clearly comfortable with being full-born naked on camera, and then hiring another guy who's has a similar comfortability of just being naked and showing your junk on camera. Because yeah, you see a lot of wang in this movie, a lot of wang, and it's bad. It's a bad movie. So does this make you more uncomfortable than the Georgia Rules?
No, it's still not about a child.
Still not about a minor? Yeah, no, that's fair. She still is very much an adult. That is completely fair. What are these last three movies, though? Were they uncomfortable?
I mean, they just sound bad.
They are bad.
Like,
they're very bad.
I don't know. It's sort of different having someone describe it to you versus watching it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I certainly... You're not making me want to watch them.
I would not recommend it. No, I know Who Killed Me. I would. That one's worth checking out just because it's so weird. This is just like, yeah, it's like she's at the end of her career. It's a secret. She's the most famous person in the movie besides Gus Van Sant. But
like,
you don't know. She's the most famous person in it. She agreed to do it because there was no other work kind of movies.
Yeah, like I think that's the difference is this one that you're describing doesn't sound uncomfortable necessarily. It just sounds sad.
It's like, yeah, it's like this is like she has nowhere. No one else will hire her. She's burned every bridge in Hollywood. Desperate. This has a cloying desperation, and like she's like, yeah, I need to work, and truly because she didn't do anything else until like 2022. That's when she started to get work again. So this is the movie. It's either this or Georgia Rule. These are the ones that got her blacklisted from Hollywood. Yeah, bad movies. I felt bad as I was watching this because I got a real good slice of her career, and I felt bad for her because she was talented, and maybe her newer movies are good, but none of them look good. They all look like they're middling efforts, and it's like, man, she could have done something. She could have been something. That is the end of Pick an Actress 2. Jordan, I think I'm a stone 1.
I think she did.
I think she won. So Jordan, for next week, Jordan came up with this idea, and I like it, but I'm going to add a wrinkle to it. So Jordan suggested an idea of pick a letter. And the idea would be that you pick a letter for me.
I pick a letter for you, you pick a letter for me.
And so, but I thought I'd add a fun wrinkle because I know which letter I want, and I don't know if you're going to pick it. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to... Okay, let's do it this way. What letter do you think I should have? Let's do this first because I have a wrinkle I'm going to add.
H.
Interesting. So I'm gonna say for you, I'm gonna say the letter S. Now, the letter I want is the letter J. For reasons that should be obvious.
It's not, but okay.
Jordan, both of our names start with the letter J.
Oh, okay. It is that reason. I don't know. That just felt too obvious.
It's because both of our names start with the letter J. So when you said S, I was like, the name of the show is S, Spurr. That makes sense. So I will allow you to pick a letter you would like.
I don't know. T.
T. So now the option is, Jordan, for each of us, do you want to stick with H or do you want to switch to J?
Do I want to have J or do I want to give you J?
Yeah, it's your choice of the letters. So now you have two choices of letter. J or H.
Maybe if I'm nice here, you'll be nice to me in the future. I'll let you have J.
All right, okay, I'll take J. Now, I'm not a cruel man. Did either of those letters pique your ears more than the other?
I don't have a preference.
Let's do S. We'll stick with S. J and S, just because it's funny.
It's funny.
Funny.
There's an amusement.
There's a certain symmetry there. Plus, J's gonna be difficult. I cannot tell you. I'm not saying I'm not looking forward to this, but I just know J's gonna be difficult.
Hey, you chose this.
I did choose this. That's why I chose that, because I knew it would be difficult. And then I haven't just no, maybe we'll save that. I have an idea for the following week. But yeah, next week is gonna be pick a letter.
So one important thing is if we're following the preconceived notions of what I had thought of. So if it's for example for me with S, there's no like the Amazing Spider-Man. Like
no, the first letter has to be J.
To be S.
Yes.
Or J for you.
Unless I'm gonna add the caveat just because unless it's really difficult.
Yeah, if it gets to be too hard, then we can there's a little wiggle room.
If you have no choice, then and only then, and I will only allow words like the or you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like things that set up a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like the good dinosaur, for example.
Yeah.
That's the only time I will allow for, but otherwise I'm with you. The first letter has to be the letter. That is the rule. That is the rule. Okay.
You have to try. Have to try for that.
You have to try. This is the most like creative I think we've gotten in a while. This harkens back all the way back to Say Something Nice or Big Twist. Like we haven't done a weird
esoteric one.
Yeah, esoteric one in a while like this. So I'm looking forward to this. So that's next week. Pick a letter. J and S. It's happening. Jordan, we've let this podcast once again go on too long.
Yeah, my battery's dying.
But Jordan, quickly, where can they find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays on Twitch, ZethGore187, and on my weekends, I spend it here with you.
I also spend my weekends here with you. We are on TikTok, Spur of the Moment P. I'm on TikTok, Justin Spurr. Come like my videos. I'm so close to 100,000 likes. 99.99,000 likes. It's killing me. You can email the show if you just want to chat. If you want to be on the show, if you want to sponsor the show, if you want to do anything, it's Justin's business. You can join the Discord. You can
Patreon.
There's other stuff in there. Oh, go follow Haley. Obviously, she hung out earlier in the podcast. I guess she wasn't able to hang out for the whole one. That's cool. I understand. It's like
it's so long.
Oh yeah.
Turns out some people have lives.
Turns out some people have lives. If you want to see the last episode of the podcast, which was the Tokusatsu episode, click the box on the left. If you want to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, click the box on the right. Hit subscribe. Jordan, how many videos do we put out a week?
We put out a video every day.
Every
day of the week.
Including Sundays with the new podcast, every single Sunday. Or you can like this. You can like all of our videos. There's some exciting videos coming next week with Lindsay Lohan and
Emma Stone.
That's coming out next week. Look forward to that. Have a good one, everybody.
Hey.